I shall be crowned king. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 801 Tools for Peeping at God. On March 2nd, the innocent and curious little Tora came to me again to ask about the principles of the difference engine, and what the purpose of the machine that keeps repeating mathematical problems is. Well, I think it's time to explain this to everyone properly, because it's not just the royal family and the truth seekers, but even within the truth society, voices of opposition have begun to emerge, feeling that the great effort and waste of funds to tinker with this Isaac's big toy is meaningless. To be fair, I understand them very well. They don't even understand themselves, let alone the world, so of course they don't understand what it means when the true face of the world is presented so concretely before them. When the breeze caresses their face, they feel the wind's strength, temperature, direction, a complete perception of these factors combined. What they feel is the reason for the wind's birth, its strength, its temperature, its origin, and why they can feel all of this. All of this operates within a vast, sophisticated system, a system, or what some so-called divine will or laws of God that deluded people claim, which is far beyond the comprehension of a normal human being. Of course, I believe humanity will eventually understand it all. But I doubt that even then, the sheer volume of knowledge will far exceed human capabilities. As a whole, we will likely know, but as individuals, even seeing a fraction of it would be a great honor. Therefore, we must simplify everything, reducing it to a minimal number of symbols as basic units, and then using their combinations to explain everything. We are not gods, but we can use a simple, crude, seemingly ridiculous, and self-righteous method to perceive God in the world He created. That's right, if the difference engine were truly created, anyone who possessed it and knew how to use it would be more qualified to call themselves God's messenger than that guy in the papacy wearing the triple crown. Taking a deep breath, Anson suppressed his curiosity and put down the translation he hadn't finished reading. I have a question. You guessed right, the technical advisor interrupted abruptly, revealing an expression as if he had already guessed what he was going to say. These aren't entirely from Isaac's notes. Some of it I deduced from the rune combinations. Well, about 10% is just my imagination. Anson, why? Because ancient runes are, well, how should I describe them? William Gottfried frowned, then suddenly slapped his hand. An overly concise script. You can simply understand it as a combination of symbols, expressing and stating meaning, but lacking basic embellishment, let alone grammar. If it were a simple literal translation, what you'd see would be a bunch of meaningless words, because ancient runes are incompatible with our language. They weren't created for communication, but the order of the world protects you, and your technical advisor is an expert in ancient runes and knows a great deal about the life of that megalomaniac Isaac Rand. William Gottfried continued, making no attempt to hide his disdain for the saint. You're not the first person to try to collect his notes, and you probably won't be the last. I see. Anson nodded slightly, then turned his gaze back to notes in his hand. Question: what is mathematics, and what is it actually used for? By the ring of order. I've lost count of how many times I have explained the importance of basic sciences to these potatoes. Why do some people always want to apply theoretical knowledge in their daily lives? Yes, mathematics is a tool, but would you use a steam quart to heat pies and boil water, even though it really is used to boil water? Honestly, I'm increasingly envious of Carlos's dictatorship. If I had to patiently prove, explain, and debate every time someone stood up to oppose, protest, or question my research, 100 years from now I probably wouldn't be remembered as Genius Isaac, but rather as Eloquent Isaac. It's alright, let them object. My dear prototype Babbage is almost finished, and there's no need to waste time arguing with them anymore. The closer it gets to completion, the more I realize that the initial design was too conservative and naive. I can't help it, at 6 years old, I still harbored some illusions about handicraft workshops, not realizing that division of labor and process-oriented workflows were the real future. Fortunately, this computing power is basically sufficient for the current stage of research. I think by the next gathering, I should be able to give little Tori a general answer to his question. A difference engine is a tool that can process, calculate, and store information, Its underlying operating logic is based on a very basic, even crude, backward deduction, but given enough information, it can provide answers to any question you ask. You give a question, input the conditions, and wait for the calculation result. The final long string of symbols is its answer. It's not a god, but it can become a tool for humanity to peep at the gods. But this level of difference engine can only perform too few calculations, and its efficiency is too low. Increasing efficiency is essential, and ideally, it should be able to categorize tasks. Future difference engines should have additional conditions added to their underlying logic to process various types of information, further improving their practicality. For example, installing them on ships to measure monsoon and ocean current changes, temperature fluctuations, or in areas near volcanoes to calculate the probability of earthquakes. Or, they could be given to banks so they could reduce their accounting staff from 1,000 to 20. That way you won't think I'm wasting your money anymore. You potatoes, how much does this guy like the word potato? Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, turning to the first page of the translation. A few hastily written characters immediately caught his eye. John's words woke me up. Do machines possess the ability to think independently? That's a truly profound question. I've been dawdling over a year on difference engine research, and I haven't made as much progress as he has on this question. With a ring of order above, even his statement that plants also have feelings seems less utterly foolish. Yes, why don't machines have the ability to think independently? Why can't they possess the ability to think, if it could more than just mechanically follow pre-designed conditions and tediously perform a bunch of useless calculations, but could accurately determine the answer I want based on the information? Wouldn't that greatly improve computational efficiency? Of course, this definitely requires a lot of preliminary work, setting numerous preconditions, optimizing the underlying logic of the difference engine, and building a massive database, larger than 10,000 royal libraries. After receiving my thanks, John looked at me like I was a madman. How novel. I thought they'd all considered me a madman for a long time. It doesn't matter. Madman it is. When Babbage I is born, the entire world of order will look at me with newfound respect, although I don't care about flowers, applause, or those admiring glances. Really, not at all. The problem is, this will likely take far longer than Babbage I, with the amount of computation required in the early stages alone being at least 100 times greater. Even with the assistance of the difference engine, the workload far exceeds a person's normal lifespan. Even with the most optimistic estimate, it will take at least 60 to 70 years, given my current quality of life. Dying suddenly around 50 years old in a decade or so wouldn't be surprising. I might need to seriously consider that old friend's suggestion. Anson was utterly shocked, speechless. Yes, St. Isaac, that is, Isaac Rand was indeed a genius, inventing the steam color, participating in the design of the difference engine, and thousands of other inventions that shocked the world, and even 100 years after his death, creating countless epoch-making theories. But artificial intelligence? Could someone still using coal to boil water really come up with such a wild idea? Not only that, judging from his tone, it wasn't just something he conceived, but something he had already put into practice. Anson finally understood why William Gottfried had become so wary. So far, at least from what he knew, the difference engine used by the Church of Order might surpass the Babbage mentioned by St. Isaac in terms of structure and computing power, but in essence, it wasn't much different from that first-generation prototype. There hadn't been a qualitative leap from quantitative change. And Babbage II, regardless of whether it has been completed, St. Isaac's theoretical achievements over the past decade will fundamentally break the papacy's absolute monopoly on scholarship and knowledge. Of course, this is on the premise that the Church has not yet obtained all of this. Deeply shocked, Anson continued to look at the last part of the translation. This section was even shorter than the previous ones, interspersed with a large number of ancient runes and content that William Gottfried had written and then crossed out, clearly indicating that it had not yet been fully translated. February 2nd, today is a somewhat special day. My good friend from the Old Gods faction suddenly reminded me that mastering the three great magics simultaneously is futile, and I am destined to never achieve perfect evolution. I really hate this guy more and more. He always tells me the truth just when I'm about to discover it, but this time it doesn't matter, because I have actually given up the possibility of mastering the three great magics simultaneously. It's like forcibly combining three completely different logics into one. It might have some advantages in the early stages, but problems are inevitable. Moreover, the three different evolutionary paths have allowed me to collect enough data, which, combined with the existing prerequisites, is sufficient for the most basic deduction work. After comparing the data, I found that all three paths have their own serious drawbacks, among which, crossed out, is the most obvious. I think this is closely related to the order and time of its emergence, and it is very likely that from the beginning, it has had an unavoidable shortcoming, crossed out. Since a large section of content was crossed out, then the key lies in the attitude towards the world. Objective existence, conscious existence, self-existence. How to define the concept of self-existence seems to directly affect the development of subsequent paths. January 5th, another pile of useless data. I seem to have entered a bottleneck period, and it's time to study something else and change my thinking. Little Tor came to see me again, excitedly talking about the latest research results of those theoretical groups. They believe that the world and man are one, and our existence is like an organ of this world. I'm not interested in the brainwashing rhetoric of these religious fanatics, but this idea might be worth a try. The world and man are one. If based on the concept of I am the world, there might be some new breakthroughs. Anson's gaze continued downwards, finding only a pile of incompletely translated runes and pages filled with crossed-out black lines. The following content involves a lot of information related to the old gods and evolutionary pathways. I'm not an expert in this area, so translating it will take a while. Taking the translation from Anson, William Gottfried casually remarked, "Of course, if you really want to improve efficiency, you can find a trustworthy spellcaster to help, but their level must be at least at the level of a blasphemous mage, and they must have some understanding of the three major spells. A blasphemous mage, proficient in all three major spells. Why would I need you if I knew someone like that?" Anson smiled and nodded. "No need, I trust you more." After finishing the translation, the two exchanged information about the remaining content. The technical advisor seemed utterly dismissive of St. Isaac's mention of artificial intelligence, insisting that the other party had no research achievements. By the time Anson felt his throat was dry, it was already 3:30 p.m. After bidding farewell to William Gottfried, Anson left the munitions factory, intending to tell Talia about the translation of St. Isaac's fourth path, but was stopped by a junior clerk at the factory gate. "Already gone?" "Yes, just this noon." Miss Talia left White Whale Harbor with Princess Freya, accompanied only by the coachman, the junior clerk faithfully replied. "She told me not to tell you immediately." "So?" Anson abruptly interrupted his explanation. "Do you know where she went?" "No, Miss Talia didn't tell me." The junior clerk shook his head, "but she mentioned a general direction and said that if I told you, you would understand." "What direction?" she said. "That place is very close to Wintertorch City." Chapter 802 The Tomb of the True God. At the foot of an unnamed snow-capped mountain near Wintertorch, Cal and Jack, bundled up from head to toe, trudged through knee-deep snow along a steep mountain path. It was April, yet the howling mountain winds still whipped up snowflakes like goose feathers. Thousands upon thousands of ice pellets, no bigger than soybeans, rained down on the novice priest from all sides. Shivering, he paid no heed to the cold or his rapidly dwindling strength. His mind, nearly incapable of thought, was frantically cursing his Truth Society colleague who had carried out this suicide mission with a near command. Talia Auguste has left White Whale Harbor, seemingly heading towards Wintertorch. Monitor her every move, and if necessary, stop her if possible. The novice priest really wanted to ask his utterly wicked friend why he was so highly regarded, that a mere ordinary spellcaster could stop a blasphemous blood magic mage, especially under the watchful eye of an apostle. Following the tracks, Cal and Jack finally found the luxurious four-wheeled carriage bearing the rune family insignia left behind at the foot of the mountain. Then, following the magical aura of the other party, he began to climb halfway up the mountain. Despite anticipating the cold and changing into thick clothes, and carrying magical items to maintain body temperature, the terrifyingly low temperature on the snow-capped mountain still exceeded the novice priest's expectations. The weather in the entire area seemed to be forcibly distorted by some consciousness, and so powerfully that all his magical items were on the verge of malfunctioning. Even just to avoid turning into an ice sculpture, Cal and Jack had to brave the cold wind and continue forward. Finally, just when he was so exhausted he could barely even curse in his mind, two distinct figures made his pupils freeze instantly. In the vast expanse of white snow, a girl in a blood-red strapless dress walked with her head slightly raised, as if strolling through a forest halfway up a snow-capped mountain. Beside her, an elf in magnificent knight's attire stood with her hands behind her back, her cascading hair and the hem of her coat dancing in the wind. carelessly displaying her alluring figure and a pair of pointed ears that seemed to sway with her emotions. The apprentice priest's nerves tightened, and without hesitation, he threw himself into the thick snow. As if drawn by something, the elf girl, her ears twitching slightly, turned sharply, gazing at the white, boundless mountains. "What's wrong?" Talia asked softly, a smile playing on her lips, tilting her head towards the other's shoulder. "Did you find something?" "Nothing," the elf girl replied, her eyes slightly narrowed, her back turned, deliberately concealing her expression. "Speaking of which, I don't think I've thanked you yet, Your Majesty." Freya, sensing the other's coldness, Talia stepped forward and said in an incredibly friendly tone, "Frankly, when I came to visit, I didn't expect you would actually agree. It truly makes me feel extremely apprehensive." "Apprehensive?" Freya turned around and glanced at the smiling girl. "There's no need for that. I'm only doing this to repay a favor to the Rune family," although it was Lewis who agreed, as the beneficiary, as the heir of Moss's Field. "I cannot turn a blind eye." Despite her strong resistance, the elven girl knew very well that even without the other's help, she could still escape her coma and restore her laws, but that would likely take decades, even centuries. She could certainly bear such a price, but Lewis absolutely could not. In this respect, she truly owed the Rune family in Anson Bach a tremendous favor. And if there's anything else, it's to avoid some unexpected, unmanageable mess. "Unexpected?" Talia tilted her head. The elven girl didn't answer immediately, but glanced at the mountain peak that seemed so close. The howling wind and snow made her feel a strong, undisguised hostility. "Talia August Rune, I admit you're strong. Even at my peak, without any restrictions, I might not be your match," Freya said calmly. "But even so, I still don't believe that your strength is enough to contend with the restrictions surrounding the land of rest, or even the malice of this world contained within it." With that, she looked coldly at the girl, her red dress swaying wildly in the increasingly fierce wind. The girl, tilting her head, still smiled. "You are absolutely right, Your Majesty." "Freya, perhaps it would have been a wiser decision to come after another 100 years of preparation, severing some of our connections with this world, but I don't have that much time anymore. The Church of Order could set foot on this land at any moment. They won't stand idly by and watch the power of the three true gods be used by us. You, who witnessed the destruction of the Iser royal court, should understand this better than Talia." Freya was taken aback, then suddenly realized something. "In that case, why not ask your father for help? With an apostle's help, destroying the outer barriers should be a piece of cake." "Right, of course, so it's not that I don't want to, but that I can't." The girl shook her head, a hint of regret in her expression. "Father doesn't entirely agree with Talia's approach. Besides, the impact of an apostle's intervention would be too severe. Father has always been very cautious, and he won't easily intervene unless absolutely necessary, even if it's an enemy." Freya pressed. "I should say, especially the enemy," the girl said meaningfully, slowly raising her frozen right hand to examine it closely. "Although we haven't had in-depth exchanges, forcing my father to intervene and impact the New World is very likely part of the Church of Order's plan. Those despicable false god followers always hope to create a real, yet intangible enemy who can't directly threaten them, to bring the entire world into the cage and shackles they built in the past, not to mention you, a true god's bloodline. It's an outcome we heretics would also be extremely unwilling to face. You yearn to inherit the true god's legacy, pride, and identity. We yearn for evolution, perfection, and transcendence. And if those false god followers arm the entire world with lies and turn against us, all of this will become incredibly difficult." The girl placed her hands naturally in front of her, stepped closer, and awaited the other's answer. No longer questioning, Freya chose silence, and the silence itself spoke volumes. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding blizzard intensified, the biting wind completely obscured their vision. In the white world, the undisguised malice became increasingly prominent, as if every ice particle and snowflake was a manifestation of its very essence. Just a few hundred meters away, in a snow pit, Callan Jack, desperately burying himself under the snow, felt his consciousness tremble violently. The oppression, as if from a higher being to a lower being, made even breathing incredibly difficult for the lowly apprentice priest. Sensing the strangeness around her, Talia turned her gaze to the elven girl beside her. The latter slowly raised her right hand, her index and middle fingers, joined together, like sharp blades, slashing at the surrounding blizzard. Following the trail of her fingertips, golden red flames tore through the blizzard like a hot knife through butter, leaving a crescent-shaped fire in the snow less than 100 meters across. Beneath the surging heat, the melting snowflakes transformed into a gentle breeze, even carrying a hint of warmth. But this was only the beginning. The howling snowstorm barely paused for a moment before swirling back with an even more intense, biting cold, so intense that the apprentice priest hidden beneath the snow was beginning to lose consciousness. Freya, a slight smile playing on her lips, didn't hesitate. Her left arm and right hand, gripping her sword, simultaneously opened. Golden red sparks ignited around her, dancing like flowing silk in the wind, gradually forming a three-dimensional primordial ring encircling her. The surrounding snowstorm continued to howl, but the elven girl felt no chill. Even the snow beneath her feet felt warm. Beside her, Talia narrowed her eyes, her emerald pupils clearly noticing how the howling wind had shifted direction directly where the firelight shone. This was one of the reasons Talia was willing to lend a helping hand and exchange favors for the Elven Queen's assistance. Freya Moss's field, or rather all pure-blooded Iser elves who have awakened their powers, call themselves bloodlines of the true gods. This isn't just verbal arrogance, it's an attitude they have towards the world, and even how the world views them. All spellcasters, regardless of their evolutionary stage, are part of this world from the very beginning. In the eyes of the world, they are mutated cells, viruses, cancer, individuals that need to be eliminated to prevent harm to their own health. Elves, at least pure-blooded elves, are completely different. Their attitude and origins fundamentally don't belong to this world. The relationship is one of equality from the start, or rather, a parasitic relationship between the weak and the strong. Even with slightly inferior power, Freya can still calmly unleash her own laws in the face of the world's malice, unless she loses her power, a privilege that Talia never possessed. Gazing at the snowstorm still obstructing her view, the elven girl, arms outstretched, turned her hands upwards, slowly lifting them as if carrying a heavy object. Almost simultaneously, Callan Jack, hiding in the snow, was horrified to discover that the snow beneath him had suddenly cracked open, and blinding, golden red light was gushing out. Without time to think, he shuddered and scrambled down the hillside. From a distance, he looked like an inconspicuous, grayish-white snowball. Not only beneath him, but large patches of cracks appeared on the snow-covered mountainside, from which dazzling golden red light erupted, covering most of the mountain. Boom, 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 with a thunderous roar, large swaths of snow mixed with frozen ice crystals shattered, countless fragments of ice and rock scattering everywhere. Callan Jack was on the verge of tears, utterly pathetic. He could only continue cursing the bastard who had sent him to his death in his mind as he desperately fled down the snow-covered mountain, which felt as if it had been bombarded by thousands of cannons. Boom, another violent explosion rocked the novice priest, who had barely dodged it, and he was thrown more than 10 meters away by the blast wave. He rolled several times in the snow before finally coming to a stop. His clothes were torn on his face, knees, and back, and the biting cold wind seeped directly into his clothes through the tears. But he still dared not stop. He endured the cold and pain as he got up and ran frantically down the mountain. Freya Moss's field was a spellcaster, and her power had a range limit. As long as he escaped the casting range, he would be fine. With a self-hypnotic belief, Callan Jack gritted his teeth and continued to run for his life. As for the mission, what mission? His biggest mission now was to survive. No matter what Talia and that Elven Queen wanted to do, he had to not get involved. But what he didn't realize was that from the moment he set foot on the snow-capped mountain, he had already been effectively drawn into it. Not long after, Callan Jack noticed something amiss. At first, he thought the storm had obscured his vision, causing him to run in the wrong direction, but he quickly realized it was more complex than that. As the deafening roar gradually subsided, the surrounding blizzard began to weaken, and his obscured vision slowly returned to normal. The panting novice priest slowed his escape, standing there dumbfounded, looking around. He discovered he wasn't in a snow-covered mountain range, but in an incredibly vast, pristine white snowfield. Mountains, ice fields, blizzard? Wait. After a second of stunned silence, Callan Jack suddenly realized something, turning his head in terror, desperately praying that the great ring of order wouldn't let him see any towering peaks. Then, his prayer was answered. The vast white snowfield contained nothing but endless, snow-covered land. This. Callan Jack stood frozen in place. Almost simultaneously, Talia and the elven girl, who had just destroyed the outer perimeter, stood solemnly in place, silently staring at the lonely, dilapidated stone well not far away. Above the well, falling snowflakes first melted into water droplets, then condensed into ice particles, then vaporized, returning to their initial crystalline state before finally falling to the well's opening and disappearing completely. It was a well that devoured time, and the tomb of the three true gods. Chapter 803 The Suffering of Flesh and Blood. Staring at the ancient well that exuded an ominous aura, Talia, suppressing her joy, tensed her nerves, her eyes already turning bloodshot. To enter the primordial city of boredom, one had to overcome three obstacles: a non-existent barrier, a city atop a mountain, and the eternally undying wind and snow. And if one wished to venture into the tombs of the three true gods, one had to confront the primordial tower, guarded by the numerous apostles. It is both the protection of the true gods' remains and the source of faith in the primordial ring, and mutual vigilance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to curb the side effects of evolution, which would be hysterical madness and endless greed. These were her father Rune's words, and Talia deeply agreed, because she could clearly feel the extent to which her own greed was rapidly expanding at this moment. Under Freya's power, the three outer defenses briefly cracked, allowing for unrestricted approach, while the boredom and the primordial tower, which should have stood atop the true god's mausoleum, vanished without a trace. Everything that could have stopped her was gone. The flesh and blood of the true god, the source and ultimate path of evolution, was within her reach. She could easily touch, observe, and enjoy it with a simple reach. A sharp thud. Talia swallowed hard, an unnatural flush rising on her pale cheeks. Thankfully, a last shred of reason restrained her impulsive desires, preventing her from recklessly approaching the eerie ancient well. She clearly remembered that the well was not only shrouded in the world's malice towards the spellcaster, but also intertwined with at least 5 timelines. Even the it before her might not be from her own timeline, but could originate hundreds, even thousands of years ago. Being dragged into an unknown timeline is one thing, but if luck is against you, the possibility of being trapped forever at the boundary of timelines is extremely high. Therefore, it is crucial to confirm that its time flow is at this very moment upon contact. Just as Talia hesitated whether to continue approaching, the elven girl beside her moved. Freya, who had just been indifferent, suddenly showed a dazed expression, as if completely attracted by the aura emanating from the ancient well. Ignoring the girl beside her as she approached the well's opening step by step, her scarlet pupils rapidly expanding and contracting. Talia's heart tightened, immediately realizing that the other party might not have been able to suppress her inner desires. Unlike spellcasters, elves, especially pure-blooded elves, have a highly intimate blood relationship with the true gods, which means that when the aura of the true gods appears, they are inevitably more prone to losing control than ordinary spellcasters. The girl subconsciously wanted to reach out to stop her, but just as she was about to touch the other's shoulder, a searing, tearing sensation suddenly came from her fingertips and quickly spread along her palm, wrist, arm, throughout her body. Boom! Without any warning, Talia's right arm was shattered into pieces in the explosion. The charred flesh turned into scattered ashes with a burst of flames. The girl, now without her right hand, remained unfazed and quickly distanced herself from Freya. At the same time, the charred wound on her shoulder began to heal rapidly. Delicate bone and fresh flesh tore through the scabs, growing ever stronger. Who granted you the privilege to allow a mere heretic like you to touch the Queen of Izar? With chilling words, Freya Moss's field, gradually enveloped in flames, slowly turned her head, her cold expression twisted with a madness. And what arrogance and audacity do you possess to dare set foot in the resting place of the true gods, defiling this sacred land? Boom! A violent tremor came from beneath her feet. Centered on the elven girl, the surrounding ice and snow rapidly melted and evaporated. The terrifying heat made Talia feel the scalding, festering skin on her feet even through her boots. It seems words alone won't be enough to appease her. Gazing at the body engulfed in flames, Talia chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. There's no other way but to take a more forceful approach to bring you back to your senses, Your Majesty. Freya, arrogant, the enraged elven girl snorted coldly, raising her right hand, now covered in golden red flames. The next second, the leaden sky suddenly turned crimson, hundreds of golden red pillars of fire transforming into meteors, hurtling towards Talia's position. Boom! A deafening roar exploded less than 10 meters behind the girl, the howling air whipping through her hair and skirt, yet unable to extinguish her laughter. At this moment, her attention remained focused on the ancient well, quietly waiting for the perfect moment to break through the malice that had clung to it. But in Freya's eyes, completely consumed by greed and desire, it was nothing but undisguised contempt and humiliation. Enraged, she held nothing back. The pillars of fire intensified, and crossbow bolts, half a meter thick, rained down on the ground. Countless meteors streaked across the sky, like a crimson cloud reaching the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions shook the earth repeatedly, and blasts of flame flew uncontrollably in all directions. Even Karanjak, who had fled far away, could clearly feel the ear-piercing roar and lay motionless on the ground. Freya, her eyes bloodshot, stared blankly at the plumes of smoke and dust from her own explosions. At this moment, she might have been driven mad by her emotions, but she wasn't stupid. Such an attack against a blood magic blasphemer could at most cause some restraint, and might not even leave any effective damage. Forcing him to retreat, to withdraw and escape the area covered by her domain, was her true objective. Then I could and enjoy the remains of the true god all to myself. Talia's melodious voice echoed in the air. Freya, Freya, you are truly a greedy and selfish queen, but unfortunately, that power does not belong to you. But if you are willing to kneel and submit, to merge into the bloodline of Rune, Talia would not mind sharing it with you. I'm just kidding, how could that be? The laughter in the voice grew even stronger. The one who can share the power with Talia was determined from the very beginning. Unfortunately, it is not you. The voice had no direction. Where was she? The elven girl with bloodshot eyes looked around, desperately searching for the other's trace, but to no avail. Suddenly, a lingering image emerging from the billowing smoke left by the bombing made her pupils shrink sharply. No, no way. As the smoke cleared, the elven girl instinctively took a half step back. Talia Rune, whose body had been blasted to pieces, with only half her head remaining, was smiling at her. You seem a little surprised, Talia asked playfully, licking her missing right eyebrow. Is it because I didn't die, or because I didn't dodge your attack? Boom! A golden red beam of light shot from the elven girl's fingertips, shattering Talia's head. Her headless body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out like a geyser, staining the surrounding soil red. But before she could even burn her corpse completely, the remaining flesh seeped into the soil at a visible speed. In an instant, several black, barbed tentacles tore through the surrounding soil, enveloping her like a cage. Freya's expression changed drastically. No, none of that. Freya's voice rang out again. What should truly surprise you is your law, your passionate fire that burns and destroys everything. Why doesn't it work on this flesh and blood monster? Why isn't there even a trace of scorching left on her flesh and blood? Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the center of the tentacle cage, billowing smoke billowing out, and the tentacles binding Freya were shattered and scattered all over the ground. But almost simultaneously, the unharmed Talia August Rune reappeared behind her, smiling as she reached her right hand towards the back of her exposed neck, as if it were a playful banter between young girls. Well, if only hundreds or thousands of suckers hadn't sprouted from her palm. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, the elven girl spun gracefully like a dancer, drawing her sword. The narrow blade, wreathed in golden red flames, easily severed Talia's right hand, though it left no burn mark. Freya's heart began to waver. She knew she was probably no match for Talia. Her only advantage stemmed from her deeper understanding of her own power due to her bloodline. But in terms of experience, having awakened less than 2 years ago, she was certainly inferior to Talia. Yet she still couldn't believe that her laws couldn't even have the slightest effect on Talia. Even a stronger opponent would have had countless chunks of flesh burned to ashes by now, just like in the beginning. Just like in the beginning. Oh, so you finally noticed? The smiling girl seemed completely unconcerned about the severed hand. Yes, under Freya Massisfield's domain laws, what is there that is absolutely immune to being burned by flames? Of course, it's Freya Massisfield. Holding up her burning longsword, the crazed elven girl's face turned extremely ugly. Now that I know your abilities, and even have the opportunity to intervene in your consciousness and peer into the laws of nature, how could Talia, as a heretic, possibly wasted and abandon her methods against you? In an instant, Talia, whose hand had returned to normal, smiled gently. After all, we are only temporary allies. It wouldn't be surprising if we turned against each other the next moment, but rest assured, Talia only obtained a little bit of your flesh and blood, a few strands of hair, and some skin. However, it is more than enough to restrain your all-consuming flames. Boom! The moment her words fell, the flames on the elven girl suddenly extinguished, and the ground around her burst into flames. Talia's smiling expression suddenly became serious. But it wasn't because she had set up a wall of flames around them, but because of the longsword in the elven girl's hand that was glowing with a golden red light. More precisely, It was the hand that gripped the hilt of the long sword. The skin near the gauntlet, where the thumb and forefinger met, was completely red, clearly burn marks from prolonged exposure to high temperatures. As expected of despicable heretics, I knew I couldn't let my guard down for even a minute. Freya's face, previously as cold as ice, was now completely distorted, but if you think you can render the true god's bloodline powerless with such petty tricks, you're sorely mistaken. Come, I will let you witness firsthand how the son of Mosses Field, the queen of the Iser elves, will punish the heretics who defile the true god's tomb. The next second, the elven girl wielding a flaming longsword charged forward. Feeling the heat emanating from the blade, Talia's smile faded, and she finally became serious. With a tremor from the ground beneath her feet, 3 barbed tentacles tore through the earth, lunging at Freya from behind and from both sides. Then, boom, in the blink of an eye, the girl hadn't even caught a glimpse of the blade's movement. The fiery red light seemed to merely touch it, severing all 3 tentacles cleanly, the flames quickly reducing them to charred remains. Feeling the heat emanating from the tentacles, Talia decisively severed her connection, thus avoiding being incinerated along with them. Almost simultaneously, the crazed elven girl was already upon her. PFFT, the shield formed from her own flesh and blood was like paper, unable to stop Freya's longsword for even half a second. A look of utter despair flashed in Talia's eyes as she instinctively raised her right arm to shield herself. As expected, the scorching blade pierced her armpit, then swiftly slashed upwards, severing her entire right arm cleanly. Blood gushed from the arm, engulfed in flames, as it spun and flew away. At that very moment, the despairing Talia suddenly revealed a slightly crazed smile. So-called flesh and blood, that is a fragile yet incredibly tenacious existence, for its evolutionary path is purely one of adaptability and vitality. The strongest and most perfect life is one that can adapt to any environment and is immortal, the girl murmured softly, countless tentacles gushing from her scalding wound. Although still being burned, the rate of necrosis and carbonization had noticeably slowed. This path of evolution is something you so-called sorcerers, who claim to change the laws of the world yet are yourself so fragile, cannot comprehend. Talia smiled. It doesn't matter, because you will understand soon. The next second, the still burning tentacles pierced directly into Freya's eyes. The elven girl, before she could even feel fear, let out the most piercing scream. AA. Chapter 804 A Planned Reverie. The still burning tentacles easily pierced the elven girl's eyes, her nearly charred body still relentlessly burrowing deeper into her skull. Thick pus, carbonized flesh, and dark red blood gushed from the edges of her eye sockets. To break free from Talia's despicable tactics, the elven girl had to lift the restrictions of the law, allowing the flames to harm her flesh, only to fall into her trap once again. What a pitifully naive queen. Before her, Talia, her right arm severed and her shoulder ablaze, curled her lips into a smirk, her eyes blazing with a madness no less intense than that of Freya, who had been driven insane by the aura of the true god. Didn't your family and friends warn you that comparing your life force and the strength of your flesh with a blood mage was an utterly foolish act, or did they not know it themselves? Ah, that's truly regrettable, the girl mocked with feigned playfulness, but Freya could no longer hear her. The tentacles had completely pierced her eye sockets, and pus, saturated with the other's magical aura, was spreading throughout her skull. In 10 minutes, no, at most a minute, her brain would be completely necrotic, and the pus would allow the other's power to parasitize her body, ultimately seizing control of her entire being. Although the laws would not collapse as a result, losing the vital source of her flesh and blood would mean that her still developing laws and domains would lose the possibility of further evolution. Death was only a matter of time. Is this the end? In the unbearable pain, she felt fear creep into her consciousness, yet she didn't collapse. Her limbs, even her entire body, hadn't completely lost sensation. The pus overflowing her skull was fusing with her flesh at an alarming speed, even repairing the damaged parts. The previously boiling emotions were receding like the tide, replaced by a silent calm and serenity, as if a gentle voice was constantly soothing and comforting her. Conversely, the flames of passion ignited by her emotions gradually weakened, eventually ceasing to burn. Having lost her power, Freya at this moment was no different from an ordinary Iser elf girl. This process lasted a long time, yet seemed to last only a fleeting moment, but when Freya opened her eyes again, she saw herself completely unharmed, and Talia August Rune, equally unchanged. She stood there quietly, a faint smile on her face, her red dress standing tall in the wind and snow, composed and elegant. The elven girl remained silent for a long time, her complex expression finally transforming into a soft sigh. "Thank you, you're welcome, it's all I should do." Talia shook her head. "You came to offer assistance, and it was Talia's mistake not to consider the impact the Land of Rest would have on you. How are you feeling now? Is anything unusual?" Having witnessed Freya's abnormality firsthand, the girl realized that the three true gods' influence on them, especially on the elves, wasn't just about losing control of their power, making them greedy and insane. It could even trigger a subconscious awakening, akin to primitive bestiality dominating their consciousness and way of thinking. One second they could maintain their rationality and composure, the next they might be driven by the power so close at hand to kill each other, not even for possession, but to prevent others from having it. Not only Freya, but even Talia herself, who had been somewhat prepared, couldn't avoid it, only the manifestation was different. After a few seconds of silence, the elven girl slowly turned to look at the ancient well that still stood there, her eyes filled with a subtle emotion. "Then, what about it? Well, we can only give up for now." Talia sighed softly, a bitter smile on her face. "We haven't even truly seen the tomb yet, and we've almost had to fight each other, proving that our power is only enough to glimpse the remains of the true God. Although it's regrettable to say this, perhaps it's too early to come into contact with the power of the true God. Waiting a few decades, or even 100 years, might be a more prudent choice." "What about the Church of Order?" the elven girl pressed. "If we leave it alone now, isn't there a risk that they'll take it away?" Talia was taken aback at first, then laughed. "If they really can do it, then let them try." The girl curled her lip in disdain. "The Land of Rest, which has remained intact for 1,000 years, even after the primordial city of boredom vanished without a trace, could not possibly be so easily destroyed and stolen. Besides the will of the primordial ring, Talia can't think of any other possibility. As for the Church of Order and their holy war army, even without the power of the true gods, with dear Anson and Sir Louis Bernard, I believe they can turn the tide and prevent the New World from being devastated. Of course, this doesn't mean I'm giving up." Talia slightly raised her gaze, her heterochromatic eyes meeting the elven girl's eyes. "When needed, Talia will still seek your help, and please don't refuse then." As she spoke, the girl lifted the hem of her blood-red dress, slightly curtsied, and bowed to the other. Without moving an inch, Freya nodded, her voice carrying the inherent arrogance of royalty. "I understand." With that, she turned and walked towards the edge of the snowfield. In doing so, she failed to notice the nervous twitch at the corner of Talia's mouth as she bowed her head in humility. But this tiny movement was fleeting. When the girl gracefully rose, she had returned to normal, still as dignified and elegant as ever. What a close call. She had actually uttered such a flawed statement as "the mausoleum is intact," revealing her true intentions. Had she become too complacent because the plan had gone too smoothly? Talia, her face unchanging, slowly rose, smiling as she followed closely behind the elven girl, deliberately slowing her pace by a step or two. From beginning to end, Talia, her greed stirred by the Land of Rest, had never relinquished her desire for the true god's remains. All her actions served this single purpose. Just as Freya severed her arm with her flaming longsword, the flesh and blood imbued with the laws of passionate fire fell into the ancient well at this very moment in the timeline. Using Freya's laws, she allowed her flesh and blood to successfully break through the barriers of the world's laws. In the instant before it was completely incinerated, she severed the connection between her unburned little finger and the rest of her flesh, and at the very tip of her fingertip, an eyeball rapidly grew. Because it was forcibly grown, the eyeball only survived for less than 3 seconds before completely dying, but it still allowed Talia to clearly see the scene within the tomb. It was a palace, an incredibly magnificent palace, entirely white, yet with pitch-black doors. On those doors were engraved blood-red primordial rings, but they were incomplete, as if damaged by some external force. The point where the 3 rings intersected was missing, and that point happened to be precisely in the center of the 2 doors. Beyond the slightly ajar door, some fluid, or perhaps gas, seemed to have noticed her, slowly seeping out from the crack. Within that flowing gas, Talia saw an eye with 9 pupils, each engraved with a primordial ring, coldly observing her. Though it lasted less than 3 seconds, Talia felt a profound chill run down her spine, a fear she had never felt even when facing her father, a subconscious dread of bowing down to him. It was this completely unknown presence that made Talia decide to temporarily abandon her exploration of the resting land. After all, she had already found a way to break through the restrictions and the timeline blockade, and had left a small piece of her own flesh in the mausoleum. Returning would not be difficult. The unheard girl even began to mentally plan her next move. Her father would never reveal too much information to her, but he wouldn't obstruct or conceal what he already knew, and judging from his attitude, the being hiding behind the door probably knew some details about the door's destruction. Perhaps because the plan was progressing too smoothly, Talia didn't notice the elven girl walking ahead, a smile slowly creeping onto her lips. Truly worthy of being the current head of the Rune family, a mere heretic, yet still able to maintain a sliver of reason before the true God, her strength is unfathomable. Even after adjusting her laws to a level sufficient to incinerate magical aura, she still managed to suppress the burning, even nearly suffering a backlash. But if you think that mere verbal provocation will make others ignore those little actions, you're sorely mistaken. As expected, she revealed her true purpose at the last moment, yet still tried to conceal it. HMPH, are you worried I'll still compete with you for the power of the true God? Don't be ridiculous, that power never belonged to you heretics from the beginning, but was the precious legacy of the true God's bloodline. Once the blood of the true God is obtained, the Aesir elves, weakened by the thinning of their bloodline, will surely rise again and reclaim their rightful place. You despicable heretics, and shameful heretics, you can gloat and await that day. Filled with wonderful daydreams, the elven girl even quickened her pace unconsciously. Almost simultaneously, Talia, following closely behind, also happily took small, quick steps. The two, in high spirits, maintained a distance of 2 or 3 steps between them as they headed towards the edge of the snowfield. All of this was observed by Kalinjak in the distance. The apprentice priest, witnessing the entire process, was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially thought it would at most involve some secrets of the old gods, or perhaps the relationship between the Rune family and the Aesir elves, or at most, something to do with the legendary gravediggers. But he never imagined that they were actually looking for the resting land, the tombs of the 3 old gods. And they had already found it. Kalinjak could easily imagine that their purpose in searching for the resting land was definitely not just to pay respects at the tombs of the 3 old gods, or simply to visit and check off the list. Impossible. It wasn't hard to guess with a fool's eye. Their goal was the remains of the old gods, and the power contained within them. At this moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Beyond the shock, another question surfaced in his mind. What kind of impact would this have if it got out? Originally, the Truth Society predicted that the Rune family's goal was to distance themselves from the old world and secretly expand in the new world, wooing the old gods to accumulate power capable of countering the Church of Order. While this approach was somewhat extreme, it aligned with the Truth Society's desire to counterbalance the Church. This was precisely why the Truth Society was willing to intervene. As long as the Rune family remained behind the scenes rather than in the spotlight, the situation remained under control, at least stronger than the Church of Order's dominance and ever-expanding ambition. But if the Rune, or even the Aesir elves' target was the remains of the true God, the nature of the situation would completely change. Regardless of whether this would provoke a strong backlash from the Church, while many forces in the Order world resented the Church's interference, they would never allow the old gods to regain power, or even rule the world. The awakening of the 3 old gods' power would inevitably evoke fear throughout the entire Order world. Even if the Rune family had no ambition to dominate the world, simply possessing this power was unacceptable to everyone. After confirming that the two had gone far away, the shivering Kalinjak finally got up from the snow, quickly rubbing his frozen body as he pondered his next plan. He needed to deliver the intelligence to Roman, who was in White Whale Harbor, as soon as possible, but the problem was that he was still nominally in White Whale Harbor, and even if Talia and Freya didn't know it was him, they must have sensed that someone was observing their every move. Rushing to White Whale Harbor might expose his secrets. But if he entrusted such important intelligence to an outsider, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. If he didn't go in person, perhaps, Looking around at the endless, pristine white snow-covered plains, the apprentice priest, who had suddenly stopped warming up, realized a very important problem that he had completely overlooked. The surrounding environment didn't immediately return to normal after Talia and the others left. Could it be that he still needed to cross this snowfield to return to Wintertorch, where he started? And on foot? Kalinjak gasped, standing in the vast, boundless snowfield, suddenly falling silent, motionless, facing the cold wind, the flying snow, the ice pellets, and then... Achoo! Chapter 805 Conclusion and Speculation. That's roughly how it happened. Inside the ruined mansion in White Whale Harbor, Talia, who had been missing for a full week, held a steaming cup of coffee and recounted the events in detail to Anson. Although we ultimately failed to break the seal, in a sense it might be a good thing. The fact that there are other beings within the tomb of the true god is truly beyond Talia's expectations. And the smoke surrounding it, what could it be? The girl murmured softly, as if asking a question, yet also as if talking to herself. Perhaps because the impression was too profound, she was momentarily lost in thought and didn't even notice the fleeting fear that crossed her emerald eyes. Anson, who had never witnessed such a scene before, concealed his inner turmoil with silence. Whether facing the 13 councils of Isar, the native old gods, the Gravikeepers, the Church of Order, or even the Apostles, Talia's expression was always so composed and unhurried when discussing them, elegant yet tinged with a hint of disdainful arrogance, at most showing respectful approval. This is the first time I've ever completely exposed my inner fears like this. Let's organize the intelligence we've gathered and see if we can find any useful clues. Anson glanced cautiously at the girl, feigning composure, and said softly, "You've broken, or rather, temporarily broken, the outer barrier of boredom, and discovered that the city and the primordial tower have vanished, leaving only the ancient well that served as the entrance to the land of rest. Before that, according to the native believers, there were at least 3 tomb guardians, as well as many powerful alternatives like Nora, and so far, the only ones we've defeated or encountered are the Shadow Demon, the Lord of the Abyss, and Nora. During your contact with the land of rest, you only encountered the outer barrier and obstacles posed by the mausoleum itself. There were no enemies or tomb guardians blocking your way, including the native believers, although they may have been wiped out in the previous riot. Although the outer seal of the mausoleum is intact, the palace gate of the main body below has been opened. The primordial ring mark on the gate has been damaged and broken by external force, and there seems to be some powerful being guarding or invading inside." Anson took a sip of his coffee and looked at the girl curled up on the sofa. "Is there anything else I need to add?" Talia thought for a moment, then silently shook her head towards the other end of the sofa. Perhaps it was the time they had spent together, or perhaps it was the change in their strength, but she no longer cared about her appearance in front of Anson as much as she used to, and began to treat their relationship in a more equal way. "In that case, we can draw few basic conclusions and deduce 2 possibilities." Setting down his coffee cup gently, Anson said seriously, "First, the keepers of the graveyard, even if not fully aware of the current state of the resting land and the existence within the mausoleum, are certainly aware of it. That's why they don't stop intruders from approaching the resting land, or even restrict the appearance of human settlements as close to the mausoleum as Wintertorch, because ordinary people simply cannot discover or approach it. Even those who can get close will likely lose their minds due to greed and madness, committing suicide. And even if they can overcome madness, getting too close to the attached timeline is still tantamount to suicide. Furthermore, even if there are outsiders who can enter the mausoleum, they will still face the powerful being behind the door. If a spellcaster can overcome these various barriers, it wouldn't be very meaningful for the keepers to continue guarding it with their strength. Their mission should be to maintain the true god's influence on this land, reducing the number of outsiders setting foot here, but without interfering too much to avoid attracting attention. This might be why they are unwilling to intervene in the struggle between the old gods and the Ring of Order, yet they still try to continue their grand plan to resurrect the 3 old gods." Anson thought to himself. Because, in essence, the interests of the Gravikeepers and the true old gods are not entirely the same. The latter's goal is to regain their former status, or at least to avoid further interference. The former is to protect their legacy, or at least to prevent further loss, and if given the opportunity, to try to restore their faith. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them completely opposed. As for the Isar elves, they are formidable. They aim to establish a pure-blood royal family centered on the descendants of the true gods and to rule the world, something they haven't achieved in the past, have just suffered heavy losses, and see little hope for the future. Although pure-blood elves are few in number, once they awaken their power, their lifespan will be extremely long. Furthermore, their numbers are still greater than the fallen old god families, and they have mixed blood descendants to maintain their power, ensuring they don't lose the entity to sustain their rule. It's estimated that in the future, they will likely continue to exist as a marginal force that can be courted, occasionally popping up and reviving their past glory. From this, we arrive at 2 possibilities. Anson continued to speculate. First, the monster was an intruder into the tomb of the true god, or perhaps another force had invaded the tomb, breaching the restrictions on its gates. Ultimately, For some reason, that being was forced to remain inside, unable to escape easily. But one thing is certain, its invasion occurred at least 1,000 years ago. Talia nodded thoughtfully, then posed her question, why 1,000 years ago? Oh, it's because, Anson initially wanted to say that it was because he had visited Boredom. At least at that time the tomb of the true god was still intact, and an intruder couldn't have entered without leaving a trace in front of several apostles. It must have been a little later. However, he then realized he should reveal information about another timeline, so he changed his answer, because if it happened within this 1,000-year period, it coincides with the rise of the Church of the Ring of Order. If such a major event had truly occurred, it wouldn't have left no trace in the Church's recorded history. Therefore, it must have happened before this time, perhaps, related to the disappearance of Boredom. Indeed, that's quite possible. The pensive girl seemed to have made a connection and spoke softly. Perhaps it was the disappearance of Boredom and the departure of the apostles that gave the invaders an opportunity, or perhaps the invaders themselves were part of the whole Boredom disappearance incident. If that's the case, Talia probably understands why her father wouldn't tell the truth. It must be related to the last remaining old god families on the old continent, and even to the important reason for the decline of the old gods and the rise of the Ring of Order. No, he just doesn't want you to get entangled with other timelines, because the apostles have reached the point of directly opposing the world, and every step must be taken with caution. Anson listened attentively, and then continued to offer his conjecture. As for the second possibility, it's that the powerful being was not an invader, but a being that was already in the mausoleum. It was only because of other reasons that the primordial ring mark on the gate was damaged that it had a slight chance of escaping. I actually lean towards that possibility too, because based on the information we just gathered, if the inhabitants of the mausoleum are enemies, even if the tomb guardians don't eliminate them, they can't allow other outsiders to continue invading the mausoleum. That would be highly contrary to their interests. Moreover, they have repeatedly stated that to resurrect the deceased true gods, this presupposes that their remains are still intact. If that powerful being is an enemy, how can they ensure there are still things that can be resurrected? So, that powerful being is really related to the true gods. Talia's gaze became slightly unfocused. Then what exactly damaged the primordial ring mark on the gate, and why was it sealed within the mausoleum? This question was completely beyond the information the two currently possessed, and after a long silence, they could only hastily conclude it and put it aside. Fortunately, Anson had some other good news to share, preventing this long-awaited heart-to-heart conversation from falling into an awkward silence. For example, the translation of St. Isaac's handwritten notes. Anson had inquired about the translation with Talia, since ancient runes weren't a mainstream field of study, but certainly not a secret to the old god families, especially the rune families. Surprisingly, Talia didn't possess them. Talia's answer was that it was possible, but unnecessary. Aside from its ability to communicate with all things, ancient runes were no different from ordinary writing, even far simpler, their purpose being merely communication and information transmission. These attributes might be useful to dark mages who were keen on prying into the truth, but they offered no benefit to blood mages. As for communication, the rune families were ancient, powerful old god clans with immense strength and resources. Any communication should be conducted in a manner comfortable and respectable to the rune family, not the other way around. I see. No wonder he's Isaac Rand, whom my father once praised. I never imagined he could find a fourth possibility among the three evolutionary paths. After reading the translated version, the girl's surprise and admiration were palpable. Talia originally thought his goal was to master all three paths simultaneously. It seems he discovered the fatal flaw of this path even earlier than I imagined. He's truly remarkable, of course. Although he's exceptionally talented, it still took him over a decade to reach the fifth stage. He's only at the level of an ordinary mortal. The girl suddenly changed the subject, her eyes turning to the figure opposite her on the sofa. Compared to Anson, who went from an ordinary spellcaster to a blasphemous mage in just 2 years, it's still worlds apart. Faced with the girl's undisguised praise, which was filled with deep affection, Anson could only smile and steer the conversation in another direction. Is there any possibility of success with a fourth path? This time, Talia didn't answer immediately and remained silent for a long time. Difficult, very difficult. To merge with the world is indeed a very creative idea, but he shouldn't be the first to propose this approach. The Lord of the Abyss, the Shadow Fiend, and other spellcasters who may have mastered 2 evolutionary paths, their choices, in a sense, are a continuation of this path. Even if we disregard the origin that the Iser elves are so proud of, the method of integrating power into one's bloodline and continuing it can be seen as one way to merge with the world, but judging from the results, it still can't be considered a successful path. However, there is one thing, perhaps he is indeed correct, Talia carefully considered, compared to the first three paths, finding a fourth evolutionary path would probably require massive scale deductions to even have the chance of success, whether it's the boredom 1,000 years ago, or us 1,000 years later. A major reason why we have consistently failed is that the experimental sample size is still insufficient. Furthermore, the fact that many evolvers have chosen already mature paths further reduces the possibility of innovation and breakthroughs. If this machine he mentioned, called Babbage, can truly replace the spellcaster and perform thousands upon thousands of deductions, perhaps he might actually discover it. Talia turned her gaze to Anson. In that case, we only have one problem left, indeed. Anson nodded almost imperceptibly. The biggest problem was that the manufacturing technology of the difference engine was entirely in the hands of the Church of the Ring of Order, and under no circumstances would the Church open up this technology. Slightly disappointed, Anson sighed softly, preparing to consult a technical advisor skilled in ancient runes the next day to see if he was completely ignorant of the difference engine's technology. If he truly didn't know, then he could only try to find a solution from the Truth Society. However, the next morning, before Anson had even finished breakfast, he learned from the junior scribe that Kalinjak had returned to White Whale Harbor and was eager to see him, and with Roman. Did he really say that? Absolutely, the junior clerk nodded vigorously, his expression of horror even more exaggerated than if you had seen a monster. They said there's very important information that they must tell you in person. Kingdom of Clovis, Northport. The order to depart has been given. We'll set sail first thing tomorrow morning. Colonel William Cecil, who entered without any formalities, addressed Ludwig, who was about to fall asleep. Directly, the orders remain the same. As the vanguard of the Holy War Legion, we will capture the bridgehead in the New World and await the arrival of the follow-up troops. Very good. Ludwig took a deep breath and turned to look at the night sky outside the window. Rich Whale Harbor within 1 hour, without any stops in between. I hope you still remember the terrain and port conditions of Ice Dragon Fjord? William, no. Ludwig, stunned for a long time, realized something was wrong and turned his head in surprise. What did you just say? The orders have changed. William Cecil's expression was also somewhat strange. Our target is not Whale Harbor. Chapter 806 Sense of Crisis. So why did you make the Clovis the vanguard of the Holy War? A furious Arthur heard, soaked to the bone and standing before the ravaged docks of Edland, glared at the expressionless Grand Duke of Edland. It was late April, and Edland, having just weathered the storms and floods of the beginning of the year, was once again thriving. The warm, humid sea breeze was intoxicating, and the clear blue sky seemed to possess an irresistible magic, capable of revitalizing even the most gloomy moods. But for Arthur Hurd, who had only recently assumed the position of commander-in-chief, everything was quite the opposite. In order to set off for the New World expedition as quickly as possible, he had assembled half his army at top speed and arrived at Edland with almost no supplies. Then, he was met with the annual routine torrential rains and massive floods caused by high tides, turning most of the region and its cities into a swamp. Then, out of nowhere, fake news spread, claiming that the people of the New World were not heretics at all, but merely a group of ecumenical believers, and that the church would exterminate them as it had during the War of Independence, sparking a massive riot throughout the entire Adlan region. Arthur Hurd, with only a little over 10,000 lightly armed soldiers under his command, had to simultaneously suppress the rebellion and gather supplies. As a result, the riots cut off the entire Grand Duchy's roads, preventing supplies from reaching the port of Adland. The starving troops went on strike, and even Arthur himself was nearly captured by striking soldiers and rioting workers. Finally, when the riots subsided, supplies were mostly in place, the remaining troops gradually arrived, and the large fleet responsible for transporting the soldiers was assembled. Everything seemed to be nearing completion. The departure date was forcibly postponed by a month, and, not by anyone else, but by being placed after the Clovis. This was infuriating. Arthur Hurd, who had initially maintained his composure, was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand how the Empire had negotiated with the Church to allow the Clovis to gain such a significant advantage. Wasn't this bullying? But in Grand Duke Edland's eyes, things were completely different, quite the opposite. First of all, Arthur Herod's title of commander-in-chief was something he'd simply picked up by his royal status. The empire had countless nobles of high standing and numerous capable generals, yet, due to the queen's influence and the absurd reason of promoting a member of the royal family, a young man with almost no combat experience was made commander-in-chief. Not only that, but this person was also placed at the forefront of the expeditionary force, serving as the main force of the Holy War Army rather than a reinforcement. Under normal circumstances, Grand Duke Edlund would have certainly thought the emperor had lost his mind. Of course, the healthy emperor was perfectly clear-headed. He knew that this battle was a foregone conclusion. Aside from the possibility of a slight setback in the first battle, due to factors like unfamiliarity with the terrain, logistical difficulties, etc., once the main force of the Holy War Army arrived, the New World colonies, unable to muster even 50,000 men, would have no choice but to surrender. Although Arthur Herod had a good relationship with Louis and was indeed one of the more outstanding members of the younger generation of the royal family, at this moment, in the eyes of the Duke of Edlund, he was nothing more than an ungrateful wretch who had gained an advantage. The order of the expedition was determined through coordination between the papacy and various parties, not by His Majesty the Emperor alone. Not just you, but all legion commanders must obey orders and not act without authorization. After listening quietly to the others' complaints, Grand Duke Edlund said expressionlessly, "I understand your thoughts, but an order is an order. There is no room for discussion." "Of course I understand." Arthur Herod gritted his teeth. He really didn't want to speak so loudly. Not only was it disrespectful to the kingdom's higher-ranking official and his close friend's father, but it was also bad for his voice. However, he couldn't swallow his anger if he didn't speak up. "Even if we give the vanguard to the Clovis, it doesn't matter. After all, this way the main legion will consist of us and the Hansa Legion. We can also find a way to send those southern country bumpkins to a secondary battlefield. A legion composed entirely of imperial soldiers will indeed be safer, but isn't letting the Clovis capture Sailing City a bit too much? I remember initially promising them White Whale Harbor." Before the words were finished, Grand Duke Edlund, who had just been feeling quite annoyed, suddenly paused, looking at the puzzled eyes with surprise. But this surprise didn't last long, and the Grand Duke's expression returned to calm. "It's simple. This is an exchange of interests between the Emperor and Carlos II. An exchange?" Arthur, unaware that his words had just earned the other party's appreciation, scratched his head and tentatively asked, "You mean the Emperor and Carlos II made a deal, exchanging the city of Sales for the decision-making power not to interfere in the Holy War? That's only the surface level." Grand Duke Edlund straightened his collar and looked Arthur in the eye. "The most crucial part is to prevent Clovis from interfering, or rather, from intervening in that so-called Free Confederation in Ice Dragon Fjord, so that the Empire and the Papacy can defeat the enemy they want to defeat without worry. A war, especially an expedition, is never a matter of simply sending troops to foreign lands, planting one's own flag, and declaring victory or ending it. Such a victory will not satisfy the army, the local people will not submit, and the native nobles and commoners will not be proud. No, they want war, or rather, victory. They want to see soldiers sacrificed, enemies slaughtered, farmland and cities burned to the ground, and the desolation of the ruins filled with blood-stained bayonets and gun barrels spewing smoke. Because generals and knights need military merit for promotion, soldiers want to get rich through plunder, the rich and poor of the homeland all want those unclaimed properties, and only after all the tough guys are dead will the remaining locals willingly and unburdenedly kneel in submission. That sounds a bit sinister." Arthur frowned slightly, a little uncertain. "Are you sure you're describing a holy war army fighting for their faith, and not some demon enslaved by an evil god?" "I'm quite sure." Grand Duke Edlund twitched his lips. "In the entire New World, the only colonies that truly possess organizational capabilities are White Whale Harbor and Sailing City, and the latter has already suffered heavy losses due to the previous rebellion. Therefore, only White Whale Harbor qualifies as an enemy, and don't forget, the Rune family, wanted by the Holy See, also has their New World stronghold there. Therefore, it's more in the interest of the entire Holy War Army to first capture Sail City, which will offer almost no real resistance, or to let the Clovis suffer a bit first, reclaim the lost colonies along the way, and finally have a grand final battle at Whale Harbor. Of course, there's an even more important reason. To take the opportunity to completely exterminate the Clovis immigrants in the New World. Yes, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the Clovis's foundation and colonization in the New World, literally. But to Grand Duke Edlund's utter surprise, the Clovis actually agreed to this request. Perhaps short-sighted, or perhaps realizing the inevitable trend, they ultimately chose to abandon their colonies in exchange for advantages on their homeland, returning the snow-covered New World to the Empire. Without even closing his eyes, Duke Edlund could already imagine the horrific scene of the battle at White Whale Harbor. Anson Bach, the Storm Legion, the Rune family, they would all be annihilated under the siege of a 100,000-strong army. And the Judgment Knights. They would all die, like cockroaches being crushed. Coming to his senses, he noticed the young commander-in-chief before him frowning, as if worried and anxious about something. You don't believe me? No, I believe everything you just said without a doubt. After all, you are Louis's father, and I believe you wouldn't lie to me, but, Arthur paused, pursed his lips, and frowned even more deeply than before. But do you really think that Louis Bernard, currently serving as the governor of Sailing City, would be willing to cooperate with the Empire and the Church's plans for such a cruel approach? Of course, I believe Louis is still loyal to the Empire, but he's always been rather naive and often does. Alice, my lord, Lord Bernard, seeing Grand Duke Edlund's eyes suddenly widen as if petrified, Arthur, startled, frantically shouted, waving his hands in front of the other's eyes, but to no avail. The stunned Grand Duke Edlund was completely gripped by extreme panic. He seemed to have forgotten something extremely important. White Whale Harbor, Storm Legion headquarters. On the desolate plains surrounding the fortress, a dusty road, almost completely blocked by people, flowed slowly. Large contingents of soldiers, supply wagons, and livestock, marched in formations that were anything but neat in any way, assembling at the foot of the hill to await orders. Ever since Anson and Louis Bernard passed the order for emergency mobilization at the Supreme Council, calling on the colonies to gather their soldiers and formally establish the Confederate Army, troops had been arriving from ports or overland into the Ice Dragon Fjord to undergo uniform re-equipment and military reorganization. In fact, Anson had done the same thing once before, during the establishment of the Confederation and the War of Independence, but that time was short, and only the organization of the troops sent by the colonies was reorganized, while equipment, military system, and even tactics were still determined by each side according to their own circumstances, similar to bandits who had just been recruited. This is by no means an attempt to belittle the fighting capabilities of the colonial militias, as they were far inferior to the local bandits. Long marches, camping in the open, stealthy night raids, any one of these basic bandit tactics could have instantly killed the colonial militias, causing them to collapse without a fight. Therefore, even though he knew deep down that he was doing something futile, Anson Bach decided that these troops had to be assembled, trained, and commanded uniformly. He didn't expect them to become a well-trained, intimidating army, but at least he wanted the enemy to truly believe that this was an army, not some refugees or indigenous tribes. The colonies also understood that they had little say in military matters and readily agreed to the two governors' proposals, even offering to bear some of the costs. They were even willing to establish a Confederate General Staff as soon as possible and democratically elect the commander of the Confederate Army. This consolidation of the military would obviously severely damage the autonomy of the various colonies. It's easy to guess that once the General Staff is established, its centralization will be even greater than that of the Supreme Council. If any demands are not accepted, the Confederate warriors defending freedom will be ready to kick down doors and eliminate any traitors to freedom. However, as mentioned before, the colonies are quite self-aware. Even if Anson and Louis came up with seemingly reasonable reasons like guarding against an imperial counterattack, or even if they said guarding against the old gods, guarding against the Church's holy war army, or guarding against aliens, the necessary military control still had to be handed over. Otherwise, did they want to become traitors to freedom? When Anson Bach and Louis Bernard, along with Sail City and Ice Dragon Fjord, reached a consensus among the two major powers of the 13 colonies, the rest of the population either agreed or strongly endorsed the idea. But even if you can force others to agree, it doesn't necessarily guarantee the desired outcome. Laketown. 1000, Redan Bay. 800, Black Reef Harbor. 1000, Wintertorch. 400, Slave Harbor. 500, on a raised breach outside the fortress, Carl Bain looked at the figures just tallied by the General Staff, his face extremely grim. 13 colonies in total, except for Sailing City and Ice Dragon Fjord, have assembled an army of less than 10,000. What are they planning? In my opinion, they're not planning anything, just pure wishful thinking, Fabian said coldly beside him. In the eyes of these colonies, Protecting the Confederation and fighting the Empire is the mission of White Whale Harbor and Sailing City. Since we could defeat the Empire once, we can defeat it a second time. In their eyes, having gained independence in just 6 months, freedom is probably something easily obtained, but this time it's not just the Empire that's coming, it's a coalition army of at least 100,000 from the entire old world. Carl couldn't help but whisper, but then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Of course, they probably won't understand the difference, whether it's 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, or even 1 million, it makes no difference to these people. Fabian nodded slightly upon hearing this, agreeing with his chief of staff's assessment. However, to be realistic, having fewer troops is, in a sense, a good thing, Fabian added, changing the subject. This way, we can reduce the number of people we need to train them and focus our efforts on training the last 5,000 ranged troops. The Holy War Army will arrive in 60 or 70 days. If we hurry, we might still make it. Yes, the two men exchanged a worried glance, their tension easing considerably at the thought that the enemy wouldn't arrive for another 2 months. What they didn't know was that the New World didn't have 2 months left. Chapter 807. It's time. According to the latest intelligence, the vanguard of the Holy War Army has already set off. The exact number of troops and departure point are unknown, but the total size should be around 20,000, and the fleet should be a large fleet of no less than 30 warships, although it's unclear which port they'll be using. It's either Adranport or Northport, and the departure time is likely to be in early April. On the way to the Supreme Council Hall, Anson hurried forward while quietly telling Lewis beside him the first-hand intelligence he had just obtained. The simple yet exquisite cedar wood doors opened repeatedly in front of the two, ignoring the representatives on both sides who tried to curry favor, and walked straight into the main hall. Strategic plans, operational objectives, navigation routes, we know absolutely nothing. But even by the most optimistic estimate, it's at least a replica of Bernard Maruis's army. Not only do they have twice the manpower, but they also possess a massive fleet, Anson continued calmly, without turning his head, a stark contrast to Lewis beside him, whose expression grew increasingly grave. If we're to engage the enemy in a direct confrontation, assuming we don't defend the port, a near certain death, only urban warfare in a city can mitigate our disadvantages and allow us to muster at least the same strength as the enemy. In other words, the entire Confederation's main force must be assembled to have any chance of fighting the enemy, and because it's urban warfare, the casualties will inevitably be far greater than on the main battlefield. Even with an optimistic estimate, we must be prepared for a quarter casualties. The Confederation can only fight such a battle once. Meanwhile, the Holy War Army, with its fleet, can choose any battlefield, keeping us constantly on the move. Lewis, his brow furrowed, said in a low voice, his heart heavy with worry. And this is just a vanguard. There are at least 100,000 main forces to follow. Once they all arrive, we'll have to prepare for the fall of more than half of the Confederacy's territory and retreat to inland strongholds. Anson nodded casually. If we're unlucky, we might even be trapped in some port colony, forced to fight a hopeless siege. In the end, we'll either surrender or be annihilated. The young knight's heart tightened, and he pursed his lips tightly. Therefore, the most important task now is to improve the survivability of each colony and to increase the number of troops within the Confederation as much as possible, establishing a Confederate army of at least 50,000 men. This is the bottom line. Just before reaching the main hall entrance, Anson suddenly stopped and gave Lewis a deep look. Establish a general staff, build a systematic command structure, and improve the organization. Of course, we must also try to secure reinforcements. The Bernard family and other powerful imperial families that oppose the war should continue to write to them, explaining the advantages and disadvantages, and mediating on behalf of the war effort. Also, Clovis, Hantu, Iser, the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea, even the papacy itself, utilize all available connections as much as possible, no matter how slim the hope. To put it bluntly, all our efforts now are not to give the Confederation any hope of defeating the Holy War Legion, but to increase our bargaining chips when surrendering after holding off the first wave of the Holy War's offensive. Taking a deep breath, Lewis nodded vigorously. I understand. He knew, of course, that Anson's intentions went beyond simply preserving the Confederacy under the onslaught of the Holy War Army. As the governor of Sailing City, he was obligated to agree to, and even stand entirely on Anson's side, push for the establishment of a general staff, the election of a Confederacy army commander, and the centralization of power over the entire Confederacy. This, of course, contradicted the young knight's aspirations and even his initial motivation for becoming governor of Sailing City, to curb the Confederacy colonies, originally part of the empire, from aligning them entirely with the Clovis forces led by White Whale Harbor, or rather, to become Anson Bach's private property. But after experiencing so much, Lewis gradually understood a principle: ideals are important, but there are things more important than ideals in this world, and that is survival. If even the most basic survival cannot be guaranteed, the loftiest ideals are nothing but the delusions of a madman. A knight who fights to the death is noble, but if the price is the deaths of millions of innocent people, then he is merely a coward who dares not face defeat, a selfish and self-deceiving fraud. The most important thing for the Free Confederation right now is survival. Since Anson Bach's method seems to be the most feasible, it's only right to give up some futile insistence when there's nothing else to do. Let's go, the young knight, resolute in his decision, said in a deep voice. Sailing City will fully support your decision, and as for persuading others, that's your forte. I think it's time to let them know the truth. The truth. Paulina Frey, seated in her seat, looked up in surprise at the figure she trusted most, her voice tinged with a hint of fear as she sensed something. Governor Anson Bach, could you please be more explicit? As soon as she finished speaking, the chairman and acting chairman of the various colonies, along with representatives from the 13 colonies, all turned their gazes toward Anson. The so-called truth, which Sir Louis Bernard and I have never mentioned before, is that your belief that the Confederation's impending enemy is the Empire, or the Clovis Legion attempting to reclaim the colonies, is likely incorrect. Facing the representatives with varying expressions, Anson spoke calmly and casually. According to the intelligence we currently possess, the Empire has obtained authorization from the Church to call upon the entire order world to assemble an army to fight for a faith and launch a holy war against the Free Confederation. Their pretext is the rebellion of the colonies, disobedience to the Ring of Order. And the many ordinary people and natives living on this land who do not believe in the Ring of Order but have not been persecuted for it, their goal is to exterminate us, plunder our wealth, destroy the Free Confederation's order, divide the ruins into parishes, build cathedrals, and then enslave the remaining people. Therefore, it is regrettable that our enemy this time is not the Empire, but the entire world. Yes, you have no doubt, you heard correctly, our enemy is the entire world. As the words fell, Anson, expressionless, lowered his head and casually tidied the documents on the table. As if he had merely announced something mundane like this year's food price increase, the atmosphere in the hall was deathly silent, almost suffocating. Both the speaker and the ordinary representatives were silent, their minds reeling with a word they had never considered, or rather, dared not imagine. We, the Free Confederation, a mere 13 colonies, a confederation with less than 2 million people, are we to be at odds with the entire world? The young knight lowered his head and sighed softly. Although he already knew this information, hearing Anson state the facts in this tone again still overwhelmed him with an indescribable sense of powerlessness. Despair. In the ensuing silence, Anson spoke again, his face expressionless. Yes, we should be in despair. When we chose this path, we should have been prepared to experience this feeling. When we raised the banner of freedom and equality, declaring our resistance against slavery and injustice, we should have known how powerful, despicable, and shameless our enemies were. We were not fighting against individuals, but against devils, evil gods, and monsters. When we were driven to a dead end, when we could no longer endure it, when we rose up in resistance, we should have known that the evil gods and devils would not give up easily, would not stand idly by, and would not even don a benevolent face, pretending to be noble and virtuous knights, and coexist with us amicably. You should all know that's impossible. Anson glanced around at the crowd, a cold, mocking smile in his eyes. To entrust one's life and death to another, even hoping to gain fairness, oh, I should say superficial fairness and justice, to treat others with courtesy, is absurd. Like a slave demanding wages from their master and feeling as if they've gained freedom. But unfortunately, this slave owner not only doesn't want to pay wages, he also gathers all the little companions he's bullied, oppressed, and ultimately forced to submit to him to come and speak ill of us slaves, calling us immoral. He even feels it's not safe to do it himself, because we slaves seem capable of resistance. Therefore, he insists on everyone coming together to hold us down, beat us, ravage us, cut our throats, break our bones, tear our flesh, rip out our internal organs, and finally point at our corpses saying, "Look, what a filthy, ugly, and morally depraved slave he is." Only Anson's heavy voice echoed in the quiet air. "Louis, sensing something was amiss, looked up, wanting to interrupt Anson, but before he could speak, he remembered his promise and remained silent. Anson, still expressionless, noticed his movement and only continued after seeing the young knight return to his seat. So if you still feel despair, please keep that despair and then seriously consider what you want to do next, and what you should do. Of course, some may think that even if we truly become enemies of the world, there is still some time. Anson's tone became flat and cold again. To these people, I have another piece of less pleasant news to tell you. The Holy War Army, with approximately 20,000 men, has set sail from a port on the Old World and will soon appear on the Confederacy's coastline: Sailing City, Black Reef Harbor, Red Hand Bay, Long Lake Town, White Whale Harbor, Slave Harbor. Any one of these 6 ports could become a target, and with the Confederacy's current military capabilities, it is impossible to completely secure all ports. Targeting protection of 1 or 2 is already extremely difficult. If we were to engage in direct combat, we would need to assemble no fewer than 50,000 troops to have any chance of victory. Please note, I said possibly. We know nothing about whether this army is elite or weak, or its equipment level. All we know is that behind this fleet are at least 100,000 troops, and the world's hostility towards the Free Confederation. Therefore, I formally propose that we accelerate the mobilization efficiency of the colonies, and mobilize at least another 20,000 soldiers. Of course, as an equal member of the Confederation, I am merely making a proposal to you all. Anson raised his head and surveyed the room. I also propose shortening the appeal process, expediting the establishment of the Confederation Legion's General Staff, and immediately beginning the election of a Confederation commander. I don't want to tell you that simply electing a commander and establishing a legion will guarantee the Confederation's freedom, but I want to tell you that our enemy is unprecedentedly powerful and unprecedentedly greedy. The moment they labeled us as enemies of the world of order, they wanted more than just our submission. They wanted complete enslavement from the inside out. They want money, and lives. As the cold words fell, Anson intentionally or unintentionally turned his gaze to Reinhard Roland, the president of New Continent Company. Pursed his lips, his eyes constantly darting around, as if anxiously awaiting something. President Reinhardt, is there anything you wish to say? Me, startled by being called upon, Reinhardt's eyes darted around nervously, and he hesitated. I do have some matters to report to you as soon as possible, but not here. I mean, to avoid wasting everyone's time, perhaps after the meeting, when you feel you have more time. There's no need for that. Anson directly interrupted his stammering attempt to smooth things over. We are all part of the Confederation. Whatever the situation, everyone here has the right to know. There's no need to hide anything. Reinhardt stood frozen in place for nearly half a minute. All right, the head of the bank sighed, rising to his feet under the watchful eyes of everyone present, his hands gripping the table. He looked at them with a slightly helpless expression. This is intelligence just delivered by our partner in the Kingdom of Naxial. A large fleet, waving the banner of the Ring of Order, has just made a brief stop at Naxial Harbor due to a storm. The entire fleet comprises approximately 30 warships, including 2 battleships equipped with 68-pounder cannons and 1 ironclad, including all sailors. The total strength is around 30,000. This fleet sent a call to the Kingdom of Naxial regarding the Ring of Order Church's call for holy war, but the Naxial royal family declined, citing the ongoing civil war. Currently, the fleet has left Naxial Harbor and is heading towards the Free Confederation, and the commander of this army is one of the 6 Legion commanders of the Holy War Legion, Major General Ludwig Franz. Chapter 808. It will always come. Beneath the leaden dome, a damp and icy wind howled across the turbulent sea, whipping up wave after wave of black waves. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the crashing spray carried away unmelted ice floes, which drifted aimlessly across the surface. Crossing the turbulent sea was never a comfortable voyage. Ice floes, reefs, currents, storms, and the long journey itself, along with numerous threats yet to be fully revealed. Even the most experienced captains and aging sailors could not guarantee a safe return to sea. Yet, the immense, almost unbelievable profits compelled countless people to build ships and risk everything, setting sail on stormy, high-flying days. In late April, as the ice and snow melted, a massive fleet, bearing both the royal flag of Clovis and the flag of the church, had crossed the most dangerous waters of the entire ocean, entering the latter half of its journey and beginning its approach to the snow-covered New World. More than 30 warships, including 2 of its main battleships, were all damaged to varying degrees. Their hulls were battered and torn, some even having their mainmasts teetering precariously. held together by ropes to prevent them from crashing through their already cratered decks. Internally, the fleet was rife with problems and conflicts. The Royal Army and Navy were inherently at odds, the former envious of the latter's high status, while the latter resented the former's high positions, leading to the long-term political marginalization of naval commanders. Furthermore, the Clovis Holy War Army was not a seasoned, well-coordinated force, but rather a hodgepodge of misfits cobbled together from hundreds of thousands of troops across the country, making it extremely difficult for any faction to reach a consensus, let alone unite. As the vanguard, this legion's mission was to reach the battlefield as quickly as possible and gain the upper hand. Since speed was paramount, supplies had to be reduced to a barely adequate level. However, the Royal Navy, accustomed to long-range voyages, knew exactly how much supplies were needed for such missions, and all necessities were prepared in advance. There was no need for last-minute scrambling, and they certainly wouldn't share supplies with a Royal Army. So, when an army company commander was munching on worm-infested biscuits and drinking watered-down beer, while his lower-ranking bosun received rum and canned meat, the conflict erupted. And just as the issue of unfair treatment subsided, reports surfaced of logistics personnel embezzling supplies and even smuggling valuable warehouse space. Discontent burned like a raging fire on the decks and cabins of every ship. Just as morale was wavering, the lookouts, having mutinied and gone on strike, failed to notice the changing weather and were caught head-on in a sea storm. By the time they realized the dire situation, it was too late. The massive, cumbersome fleet crashed into the eye of the storm. On the dark, murky sea, the black water churned up towering waves, turning into white foam amidst the thunderous roar of cannons. Unmelted ice floes, like cannonballs, relentlessly battered the decks and hulls. Icy rain poured down the crater decks and ice-crushed hulls into the cabins. Malnutrition and diseases like the chill quickly spread. Birth, class, region, interests, plague, environment. Every factor that could cause an army to lose morale and collapse erupted one after another throughout the fleet. In their most desperate moments, even the previously opposing Army and Navy soldiers and sailors set aside their differences and started betting on how many ship compartments will be breached today and which ship will sink first, with large and small stakes swirling around. This somewhat darkly humorous desperate entertainment quickly dissolved the internal divisions. Under the threat of death, enjoying the moment and prolonging their lives became everyone's primary concerns. Of course, this did little to resolve the crisis. Ultimately, it was William Cecil's Naval Officer Corps, united around the Cecil family, who stepped forward. These men, with their rich experience and daring actions, successfully led the fleet out of the storm area, thus avoiding the tragic fate of ships sinking and tens of thousands of people being sacrificed to the Lord of the Abyss. Of course, similar incidents of lost supplies, accidental falls into the water, freezing to death, drowning, and dying of disease were countless, so many that the entire fleet didn't even bother to keep count. The Holy War Legion that finally escaped was, apart from its size, almost indistinguishable from some of the more tragic pirates. After thorough internal discussions, the naval officers proposed that the fleet change course, first heading to Nakshir port for a brief rest and resupply before resuming its original route. Their reasoning was simple: given the fleet's current condition, if they didn't find a nearby port to rest quickly, it was uncertain whether they could capture Sailboat City, and more than half of the sailors and soldiers might immediately mutiny. Sailor mutinies were not uncommon in the Navy, but considering the severe damage to the fleet's ships, even if a mutiny were successfully suppressed, 2/3 of the ships might be sunk. This time, the proposal was met with no further opposition or discontent. It was unanimously approved by everyone from officers to sailors, or rather, those troublemaking opinion leaders had essentially gone to meet the Lord of the Abyss. As it turned out, they were right. Despite declining the invitation to join the war under the pretext that the Civil War is not yet over and hoping to remain neutral, the Nakshir royal family was willing to open its ports to the Holy War Legion and provide the necessary supplies at market prices. With the church providing logistical support, there was no risk of default. The fleet, having just survived a devastating ordeal, underwent a week of rest and recuperation, replenishing its lost supplies and even purchasing cheap timber, asphalt, and iron products from the Nakshir royal family for simple repairs to its damaged ships. While some within the fleet expressed skepticism about this unexpected windfall, many others believed it was a deliberate attempt by the Nakshir kingdom to appease the papacy and the Holy War Army, avoiding intervention in the Civil War. The Nakshir royal family was also pleased The various supplies they had acquired cheaply from the Free Confederation had finally found a reliable and stable market. 7 days later, the revitalized fleet set sail again and successfully entered the waters nominally controlled by the Free Confederation, beginning its journey towards its final destination. At the very front of the fleet, on the deck of the flagship, the Crown, Rear Admiral Ludwig Franz stood on the edge of the ship's railing, holding a monocular telescope and gazing at the coastline already visible to the naked eye. Although the turbulent sea lapped and swelled, his well-proportioned figure remained steady, as if he had become one with the warship. Behind him, countless figures moved back and forth. Although they were still several days away from their destination, the entire fleet was already preparing for a landing. This was both Ludwig's long-standing habit and his method of commanding troops, using forceful orders to compel his subordinates to perform unwilling tasks, and then through constant practice, cultivating in them a conditioned reflex of obedience and a reluctance to voice dissent. If it were the Southern Army, Ludwig wouldn't have done such unnecessary things, but on the one hand, this time his Holy War Army was a hodgepodge of ragtag soldiers cobbled together from hundreds of thousands of royal troops, and on the other hand, this time the opponent was none other than Anson Bach. Ludwig murmured, putting down his binoculars and taking a deep breath. The cold, damp sea breeze rushed into his limbs from his nostrils, instantly making him much more awake. In 3 more days, we'll reach Sail City. William Cecil silently walked up behind him, pretending not to have heard anything, and handed Ludwig a bottle of rum. It's an excellent deep-water port, but as a battlefield, it's not enough to withstand the siege of 30 warships. I suggest splitting the Legion in 2. The main force will be responsible for besieging Sail City, while the rest, along with other light cruisers, will harass other ports in the colony. At the same time, we can blockade the entire coastal waters to prevent the enemy from using ships to quickly transport supplies and troops. There's no need for that. Ludwig took the bottle without turning his head. The entire army will proceed to Sail City as is, and then simultaneously launch a siege from both land and sea. There's no need to change the plan. Why? William Cecil was very puzzled. According to the intelligence we have, the Free Confederation only has a batch of lightly armed, even unarmed, 3-masted sailing ships. The ports also lack coastal defenses such as fortifications. They simply cannot resist attacks from the sea. Blocking the coastal waters and harassing the port will cut off reinforcements east of Grey Dove Castle, forcing them to move only by land. I don't know if you're familiar with the colony's road conditions, because I really don't know that, Ludwig interrupted, turning around abruptly. Colonel William Cecil, you're right. I don't know much about the Free Confederation, and I'm completely ignorant of the Navy. But there's one thing I'm very certain of. What? That is, Anson Bach will definitely not reinforce from the sea. Looking at the bewildered expression on his face, Ludwig said confidently, once we split our forces, it will be completely pointless except to slow down the siege and give him an opportunity to reinforce, and those small units we send out to attack the port will likely be ambushed by him, causing pointless losses and casualties, and they might even have their ships captured and used to attack us. William Cecil frowned, seemingly incredulous yet unable to find a reason to refute. Commander, we're discussing the Free Confederation, not Anson Bach. Anson Bach. Yes, you're right, Ludwig nodded almost imperceptibly, so let's make a bet and see if that's the case. With that, he forcefully broke the cork and took a large gulp of rum into the sea breeze. Meanwhile, in the High Council of White Whale Harbor, Anson, having hastily concluded his meeting, was discussing defense issues with Lewis. Plans can't keep up with changes. I was originally planning to at least wait until the commander of the Confederate Army was chosen before. Oh well, it's done now. Shaking his head with some regret, Anson looked helplessly at the young knight. You must return to Salestown immediately and begin preparing for defense. The faster the better, but you must depart by land. As long as it's not too late, try to avoid traveling by sea. Time is of the essence, so I won't explain the reasons to you. Lewis nodded slightly, looking at Anson with trust. I'll set off with Frey right now. If all goes well, 5 days, within 5 days we can return to Salestown. Although I think Major General Ludwig is more likely to attack Whale Harbor, I can't rule out the possibility that the Holy War Legion will make Salestown their first stop. Anson sighed softly. He's the cautious type who won't easily divide his forces unless absolutely necessary. There are still many mudflats around Sailing City, so he will most likely attack from both land and sea simultaneously, controlling the surrounding transportation routes and gradually breaking down the town's outer defenses. Unless he's forced into a corner or finds some key weakness, there's no need to worry about him risking a surprise attack, like Thunder Fortress. Lewis gave him a meaningful look. Yes, just like back in Thunderberg, Anson shrugged, admitting with a wry smile, once it's confirmed that the Holy War Army's target is indeed Sailing City, I'll immediately send troops to support it, but you'd better not go back alone. Take some troops with you, the militias, mercenaries, adventurers from the various colonies, bring everyone you can. I don't expect them to be very effective, but at least they can help divert some of Sailing City's attention and delay Ludwig's offensive efficiency. He won't dare to commit everything unless the external threats are eliminated, of course. Even if it's just a show skeleton army, it should at least have a core elite force with decent combat power. I'll assign you an infantry regiment and a cavalry company from the Storm Legion. This will save us a lot of obstacles in communication and contact. Which infantry regiment? The young knight asked without hesitation. Without even considering whether this was a shackle Anson had deliberately placed there to monitor and control him. The one I trust most, Anson said softly, a smile playing on his lips. Achoo. In the command post camp not far away, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukovsky, who was organizing training, suddenly shivered, as if he were being watched by something, and looked around in fear. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809 You Despicable Person. That's roughly the situation. Although Sail City has nothing to do with our Storm Legion, if it falls so easily, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. Sail City must not fall, or rather, it cannot fall so quickly, at least not now. You know the opposing commander-in-chief, Major General Ludwig. He's not the kind of person who will hold a grudge against you just because you oppose him. As long as you're open and honest, he's easy to talk to. Don't forget, Colonel William Cecil is also there. He can easily mediate between the two sides. I'm saying this to put your mind at ease. Even if you're defeated and captured, it doesn't matter. As long as you explain the indirect loyalty matter clearly, our old superiors certainly won't make things too difficult. Of course, this is just to put your mind at ease, not to say you will definitely be defeated and captured. Well, that's not necessarily. Sigh, why must it be you? Oh dear Alexia, why are you becoming so suspicious again? I've said it so many times, the person I trust most in the entire Storm Legion is you. What? I only said it twice, and the last time was during the Battle of Black Reef Harbor, where you were sent to draw the enemy's attention? You must be mistaken. Think again. In the final Battle of the Desert, wasn't your regiment responsible for flank support? Do I need to explain again how much I trust you? In short, I've already told you the plan and the mission. Communicate with Major Jason and Sir Louis Bernard if anything happens. You might not believe me, but Louis's command abilities aren't bad. He just prefers straightforward confrontations and often overlooks dangers outside the battlefield. I think so too. Maybe he and Major Ludwig would make a perfect pair of opponents. Haha. So, the important mission of protecting the Confederation's freedom and creating a favorable situation for the Storm Legion is entirely entrusted to you, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Yudukovsky. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment, left White Whale Harbor in tears. Perhaps sensing his future, he briefly bid farewell to his officers before leaving, receiving enthusiastic encouragement, and confirming that he was indeed traveling alone, not dragging others down with him. Major Jason Fruhoff was an exception. He was there to find companionship and balance. That evening, Louis and the 2nd Infantry Regiment packed their bags and set off with the Free Confederation's call to arms. Besides rushing to Salestown to prepare for defense, they were also tasked with urging the colonies to conscript soldiers and quickly build a 50,000-strong Confederate army. As for the tasks of assembling and training troops in Wintertorch, Grey Snow, and the 5 eastern colonies, the governor of East Dragonfjord, as the leader of the strongest power in the east, naturally took on the responsibility. Outside the north gate of White Whale Harbor, a beaming Anson personally led a group of officers in a tearful farewell to Louis and the 2nd Infantry Regiment. As the sun gradually dimmed, the nearly 1,000-strong column slowly marched into the distance, gradually receding, blurring, and finally disappearing completely below the horizon. Ahead of them, the new Continent Bank branches in Lake Town, Red Hand Bay, and Black Reef Harbor had begun mobilizing logistical resources. Ample supplies and personnel would greatly accelerate the march, if all went smoothly. Lewis, who was simultaneously marching and assembling his troops, would reach Black Reef Harbor within 5 days, and see the walls of Salestown 10 days later. The plan is going smoothly. Looking at the approaching dusk, Carl Bain, a cigarette dangling from his lips, couldn't help but speak. Sending Louis Bernard away legitimately means there's no longer any force in the High Council that can rival you, hindering your control of the Confederation. This will make it easier for us subordinates to carry out our work, such as planting our cronies in the soon-to-be-established Confederation General Staff, turning it into your personal fiefdom, Governor of Istdragonthjord, cough cough cough. Why are you saying all this? Anson, his eyes still wet with tears, glared fiercely at his chief of staff, looking utterly aggrieved. Reorganizing the Confederation Army, accelerating the High Council's centralization of power. I've been busy doing all this for the Confederation. How could I be doing it for myself? How? Carl, still holding his cigarette, looked up at the sky, utterly at a loss for words. Okay, even if there's only a tiny bit of selfishness in a 100% contribution, isn't that perfectly reasonable? Anson sighed helplessly. Even the tiny bit of selfishness is entirely for everyone's benefit, Carl. You know me, I personally don't care about fame or fortune at all. It's just that when you're doing things for everyone, you have to cater to the majority's ideas. Even if you don't want it, you have to take a slice of the pie to make it easier for others to profit, and you're forced to bear the stigma of being self-serving and usurping power. Sigh. Jealousy, pure jealousy. Anson sighed deeply, ignoring the chief of staff's eye roll, looking utterly sad. I know what you're thinking. Going to such lengths to send Louis Bernard back to Sailing City isn't just about consolidating power and guarding against Major General Ludwig's attack. The key is to take this opportunity to convince the High Council, making them guarantee I'll be elected commander of the Confederate Army. Looking at the cigarette butt that had already burned out at the corner of Carl's mouth, Anson chuckled and pulled out a cigarette case and matches from his pocket, handing it to him. Right. The chief of staff silently lit a match, completely unwilling to waste any more words with the governor. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The entire Storm Legion was already familiar with it and felt no psychological burden whatsoever. After all, it was the truth. Only Sailing City and Istdragonfjord were truly qualified to lead the entire Free Confederation. Giving up the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Confederation would be tantamount to surrendering control of the war, at least control of their own side. Although Louis Bernard was a genuinely upright and impeccably good man, when their lives were at stake, no one in the Storm Legion, including Anson himself, dared to take such a risk. Despicable or shameless, having been forced to become enemies with the Holy War Legion, the Storm Legion had to become the leader and core of the Confederation. No matter how honest and upright Louis Bernard was, entrusting his fate to outsiders was simply not. Commander-in-Chief of the Confederation Legion. I won't compete with Louis, Anson suddenly spoke up. If he really wants that position, then let him have it, huh? Thinking he had misheard, Carl turned around abruptly. Too shocked to believe it, he shoved the lit cigarette butt into his mouth, then spat it out, precisely hitting the seemingly calm and collected commander-in-chief. Anson, nearly hit in the ear by a cigarette butt, was instantly bewildered. What are you doing? That's not your place to say. It's my turn. Carl clearly didn't have time to pay attention to certain details. What exactly do you want? What do I want? Didn't I already explain it clearly? You explained, but I really don't understand at all. Sigh. What don't you understand? Say it again. I don't understand anything. Carl's brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with shock. Giving the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Confederate Army to Louis Bernard? Are you crazy? Of course not, and I never said I was going to give it to him, Anson corrected. Listen carefully, I said if he wants it. If he doesn't want it, of course I won't force him. You'd better ask Alan Dawn to study this kind of word game. My governor. Carl was so angry that his teeth itched. Explain yourself. Why is this? Of course, it's to ensure that Bernard and the Roland family can continue to stand on our side, Anson said matter-of-factly. If Major General Ludwig's first attack is on Whale Harbor, that's fine, but if it's Sailing City, do you know what that means? For the Kingdom of Clovis, having gained the time advantage of an advanced force, taking Whale Harbor and subsequently acquiring the entire Istdragonfjord is the optimal solution, maximizing their gains. While conquering Sailing City would certainly earn them prestige, it would also mean completely abandoning all their interests in the colonies and handing them over to the Church and the Empire. In a sense, Calling it the worst-case scenario wouldn't be an exaggeration, because it means that Clovis, at least on the main battlefield, has no intention of gaining any benefits. The Church and the Empire are willing to give the opportunity to capture Sail City to the Clovis not only to prevent the Clovis from fighting passively, but also to minimize their own interests from being harmed. Since they are the vanguard, their armament level is presumably mainly lightly armed, and they won't cause too much damage to the city, Anson said in a deep voice. Sail City is the core of the Empire's rule in the colonies. As long as we ensure its absolute safety in the upcoming war, the Emperor and the Papacy can use this to win over the Bernard and Roland families and unite those imperial princes who originally opposed this holy war. Once the situation develops to this point, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, Sail City must not fall easily, and Louis Bernard must stand on our side, no matter what the cost. We must ensure this. Carl Bain, whose face was tense, did not interrupt Anson and listen quietly to the end. So the key is not Louis and the Confederation, but to use this to coerce the Bernard family. Don't put it so harshly. Anson couldn't help but twitch his lips. It should be said that we're using appeasement to ensure our allies remain on our side, or remain neutral, at least not defecting to the enemy, but that's just how it is. The Chief of Staff nodded knowingly, understanding the governor's perfect plan. The fact that Sail City couldn't fall easily and Louis Bernard's firm stance were key to ensuring the Bernard and Roland families wouldn't easily support the war. Both had huge interests in Sail City. Failing to capture Sail City and secure those interests would harm the interests of the northern powerful families and lords, led by these two families. And Louis Bernard was the only legitimate heir of the Bernard family. If he firmly stood against the Holy War Army, even becoming the commander of the Confederate Army and the nominal leader of the 13 colonies, the Storm Legion, which had spearheaded the colonial rebellion, would be even less likely to be targeted by the Empire or the Papacy. After all, they had to explain why the Rune family in Anson Bach, who were touted as the source of all evil, were not leaders of the Confederation, and why the one leading the colonial heretical rebels against the Empire and the Holy War Army was a former imperial attaché and a direct heir of the Bernard family. This was why Anson Bach had suddenly acted so magnanimously, even willing to relinquish the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Confederation to Louis. Despicable, truly despicable, Carl muttered to himself, filled with emotion. Anson narrowed his eyes. What did you say? I said, as expected of you, you can come up with such a perfect plan. Taking a deep breath, the Chief of Staff seamlessly switched adjectives, but there's still one question. Why did you decide to send Alexei to his death with Louis Bernard in Sailing City? I mean, to provide support. Well, there are two main reasons. Anson calmly held up two fingers. First, of course, because Alexei is the person I trust most, though not the only one. Oh, and the second one, Carl asked without hesitation, completely ignoring the first one. The second reason, of course, is because Colonel Roman is also in the departing column. We can't stop Major General Ludwig without him. Anson sighed. You know, Colonel Roman isn't the talkative type. I'm worried that if someone who knows him goes with him, it might cause some accidents, so I can only let someone who doesn't know him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Carl, with a strange expression, pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and asked, who told you that Alexei and Roman don't know each other? Anson Bach. In the column heading to Long Lake Town, Alexei, walking in the middle of the infantry regiment, had a stiff face, as if he was desperately suppressing some kind of impulse, his scalp tingling as he buried his head and hurried forward. But unfortunately, he couldn't resist in the end, turning his head to glance at the profile of the person beside him, only to find that the other person was also looking at him, causing him to shudder. Ask whatever you want, Roman said coldly, his face as cold as ice. But I must remind you, the more truth you know, the harder it will be to escape when you want to. Understand? Understood? Alexei quickly nodded in agreement. I only have one thing I want to know, just one. Roman, expressionless, neither answered nor refused, waiting quietly. Alexei took a deep breath. He first looked around to make sure no one was watching them before taking another deep breath, as if gathering his courage, and cautiously asked, you're also planning to join us, to indirectly gain loyalty, is that right, Roman? Chapter 810 The enemy approaches Yangfan City. April 28, 102 AD, was destined to be a very special day for the Free Confederation. After trade with the Kingdom of Nakhir ended in late March, various intelligence reports about an imperial counterattack began to circulate, with countless rumors and gossip spreading throughout the colonies. The inaction of the High Council, coupled with the even more fueling of these rumors by the colony's newspapers, created widespread anxiety within the newly upgraded Free Confederation. As April arrived and the snow melted, the High Council not only failed to refute the rumors but also accelerated the formation of the Confederation Legion. The establishment of the General Staff and the conscription of troops across the land were all put on the agenda, effectively confirming the previous rumors. When Louis Bernard marched westward, issuing the High Council's final resolutions and assembling the Confederation Legion, the colonies, which had previously clung to a last shred of hope, could no longer remain passive. They gathered all the armed forces within their territories and joined the governor's ranks in Sailing City. This wasn't because they were truly righteous, but rather based on a very simple principle. Salestown was the only one of the 13 colonies in the Confederation with complete fortifications and abundant resources. If their own colonies were destroyed, they could escape to Salestown, but if Salestown were destroyed, then it would be time to consider surrendering. Although Whale Harbor was no less powerful than Salestown, the liberals of the former colonies, facing imminent disaster, clearly trusted their own people more. The Heart Guardians Alliance in various locations also played a significant role in recruiting soldiers. Although nominally indifferent to sectarian differences, the core of the alliance was still the ecumenical church led by Bishop Ripper, having been persecuted and massacred by the papacy, and having endured centuries of war yet still refusing to bow down. Those who fled to the New World could never forget the consequences of being targeted by the papacy. Soon, Louis Bernard, while marching rapidly and gathering reinforcements, saw his army expand rapidly from the initial 2nd Infantry Regiment of less than 1,000 men. By the time he was about to cross the pass of Black Lagoon to Grey Dove Castle, he had amassed an army of at least 20,000 men, comparable in number to Ludwig's. Of course, this army was highly diverse: adventurers of unknown origin, devout fanatics, assimilated indigenous tribes, mercenary groups that were half bandits and half civilians, local militia, caravan guards. It was practically a parade of all social classes in the Free Confederation, a bewildering mix. Of these men, apart from less than a fifth of the militia and the original 2nd Infantry Regiment, who were able to steadfastly carry out Louis Bernard's orders, the rest were basically a coalition of feudal lords who acted independently under a banner, their level of competence approaching that of the feudal lords of the early Dark Ages. As for equipment and personnel quality, it was indescribable. Organizations like adventurers, mercenaries, and militias knew to bring their own weapons and rations, while some who joined on a whim didn't even have a decent weapon. On the 3rd day of their march, an unfortunate soul collapsed by the roadside after 2 days of hunger. And scrambling for supplies among friendly forces was common. Furthermore, as news of the Holy War Army spread, more and more colonists began to volunteer. Those east of Lake Town were mostly converging on Whale Harbor, while those west were joining Louis Bernard's forces. When the vanguard of the massive army entered Grey Dove Fortress, reinforcements continuously arrived along the route from Black Reef Harbor to Lake Town. If the New World Company hadn't undertaken a large portion of the supply duties, and if the colonies hadn't gained experience in the flow of goods through trade with the North Sea kingdoms, more than half of the army would likely have starved to death on the march. Louis, who was acutely aware of the capabilities of these troops, naturally had no intention of relying on them to defend Salestown, nor did he expect to issue any orders to them. He merely hoped that this massive legion would demonstrate the Confederacy's resolve to resist to the Holy War Army, dispelling their unrealistic and cruel goal of eradicating heretics. But his goal was destined to fail. Almost simultaneously with their arrival at Grey Dove Castle, devastating news arrived regarding the Holy War Army. A fleet of no fewer than 30 ships, flying the banners of the Clovis and the Ring of Order, suddenly appeared in the waters surrounding Salestown and began bombarding the port. The siege was imminent. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding flashes of light illuminated the gloomy sky above the surging sea, stirring up waves on the calm surface, accompanied by piercing shrieks. Solid shot exploded in the harbor of Salestown, sending towering columns of water into the sky. The once bustling and vibrant port was now surrounded by dozens of warships, more than 10 cruisers, 2 battleships, and even a jet-black ironclad warship belching black smoke. All turned their guns, proudly displaying rows of thick, black cannons that spewed flames symbolizing death and destruction. Although the bombardment had not caused any substantial damage to the city or the few fortresses along the shore, the overwhelming artillery fire had completely suppressed the defenders' resistance. Thousands of jihadist soldiers could now confidently launch their landing operations on the coast and the port aboard landing ships. Faced with a barrage of artillery fire and the surging tide of the enemy, the defenders, huddled in their fortified positions, dared not even leave their target-like positions, hoping the enemy would willingly come to their deaths. As the oldest and largest colony in the entire Free Confederation, Sailing City possessed an extremely comprehensive defense system. Besides the diamond-shaped city walls encircling the entire city, fortresses, strongholds, and outposts of all sizes were scattered around the perimeter. From the dome above, an attack on the city would require breaking through at least 3 lines of defense, completely destroying all fortresses and outposts along the way with heavy artillery, and simultaneously suppressing artillery support from within the city with overwhelming firepower. Strangely, despite the massive fleet of 30 warships, all the ships remained anchored on the waters outside Sailing City, providing inaccurate artillery cover for the landing, showing no sign of approaching the harbor. Even the artillery fire was intermittent. Thus, despite the impressive scale of the operation, it posed no real threat to the coastal fortifications. So when the landing force finally reached the shore in high spirits and prepared to continue their advance, they found themselves forced to attack on foot from one intact fortress after another, and with rows of dark gun barrels pointed at them. Accompanied by a deafening roar like popping beans, volleys of crossfire, interspersed with a few solid shot from 4-pound and 8-pound cannons, exploded on the shore, creating plumes of smoke and dust. The soldiers, who had no time to find cover, were routed, and even those who managed to land were unable to gain a foothold. Can't we really not let the fleet get any closer to the port? Looking at the soldiers' disastrous performance on the coastline, Ludwig couldn't help but turn to William Cecil and say, or we could use the main guns of the 2 battleships to smash those 2 damned coastal forts to pieces. I completely understand your thinking, Commander, but unfortunately, that's not possible. William Cecil, his face equally grim, shook his head and said sincerely, to maximize efficiency, we haven't carried many shells for our 68-pound main guns, only 10 shells in total for both ships. At this distance, the hit rate is probably less than 1/10. As for letting the ships approach the port, William suddenly paused, his expression very strange, and let out a long sigh. I'm very sorry, but please allow me to refuse. Ludwig was taken aback, then coldly snorted and turned away, ignoring him. Although displeased, he was well aware of William Cecil's reasons for insisting. While he agreed to assist, the Royal Fleet was not actually part of the Holy War Army's organization and had no obligation to assist in the siege, let alone risk damaging and sinking its precious ships within the fortress's attack range. Furthermore, the defenders of Sailing City were far too vicious, probably guessing they couldn't withstand the Holy War Army's fleet. They simply dismantled the port and its shipyard, sinking over a dozen sailing ships of varying tonnages in the docks. If ships approached, being anchored and grounded, becoming sitting ducks, was the least of their worries. If something were to puncture their hulls, it would be a truly disastrous outcome. The only saving grace was that Sailing City had destroyed its own port, effectively cutting off any possibility of naval support. However, considering the Free Confederation lacked a navy, they probably hadn't considered sending support from the sea, so this concern was unfounded from the start. Since naval artillery support can't be relied upon too much, the only option left is a land-based siege. According to intelligence from the Empire, the garrison in Yangfan City numbers no more than 6,000, and they only possess 4-pound and 8-pound light infantry guns. This is insufficient to support Yangfan City's entire defense system, inevitably leaving weaknesses. While we, with our 20,000 troops, also lack artillery and skilled artillerymen, have an absolute advantage in numbers, a 3-sided siege and breaching the walls to capture the city is only a matter of time. Time. The problem is precisely what we lack most right now, time. Intelligence intercepted at Black Reef Harbor indicates that an army of 40,000 men has arrived at Grey Dove Castle and could march on Salestown at any moment. William Cecil silently pulled a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Ludwig. Your most pressing matter right now is to prevent this 40,000-strong reinforcement army from joining forces with the Salestown garrison. 40,000? Are you kidding me? Ludwig scoffed. I think it's at most 5,000. Oh, William paused, understanding the implication. You believe the reinforcements, our Anson? It must be him. As if he had already seen through someone's plan, Ludwig's lips curled into a slight smile. We once anchored at Nax Hill Harbor, so the Holy War Army is probably no secret to him. In that case, it's not surprising that he guessed we would attack White Whale Harbor or Salestown. Of the 2 colonies, Ice Dragon Fjord is his stronghold, and it must have impregnable defenses. The only one worth worrying about is Salestown, plus, the two places are far apart, so after receiving the intelligence, he will definitely rush to support Yangfan City without stopping. Ludwig smiled contemptuously. But how effective can a long-distance, hastily marching army, lacking logistics and with few troops, be? Although the plan is completely correct, your biggest mistake is that you greatly underestimated my speed. You never expected that I could arrive at Yangfan City in such a short time and immediately join the siege, did you? Anson Bach, looking at Ludwig's confident appearance, William Cecil, who was about to say something, shook his head and swallowed his words. Oh well, capturing Yangfan City was originally their mission. His task was merely to transport the army to its destination. Why make trouble for himself and offend both sides at the same time? An hour passed. Just as the two men, observing the stalemate in the battle, were preparing to order the deployment of troops to the port, a cavalry officer suddenly ran onto the deck. Ignoring his soaked and disheveled appearance, he handed a thoroughly soaked letter to the Legion commander. Ludwig, expressionless, took the letter and calmly opened it, but before he could finish reading, his face contorted in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Curious, William Cecil, watching the almost petrified Legion commander, couldn't help but glance at the letter's contents. He was no better off, instantly turning to stone. Urgent report. Signs of a large-scale military operation in the vicinity of Grey Dove Castle, numbering approximately 20,000. Simultaneously, a large number of personnel and supplies have appeared along the line from Red Hand Bay to Black Reef Harbor, reinforcing Grey Dove Castle. Light cavalry have appeared and are harassing the border area of Sailing City, suspected to be in Clovis Army uniforms. Grey Dove Castle, Lewis's military camp. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, is this really enough? With deep doubt, Lewis frowned at the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander before him. By simply stationing troops at Grey Dove Castle and continuously harassing the area around Sailing City, we can stop the opposing Holy War Legion from their siege. That's right, Alexei nodded. The opposing Holy War Legion's commander-in-chief, Major General Ludwig Franz, is a commander who prioritizes stability on the battlefield. As long as our 20,000 troops are stationed at Grey Dove Castle, and then slowly advance towards Sailing City, constantly threatening from the north, he will not easily begin the siege unless we can eliminate them without being cut off by the Sailing City garrison. This way, we can stall his movements without engaging in battle, waiting for a turning point in the war. I see. Lewis nodded slightly, then smiled knowingly. You understand Major General Ludwig so well, no wonder Anson had you accompany me. Oh. Embarrassed, Alexei pictured Colonel Roman in his mind and forced a smile. Yes, I know him inside and out. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 811 Heading into the Wilderness. After receiving Alexei's affirmation, Lewis breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing temporarily. In fact, his reason for not immediately marching on Salestown, but only sending cavalry to sweep the border regions, was not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. First, the 20,000 troops he had assembled were hastily assembled, lacking even a proper command structure, and his ability to control them was extremely limited. Their military quality was seriously questionable, and their armament was as crude as that of exiled refugees, utterly incapable of large-scale warfare. Even the fact that these 20,000 men had managed to reach Salestown alive was thanks to the New World Company's tireless mobilization of all its colonies, providing ample logistical support. Otherwise, perhaps half of them would have starved to death on the way. Currently, garrisoned at Grey Dove Castle, relying on deep trenches and fortifications, they barely resembled a powerful army. In a real confrontation in the open, the moment gunfire broke out, their true nature would be exposed, and they would be annihilated in an instant. To put it more bluntly, this 20,000-strong army is a veritable paper tiger. Whether they can intimidate the enemy depends entirely on the enemy's imagination, not their own. Of course, the problems of poor discipline and disobedience can be addressed through various means. The Storm Legion has extensive experience in training new recruits, and Lewis, also from the Empire, is no stranger to such coalitions. Being the heir to the Grand Duchy of Edland, he is quite adept at this. The problem is that all of this takes time. Before this reinforcement truly reaches combat effectiveness, it's crucial to ensure that the attacking Holy War Legion dares not act rashly. Therefore, being able to deter the enemy with sheer numbers would be ideal. But that doesn't mean we can rest easy and confidently confront the Holy War Legion. From the top of the main tower of Grey Dove Castle, overlooking the throngs of people below and the chaotic, beggar-like army camp, Roman, hands behind his back, coldly said, "Major General Ludwig is indeed cautious, especially after the War of Isar, but when it comes to making decisions, he's more decisive than anyone else. Once he decides to resolve the northern threat before conquering Saletown, he will march here without hesitation, just as he did when he was trapped beneath Thundercastle. He still divided his forces to defend Oaktown." Watching Colonel Roman's retreating figure, Alexei nodded almost imperceptibly. He hadn't actually participated in the Battle of Thundercastle, but from Chief of Staff Karl Bain's usual complaints, he knew quite a bit about the Commander-in-Chief and his old superior's great achievements. If Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach was a genius with wildly imaginative ideas and exceptional execution skills, then Major General Ludwig was a madman who frequently went all out at the last minute, disregarding the consequences. One dared to speak his mind, the other dared to believe. "So, when do you think Major General Ludwig will take action to deal with this threat from the north?" Alexei asked tentatively. Roman didn't answer immediately. He hesitated for a moment, as if deep in thought, then turned to stare into the eyes of the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, his expression cold, hard to say, huh? Although he hadn't expected any guarantees. This answer still made Alexei stumble. Whether Major General Ludwig sends troops depends mainly on the intelligence he has, or rather, the intelligence he believes he has. Roman's voice suddenly lowered as he murmured the latter part of his sentence, but he quickly regained his composure. "Based on the intelligence we deliberately released earlier, it's enough to ensure that a Major General realizes that this is a conscripted army that has gathered the strength of the entire Free Confederation, with a total force almost equal to his own, but whose combat power is bound to be much inferior. According to the Major General's usual style, he should first break through the defenses around Sail City, then build siege positions, and implement a pressure blockade on the city's defenders. After confirming that the enemy has nowhere to escape, he should divide his forces to eliminate all threats other than those he has captured. Given the size of Sail City, if we want to cut off some of the outer fortresses and establish a blockade line sufficient to surround the entire city, it will probably take at least a month to 50. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei. Urgent footsteps and shouts interrupted their conversation. Roman, expressionless, gave Alexei a meaningful look and silently hid in a corner at the edge of the tower. The 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, taking a deep breath, turned around and looked displeased at the panting cavalry officer who had jogged up the tower. "Is there something urgent, Major Jason?" "Yes, and it's extremely urgent." Jason, still out of breath, exclaimed excitedly. "The Hussars who just returned from raiding around Yangfan City report that the Holy War Legion has successfully landed and is showing signs of moving north in a large-scale offensive." "Huh?" Not only Alexei, but even Roman, who was hiding in a corner, was stunned. "Commander, you're being far too reckless." "Yes, launching an attack so soon after landing and before we've even established a foothold means that if the defenders in Sailing City launch a surprise attack, they could cut off our retreat at any moment, trapping us in the hilly area between Sailing City and Grey Dove Castle, leaving us nowhere to escape, and that's not even the worst part. With such a hasty move, our supplies will only last for less than 5 days, and we're severely lacking in heavy firepower at our detachment and coastal locations. Grey Dove Castle is a fortress defended by 20,000 troops. There's no way we could easily take it in just 5 days." "That's right, this is practically suicide. We implore you, Commander, to rescind your order. Such a daring military plan is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people." Inside the temporary camp of the Ludwig Holy War Army, officers complained incessantly, desperately searching for reasons to refuse this suicide order. Pairs of eyes, filled with resentment, fear, or pity, converged on the gloomy face of the commander, wishing they could rush up and announce the mission's cancellation on his behalf. "Enough!" Ludwig slammed his fist on the map table in front of him, his eyes filled with disdain. You officers, haven't you grasped our current predicament yet? The 20,000 troops stationed at Grey Dove Castle mean that unless we can achieve a swift victory, we could be attacked from both the north and south by the city's defenders at any moment. Without eliminating this threat, we cannot launch a full-scale attack on Sailing City without any burden, and if we don't take Sailing City quickly, our current supplies won't last long. A month is the maximum. Even if we can hold out then, how will we face the papacy? How will we face the Holy See? Do we really want to humiliate Clovis in front of the whole world? As for the risks, I am well aware of the great risks involved, but the consequences of not doing so are even more severe. If any of you can offer a better solution, or at least a feasible plan, I am not a stubborn or inflexible person, Ludwig said in a deep voice, but until then, as long as you still consider me the commander of this legion, my words are orders. Now, execute the orders. The low growl echoed through the tent. Ludwig, his face grim, surveyed the crowd, hoping to find even a sliver of courage and determination in their faces, or at the very least, someone like Anson Bach, who liked to negotiate. Unfortunately, there was none. Faced with their commander's impassioned speech, the officers of the Clovis Holy War Army remained silent, mostly indifferent and apathetic. This was understandable. Clovis was inherently apathetic about participating in the Holy War. The hastily assembled army was basically made up of troops thrown in by various factions, barely scraping by, and was neither comparable to the main elite forces nor significantly related to them. Any benefits or military merits were almost certainly not theirs. When such an army was suddenly told they were to be entrusted with a heavy responsibility, to fight for the kingdom and their faith and carry out a highly risky mission, their first thought was certainly not that an opportunity had arrived, but rather, fellow countrymen, lend us your heads. Even if the order hadn't been issued by Ludwig, but by any other general, the officers present wouldn't have listened at all and would have scattered like birds. I see. I understand. After a long silence, Ludwig, a hint of disappointment flashing between his brows, took a deep breath and suddenly adopted a lighter tone. Indeed, your concerns are not without merit. If we are cut off from our retreat by the defenders of Sailing City during the battle with the enemy at Grey Dove Castle, or even attacked from both sides, it would be a fatal threat to us who have come here on this expedition. However, the prerequisite for this is that the enemy at Grey Dove Castle can truly withstand our attack, and that the defenders of Sailing City muster the courage to leave the city and fight. If neither of these conditions is met, then the risk disappears, doesn't it? Full of confidence, Ludwig smiled amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd. Wild grass forest. Alexei, stunned for a full half-minute upon seeing the markings on the map, looked at the cavalry major with utter bewilderment. Is Major General Ludwig stupid? What are they doing stopping there, completely clueless, sweating profusely? Jason Frykov shook his head wearily, meeting the gazes of the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, the young knight, and the elven girl. After successfully landing and breaking through the outer defenses of Sail City, Major General Ludwig seemed to have constructed a simple siege camp outside the city, then led the Holy War Army northwards, finally stopping at Wild Grass Forest to build positions. Clearly preparing for battle, according to the cavalryman in charge of reconnaissance. Major General Ludwig must have mobilized all his elite main force, because he saw no fewer than 30 infantry cannons, grenadier regimental flags, and cavalry, at least 2 regiments. 2 regiments. Alexei was even more astonished. They brought 2 cavalry regiments all this way. Are you sure? If the opposing force were the Imperial Army, he wouldn't be so shocked, but Clovis was a renowned infantry captain, 2 cavalry regiments dedicated to combat within a 20,000-strong army, and this was a seaborne operation. Faced with his colleagues' questioning, Jason Frykov offered no explanation, silently rolling up his sleeve to reveal a bandaged forearm, a gruesome knife wound stretched from his wrist to his elbow, narrowly missing his arm. The meaning was clear. Major Jason, you've had a hard time, the young knight said quietly. As a knight, he recognized the wound. Such a level of injury would almost only occur in direct cavalry combat. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Major General Ludwig isn't preparing for battle, but rather provoking us. Provoking? Alexei, surprised, paused for a moment, then realized something. You mean, he's testing us? I'm afraid so. Lewis's expression grew increasingly grave. Since Ludwig is a member of the Holy War Army, he must have received some intelligence about the colonies from the Empire. He should know that with the colony's strength, a hastily assembled army of 20,000 men couldn't possibly be very powerful. If we attack first, he can wait at the crucial stronghold of Wilderness Forest, defeating or annihilating us completely. But if we hold Grey Dove Castle and show no signs of advancing, then, the young knight didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood his meaning. If they didn't attack, their 20,000 men, this paper tiger, would be exposed. Then Ludwig would have no more scruples and would launch a full-scale attack on Sailing City. What they thought was a clever plan had become a fatal weakness. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. In that case, let's attack. Alexei broke the silence first, saying to Lewis, give the order to the army to advance towards the wilderness. Are you sure? The young knight's pupils constricted slightly. With the current quality of our army, if we clash head-on with Clovis's army, we're almost certain to lose, perhaps, but whether we lose or not remains to be seen until we fight. But continuing to wait means we'll truly see no hope of victory. Alexei raised his head slightly, his gaze unwavering. Before coming here, I promised the commander-in-chief that I wouldn't stand idly by and watch Sail City fall. So, give the order, Sir Louis Bernard, to have the army advance towards the wilderness. Since Major General Ludwig wants to test our strength, that's fine. We should also find out if his army can maintain its fighting capacity after leaving the fleet's cover. Let's have a good fight with them and see who the real paper tiger is. My 2nd Infantry Regiment is willing to be the vanguard. Seeing Alexei suddenly become agitated, a startled Louis paused for a moment, then instinctively glanced at Freya beside him. The gentle-eyed elven girl said nothing, only smiling faintly. PFFT, the young knight laughed. What's wrong with me? Even a mere ordinary officer of Clovis has more courage than I, a knight. How embarrassing. With a self-deprecating sigh, Louis raised his head, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Alexei. Their eyes met. Proceed to the wilderness. Alexei nodded slightly. Proceed to the wilderness. The one before chapter 812. The Imperial Palace of Xiaolong City, the Emperor's bedchamber. Soft, lace-adorned silk curtains draped the floor-to-ceiling windows on either side, allowing soft light to filter into the room in a pleasing, staggered pattern, gently illuminating a handsome man with a melancholy expression. He wore a gray-green tuxedo decorated with iris patterns and a low-cut white shirt, the collar adorned only with a red bow tie. His long, flowing golden hair cascaded over his shoulders, the ends slightly curled, adding a touch of scholarly elegance to his already handsome appearance. At first glance, he seemed like a well-read, yet even more valiant, knight. Until the golden crown atop his head shattered all this illusion. Joseph Herod, or perhaps more accurately Joseph II, the current emperor of the Herod dynasty, has reigned for 15 years since the age of 30. For the first 8 years, he fought for power and established his authority against the powerful dukes and noble families of the land. For the next 7 years, he continuously instigated wars, courted foreign allies, and considered Clovis his lifelong enemy. He courted the Iser elves, strengthened his control over the colonies, intimidated the Seven Cities Alliance, Hantu, and interfered in the internal affairs of the 3 North Seas states. In the 95th year of the Saints' calendar, he besieged North Harbor. In the 99th year, he launched a surprise attack on Clovis's border, a war that lasted 2 years. During this time, he also intervened in the Hantu Civil War but suffered a crushing defeat, later losing colonies and inflicting heavy losses. Looking at the melancholy-faced emperor before him, and the Grand Master of the Judgment Knight seated comfortably in his velvet armchair, countless messages and intelligence flooded Grand Manfred's mind, passing before him like letters. News from Naxhield Cathedral indicates that the Ludwig Holy War Army encountered a storm on the turbulent seas. After arriving at the port, they rested for a full week before recovering some strength, and immediately set off for Sailing City. Grand Master Grand nodded slightly, looking directly into the Emperor's eyes with a respectful yet somewhat arrogant gaze. It seems that punishing heretics still requires the valiant and fearless Imperial Knights. Blessed by the Ring of Order, I suppose I can congratulate Your Majesty's Holy War Army on its glorious victory in the New World. Congratulate. Emperor Joseph chuckled self-deprecatingly, not to mention the heavy losses suffered by the vanguard, which may well prevent them from achieving their objectives. Your Excellency Grand Master, the Pope sent you to my palace as a guest. Surely not just to offer my early congratulations. Of course not. There are 2 important matters I must report to Your Majesty, Grand said slowly and deliberately. The first matter concerns the amount of the war loan and holy war aid provided to the Empire. Second, the Knights of Judgment are about to set off, and their operations require the Empire's cooperation, so we must inform Your Majesty in advance. This campaign is likely to be the largest deployment of the Knights in their history. The mobilization of supplies, personnel deployment, and troop arrangements involve multiple factors, and we hope Your Majesty will be willing to lend a helping hand and facilitate these matters. Of course. No problem, Joseph. I agreed without hesitation. What kind of assistance do you require from the Empire? Do you need personnel or supplies? Whatever the Herald family possesses, please feel free to ask. That's not urgent. Grand smiled and raised his hand to interrupt the Emperor. Let's first discuss the amount of the loan and aid to alleviate Your Majesty's immediate concerns. In the previous all-out war with Clovis, Hantu, and the colonies, His Majesty borrowed money from the church 3 times in the name of the empire and twice in the name of the royal family in order to quickly mobilize the army for combat. Because the amount was huge, a high interest rate of 20% was promised, and the mining rights of 10 mines in the Duchy of Xiaolong, commercial taxes within the empire, the entrance tax of Xiaolong City, and the right to build on vacant land were used as collateral. In total, nearly 40 million gold coins were borrowed from the church in cash, and of course, a lot was also in the form of goods. Grand paused, his tone slightly settled. In the past 2 years, if my understanding is correct, these loans should be almost exhausted, and because of the heavy repayment pressure, His Majesty's treasury has become much emptier. Before he finished speaking, Joseph I's face had already begun to look rather grim. While the church's banks are indeed, to some extent, institutions that need to maintain profitability to ensure financial stability and commercial prosperity in the order world, gold can only support the wealth of the entire society when it remains in circulation. Otherwise, it's just a pile of metal that can't be eaten or worn. Grand continued. If the empire's current state continues, it will soon drain the wealth of the entire society. Gold will be used to pay off debts, leading to deflation, and the court will lack funds to maintain the stability of its rule. The guardians of the order world will most likely lose their ability to fulfill their duties in the next 5 to 10 years. Please don't doubt this figure. It's the result obtained by the most outstanding scholars within the church, using the most advanced difference engine. Grand lowered his head deeply, but his voice remained as steady as ever, devoid of the humility of a subject. Then what does your excellency mean? Are you advising me to completely reconcile with Clovis, or not to launch a large-scale military campaign against the heretics in the New World for the Ring of Order? Joseph I's face was extremely grim. He wasn't unaware that the church might use loans in aid for blackmail, or perhaps he had been mentally prepared for it from the beginning, but the other party's blatant threat still made him unable to suppress his anger. No, Your Majesty, you are overthinking it. With a sigh, the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment raised his head. Forcing Your Majesty to submit to the church through aid, this is a thought that neither the court nor His Holiness the Pope has ever entertained, much less would they use such a method to humiliate the guardians of the order world. Please do not forget that since the 47th year of the saintly calendar, the church has lost the authority to interfere in secular affairs. The one who can lead all nations and establish a golden age can only be you. Then what you just said, my words were merely a factual account of the difficulties Your Majesty and Your Majesty's empire are currently facing. Grand interrupted again. As one of Your Majesty's subjects, the Church of Order, besides maintaining the world's faith in the Ring of Order, also has a responsibility to offer Your Majesty some small assistance and help alleviate your worries. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Church is willing to waive all of Your Majesty's mortgaged 10 mines, commercial taxes within the empire, the entrance tax to Xiaolong City, and all other sources of income, including the 20% annual interest you promised. Not only that, in addition to the holy war aid to various forces, the church is also willing to provide the royal family with an additional subsidy to ensure that Your Majesty will not lack funds when governing the country and commanding the holy war army to fight for the faith. Having said this, Grand Master Grand rose slowly and bowed to the astonished emperor before him. As he bowed, he presented a beautifully wrapped letter, all checks directly issued by the papacy. Looking at this tempting offer, Joseph I hesitated. Obtaining this subsidy from the papacy would certainly come at a price, and it wasn't hard to guess what a heavy price would be. So, could the current empire truly bear it? No. Did he even have the right to refuse? Without a doubt, the answer was obvious. I understand, the emperor said expressionlessly. Then, may I now state what kind of assistance your side needs from the empire in this holy war? Watching Joseph I calmly slip the check into his pocket, a barely perceptible, fleeting look of contempt flashed across Grand's face. It's not much trouble, just some rather laborious matters that require the assistance of the Imperial Knights, Grand said casually. To sum it up, it can be explained in a single sentence. Oh, please speak. The Free Confederation must be destroyed. Looking into the Emperor's eyes, Grand smiled and said, word by word, the Free Confederation, the 13 colonies, the Rune family, must be destroyed. After a brief silence, Joseph I suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. New World, from White Whale Harbor to Long Lake Town. 3 days after seeing off Louis Bernard and the 2nd Infantry Regiment, Anson, having received intelligence about the Holy War Legion's attack on Sailing City, immediately issued a mobilization order, sending reinforcements to Sailing City. because it was a temporary conscription, and Lewis's army already numbered over 10,000. According to newly received intelligence, after careful consideration, Anson decided to limit his reinforcements to around 8,000, while ensuring sufficient firepower. Thus, the 3rd and 5th Infantry Regiments, the Guard Company, the Artillery Company, all remaining cavalry, plus 5,000 trained Rangers, were sent as reinforcements to Grey Dove Castle. The Grenadier Regiment and the 4th Infantry Regiment continued to hold White Whale Harbor, while training the soldiers being recruited from various places and gathering at Ice Dragon Fjord, as well as the remaining 10,000 design troops. In fact, although Anson had given Alexei, who had left with Lewis, various intimidations beforehand, he didn't actually believe Ludwig could quickly capture Sailing City and then attack and plunder other colonies. This wasn't due to doubts about Major General Ludwig's personal abilities, or even the Clovis Holy War Legion's strength. Rather, even Anson himself didn't believe the city could be taken so easily. To conquer a well-defended fortress, garrisoned by thousands of soldiers and prepared in advance, and to do so swiftly, there are essentially two methods: a costly artillery barrage combined with at least 5 times the enemy's manpower. Did Ludwig's army possess these two conditions? It seemed so, but in reality, they were unlikely to be able to utilize them effectively. Yes, the Royal Fleet, which had come out in full force, consisted of 30 warships, including a new steam-powered ironclad, seemingly possessing firepower powerful enough to instantly destroy the entire city of Sailing. But Anson had actually led the Storm Division aboard warships before. He knew very well that 30 ships, fully loaded with supplies, provisions, and 20,000 soldiers, could not possibly carry many cannons. Those hundreds of cannons, lined up in rows before the harbor, their dark gun ports only looking intimidating, if they were to unleash a volley of cannon fire, the city would likely be over in 5 minutes. To use his biggest trump card right from the start, Ludwig would have to be out of his mind to do so. As for having several times the number of troops as the defenders, that seemed to be the requirement, but if they really had to rely on corpses to pave the way, sacrificing lives to fill the trenches, 20,000 troops might be able to take Sail City, but what would happen after that? Even in the most optimistic scenario, a Holy War army with more than half its troops killed or wounded wouldn't be a threat to the Free Confederation at all. It would be more like a gift package. According to Anson's estimate, it would take Ludwig at least a month to conquer Sail City without suffering heavy casualties. In addition, Lewis and Alexei could gather troops along the way, and putting together a show of 20,000 troops wouldn't be difficult at all. There were tenacious defenders inside the city, and seemingly sufficient reinforcements outside. Given his old superior's personality, he would never dare to act rashly. Perfect. With this confidence, Anson didn't have his troops march hastily, but kept pace with the supply train. Even to show the importance of logistics, the commander-in-chief's headquarters was placed in the ranks very close to the supply train. That's right, it was definitely not because he wanted to hitch a ride in a carriage or avoid riding a horse, such an absurd reason. Those who fabricated fake news to slander the commander-in-chief were all traitors to freedom and loyalty. During the march, Anson even had time to give instructions to the High Council of White Whale Harbor and the Governor's Office of Ice Dragon Fjord. The new round of conscription had reached its deadline and the predetermined targets had to be met as soon as possible. The Army's armament level was still not 100%, and the shooting corps was still in a state of 4 men sharing 3 guns. Tax collection was the top priority in April, and the Confederate people had to understand that death might be avoided, but paying taxes was an obligation they had to fulfill in their lives. This confidence lasted for a long time, until Anson, who was about to arrive at Black Reef Harbor, received intelligence from Sailing City. What did you say? Lieutenant Colonel Alexei has successfully rendezvoused with the garrison of Sailing City. Sir Louis Bernard has successfully made contact with the liberals around the city, received active support from local forces, and is planning to join forces with the trustees to arm local farms and colonial settlements of all sizes. Seeing Anson Bach's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets, the terrified messenger could only obey. They have already armed about 6,000 local militia and have fortified the settlements with simple walls and trenches. No, that's not what I asked. Anson suddenly stepped forward. What did you say before? The messenger shuddered. Sir Louis Bernard and Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Dukaski suffered a crushing defeat at the Wilderness Forest. Their 20,000 troops have been routed. Chapter 813 Yangfan City must fall. The defeat at Wilderness Forest was utterly predictable. Facing the well-prepared and heavily armed Ludwig, Louis Bernard's 20,000-strong army possessed only morale as their sole advantage, but sometimes, higher morale isn't necessarily better, and can even have the opposite effect. When he made a desperate, almost suicidal decision to order the advance, what the 20,000 soldiers saw wasn't a powerful enemy approaching from afar, but rather Sir Louis Bernard's unwavering support, the unprecedented unity of the Free Confederation, the imposing and majestic legion, and the continuous, almost endless stream of reinforcements. Ludwig's side, however, was quite the opposite. The entire army believed their commander was a complete madman, leading their 20,000 men to their deaths at Grey Dove Castle. They were constantly on edge, fearing that 20,000 burly men would be laughing and charging at them, while the imposing figures of the Salzburg defenders would suddenly appear from behind, flanking them from both sides. Therefore, when Ludwig ordered a temporary encampment in the wilderness forest to construct some simple fortifications, the entire army unleashed extraordinary potential, building defensive positions with the same fervor as if they were constructing a castle overnight. Dense and complex three-tiered trenches, countless wooden barricades, layers of thick earth, and artillery outposts built of rocks and sandbags. What was originally a particularly inconspicuous and narrow outpost in the wilderness forest was transformed in just 4 days into a legion-level defensive position capable of fully accommodating 15,000 soldiers. To prevent enemy surprise attacks using the surrounding environment, the Holy War Army cleared all the surrounding trees, using the logs to further reinforce the fortifications, constructing low walls to hinder infantry movement. The entire position was semi-fortified in less than 6 days, situated between Grey Dove Castle and Sailing City. Without the obstruction of vision provided by the trees, Louis's 20,000-strong army could no longer bypass them and was forced to launch a frontal assault. An army lacking heavy firepower, training, and command structure, yet brimming with overconfidence, attacked a well-prepared defensive position with roughly equal numbers of troops. The result was inevitably catastrophic. And indeed, the attack began. The 20,000-strong army completely disregarded Louis's orders. At the sound of artillery fire, they became like wild dogs, charging wildly towards the seemingly low, easily scaled-over wall, utterly oblivious to the neatly arranged lines of soldiers emerging from the trenches behind, and the dark muzzles of guns peeking out from the cover of skirmishers. 15 minutes. After 15 minutes of continuous fire, hundreds of corpses lay strewn beneath a seemingly easy-to-scale wall. The small number who managed to scale over the bodies of those in front were utterly dazed and, without the cover of their comrades, became isolated, moving targets. With the vanguard routed, the seemingly powerful 20,000-strong army disintegrated like an avalanche. Most didn't even see the enemy, they only heard the deafening roar of gunfire before being swept away in the fleeing masses. The only saving grace was that Louis and Alexei had foreseen this situation before the battle began and prepared for the worst. Ludwig and his brave and fearless legions, however, had not. This resulted in the soldiers, even after witnessing the enemy's complete rout, still believing it was a feint. A full hour passed without another enemy attack before they realized they had seemingly won. Only after Ludwig's repeated urging, and even the execution of a disobedient officer on the spot, were the cavalry mobilized to pursue the fleeing enemy, but it was too late. The majority of the 20,000-strong army had already scattered like birds and beasts. Only a very few unlucky individuals, separated from their ranks, were caught by the cavalry. Before the officers could even rejoice at their sudden realization, they received another piece of bad news. The more than 5,000 men stationed in the siege position outside Yangfan City had been ambushed and routed by the city's defenders, and were chased all the way to the beachhead. Only under the cover of naval gunfire were they finally spared from being completely annihilated. And this wasn't the end of it, because the Yangfan City defenders, having captured the siege position and were no longer under blockade, had sent reinforcements to the wilderness forest, a company of cuirassiers, a cavalry regiment, and 500 light infantrymen. Meanwhile, within the hour that the Holy War Army sat still, Alexei, under the cover of the routed soldiers, had led the 2nd Infantry Regiment around to the flank of the position, to a position very close to Ludwig's command post. His original mission was to be the vanguard, responsible for stabilizing the line and, if necessary, launching column assaults to force a breach in the Holy War Army's line. But the Allied soldiers, who completely disobeyed orders, charged even faster than Alexei. The less than 1,000-strong 2nd Infantry Regiment instantly became an inconspicuous presence on the battlefield, even after breaching the western flank's wall and advancing to the flank and rear of the position. They went undetected. Besides sheer luck, the fact that both sides coincidentally wore uniforms of the same color initially led the jihadist fighters to mistake them for their own, leaving them completely unprepared. Upon realizing the reinforcements from Sale City, Alexei first confirmed the location of Ludwig's command post, and then decisively led the 2nd Infantry Regiment in an attack. Despite the surprise attack, a shocked Ludwig remained completely calm. He first rejected the advice of those around him to retreat, and then led his guards to rely on the surrounding trenches and fortifications to mount a fierce resistance against the suddenly charging Alexei. There was no other way. He knew all too well the morale of his cowardly troops. If the command post fell, their recent victory would immediately turn into defeat, especially since he had considerable confidence in the positions he had personally set up. Faced with the intricate, spiderweb-like trenches and fortifications, the 2nd Infantry Regiment, despite its local numerical superiority, was unable to capitalize on its numerical advantage. No matter how many times Alexei shouted "Take the corps commander's head," and personally led the charge, brandishing his flaming longsword, they couldn't break through the blockade of a mere 200 guards. Seeing that the battle was completely irreversible, he could only lead his infantry regiment in a hasty retreat before being surrounded. The garrison of Yangfan City, noticing this friendly force, immediately came to their aid. Forming ranks on both sides of Alexei's retreat route, launching a pincer attack and annihilating the pursuing enemy. Although the two sides had successfully repelled the attack, they had no other choice but to quickly retreat towards Yangfan City, leaving Ludwig in disarray in his own positions. The overly easy victory, coupled with the unease caused by the near killing of the Legion commander, quickly split the Holy War Army into two factions. One side believed they should press their advantage, completely conquer Grey Dove Castle, sweep through the settlements surrounding Sailing City to gather resources, and gain complete control of the entire Sailing City region before attacking the heavily fortified city. The other side argued that since the threat had been temporarily eliminated, they should retreat and continue the siege of Sailing City. Neither Grey Dove Castle nor the surrounding colonies were their objectives, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The two sides were almost evenly matched, and neither could convince the other. The disastrous consequences of their hastily assembled army were now fully exposed. Ludwig could force them to obey orders when they lacked their own opinions, but once conflict arose, choosing either side would provoke discontent from the other. Under pressure, Ludwig ultimately had no choice but to do both. Splitting his 20,000-strong army in two, he personally led 10,000 to besiege Sailing City, while the remainder was responsible for sweeping and plundering the surrounding heretics. Then, the disastrous consequences of their "I want it all" mentality immediately followed. The initial siege of Yangfan City by 20,000 men was already somewhat strained, only prevented by the fleet's naval blockade. Now, with only 10,000 men, their strength was nearly equal to the defenders, and they were even outmatched in firepower. This wasn't due to lack of artillery, but rather a vast difference in artillery skill. The only one in the entire Holy War Army who truly knew how to use artillery was the Legion commander himself, while the defenders, though few in number and with limited ammunition, were extremely skilled Imperial artillerymen, easily defeating the 10-year veteran artillerymen of Clovis from the mines. After a series of extreme maneuvers, the Holy War Legion, nearly wiped out by the defenders, finally managed to regain its footing and avoid being driven back to the beachhead. The Holy War Legion, insisting on annihilating the enemy to eliminate future threats, met a truly tragic end. Because the victory was so easy, the 20,000 troops they had annihilated suffered virtually no casualties. The vast majority of these people scattered throughout the city of Sales, while the few who could still be organized gradually retreated back to Grey Pigeon Castle, where they rearmed themselves. Although a counterattack was hopeless, holding the fortress was still possible. Meanwhile, Louis Bernard, who had become separated from the main army, successfully retreated to a colonial settlement outside Sales under the protection of a small force. He gathered his scattered troops and made contact with the local liberals. At least in the Sales region, the Bernard family's prestige was unquestionable, especially after the Loyalists had been completely eliminated. The remaining colonists had almost all become staunch supporters of Louis Bernard, forming the core foundation of his rule over Sales. Under his command, armed forces were rapidly established in the settlements and farms large and small around Salestown, ambushing small groups of jihadist legions sent out to plunder and scout. The flames of the uprising quickly spread across every inch of land, turning dozens, even hundreds, of colonial settlements into fortresses and strongholds in the fields, weaving a dense web. By the time the officers commanding over 10,000 jihadist soldiers realized what was happening, they not only couldn't easily obtain supplies from those strongholds, but were also completely surrounded by this web. Every time troops were sent out to attempt to conquer a settlement or farm, they would be quickly exposed, ambushed by enemies many times their size before even reaching their destination, or the settlement would be deserted before they even arrived, leaving them with a pile of burned ruins, gaining nothing. As for sabotaging roads, setting traps in the army's inevitable routes, poisoning the food that couldn't be taken before retreating, these were countless examples, leaving the army of over 10,000 to waste time in the wilderness, watching helplessly as their logistical reserves dwindled day by day. They finally realized that their enemy was no longer the city they initially saw in the so-called Free Confederation. This land, and everyone living on it, was fighting them. Louis Bernard used this time, with the help of the liberals, to rebuild an army of over 6,000 men, even managing to arm them by scavenging equipment abandoned by defeated soldiers and spoils captured from the jihad. Although their fighting strength was still mediocre, the biggest difference was that Louis had built this army from scratch. Even with their low skill level, they would steadfastly execute his orders. But before he could lead this army to avenge their previous defeat and confront the jihad sweeping through the countryside, the more than 10,000 jihad soldiers, realizing the dire situation, chose to retreat and rejoin the other half of the legion besieging Salzburg. Louis was forced to occupy the abandoned wasteland, using it as a base to maintain contact with the surrounding areas of Salzburg, while simultaneously sending messengers to Grey-Dove Castle for reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements, Ludwig, his voice low and menacing, slowly raised his head. His extremely grim expression sent a chill down the spines of the officers present. Over 10,000 well-equipped troops were forced to retreat by a few thousand militiamen armed with a motley crew of weapons, and you actually have the audacity to tell me you want to request naval reinforcements. Tell me, where's the dignity of the Holy War Army? Where is the dignity of the Royal Army? His hoarse roar echoed through the tent, accompanied by a slight tremor. The kerosene lamps on the table and sides flickered, mirroring the officers' own emotions. From this moment forward, the sweeping of the area surrounding Sailing City and Grey-Dove Castle is over. Concentrate all forces to prepare for the siege. Strive to take Sailing City within half a month, Ludwig roared. I have already pleaded with Colonel William Cecil to allow 2 capital ships to bombard the city with their 68-pound main guns upon receiving the signal. While the army launches its attack while the defenders are in disarray, the vanguard will surround the outer fortresses. While the follow-up forces continue their advance, whether by burning or looting, the goal is to inflict maximum damage on the areas they pass through, putting pressure on the defenders and forcing them to surrender under the weight of the consequences. Otherwise, we will slaughter them street by street, piece by piece. Finally, we will squeeze them into the fortress in the city center and then bombard them with cannon fire. I repeat myself, Sailing City must fall within half a month. Chapter 814 Blood-Soaked Lonely City. Early morning, Governor's Mansion of Yangfan City. Cellar. The rumbling of cannon fire was almost incessant, penetrating through layers of granite and earth into the room. The continuous tremors made the narrow, stuffy basement feel like a lone boat in a raging storm. The flickering lights cast a mournful glow on the sifting dust, and rats scurried about like sailors facing doom, yet still managed to scavenge for the dead cockroaches in the corner. Alexei sat calmly in a chair at one end of the long table, legs crossed, holding an imperial-style saber. His dirty, tattered Clovis uniform was covered by an ill-fitting breastplate, with a patched-up bullet hole near his heart. He sat there expressionless, as if the sounds of gunfire outside were completely irrelevant to him, silently puffing on his pipe. After a few minutes, he passed it to the imperial knight beside him. The equally expressionless knight took a few puffs and offered it to the officer Clovis beside him. The broken pipe was passed around the long table, wisps of smoke swirling above everyone's heads, making them indistinguishable from one another. As if suddenly remembering something, Alexei felt in the pocket under his breastplate and pulled out a pocket watch. A deformed lead bullet was stuck in the brass watch, and the glass cover on the dial was cracked, but surprisingly, the watch still worked. The commander-in-chief had said that this pocket watch was a magical artifact, capable of saving lives if the cover was pressed, but Alexei discovered that it could be opened without pressing the cover, and seemed indestructible no matter how much it was dropped, so he used it as an ordinary pocket watch. and it did indeed save his life. The hands of the clock moved slowly with the passing of time, and just before 6 o'clock, the shelling suddenly ceased. Almost simultaneously, a few slivers of cold light pierced through the cracks in the wall at the basement entrance. The sky was quietly beginning to brighten. Without a word, Alexei, holding his saber, stood up and took the pipe from the last officer, Clovis, who had just finished smoking. The clatter of chairs and tables shifting filled the air as officers rose in a flurry, and without much prompting, everyone was ready. Alexei glanced around, took a deep drag of the smoke, and looked at everyone. Let's go, it's time to welcome them again. As the fleet's bombardment drew to a close, the jihadist army's siege began simultaneously. Infantry companies, in columns, advanced along the pre-dug trenches towards the city's first line of defense, the numerous artillery strongholds. Having prior experience and intelligence provided by the Empire, Ludwig knew perfectly well that the city's garrison would not exceed 6,000. Furthermore, while the city of Sales, as a colony, might still possess considerable resources due to the chaos caused by the previous Liberal rebellion and native uprising, its inner city was severely damaged and had not fully recovered. Another crucial point was that Louis Bernard was likely not in the city at this time. This intelligence was critical. While Sales might be extremely loyal to the Bernard family, and the Sales garrison might also have a favorable impression of this heir to the Bernard family, the relationship between Sales and its garrison was not as united as it appeared. The imperial soldiers and knights originally sent to suppress the uprising, but who had not returned home due to Bernard Morvis's defeat and rebellion, actually had a rather poor relationship with the local liberals. The only reason Sales would accept them to stay was Louis Bernard's guarantee. Now that Louis Bernard is not in the city, the two sides, who are hardly close to begin with, are bound to clash in various ways when faced with the risk of the city's fall and the loss of lives. If one side adopts the stance of threatening to massacre the city if they don't surrender, the probability of the cowardly and opportunistic liberals betraying the defenders and surrendering the city will greatly increase. What? Why only a show of force, and not actually slaughtering everyone in Sale City? Because it's simply impossible. Don't be fooled by the fact that having 20,000 troops and fleet support might seem like a piece of cake to suppress an ordinary colony. That's based on the premise that the city's inhabitants are disorganized and lack structure. In an unfamiliar city, the numerically superior locals always hold absolute control. Massacring a city sounds easy, but in reality, to do so efficiently and without leaving any repercussions while maintaining military discipline is no easier than completing a large-scale battle, and regardless of the outcome, it's a loss for any army. Given the Jihad Army's well-known internal strife, infighting, and shirking of responsibility, coupled with its officers' lack of competence, its technically unskilled personnel, and its soldiers' cowardice and fear of death, coupled with a lack of respect and control among them, expecting them to perform exceptionally well in such a difficult operation was like hoping for a potato to speak or for oranges to come to life. Therefore, the astute Ludwig dared not assign them any overly important tasks, even prepared for the risk of their failure. He formulated his battle plan based on the premise of certain defeat, meticulously planning every step, ensuring strategic objectives could be achieved even if the enemy routed them. Fortunately, the enemy force numbered less than 10,000 and their firepower was extremely weak, unable to fill the entire defensive line. Otherwise, Ludwig would not have dared to easily open the encirclement covering the northeast and launch a simultaneous attack from land and sea. From the very beginning of the battle, the numerically superior Jihad army achieved a complete offensive. Facing the well-defended city of Sale, Ludwig once again resorted to the same old tactics used in the Battle of Thunderberg, advancing relentlessly towards the artillery strongholds surrounding the city through tunnel warfare. The Sale's defenders, armed only with 4-pound and 8-pound infantry guns, were helpless against the enemy lurking in the trenches, forced to watch as the distance between them gradually closed. The ring of order above, when the two sides were only 30 or 40 meters apart, a thunderous shot suddenly echoed across the open field. Clovis soldiers, brandishing the banner of the ring of order, raised their bayonets and charged in columns towards the defenders within the artillery fortifications. Then, they saw the dark muzzles of cannons protruding from the fortifications. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions resounded between the two lines, halting the thunderous charge. Rows upon rows of grape shot blasted through the densely packed Clovis soldiers, creating clouds of blood mist. A piercing scream echoed amidst the flying limbs and blood, as dozens, even hundreds, of figures fell in neat rows, groaning like wheat being harvested by a scythe. Due to ammunition shortages, and the enemy's mastery of tunneling, more adept than groundhogs, the defenders of Yankton City had gradually replaced solid shot with grape shot, lead bullets, nails, shards of glass, tiles, stones. Anything they could find was crammed into the cannons, a surprise for the enemy who had painstakingly dug their way to them. But this enthusiastic gift didn't bring the defenders much joy. Soldiers in the rear charged forward, stepping over the corpses of their fallen comrades, and at a distance of only 30 or 40 meters, the hastily loaded grape-shot infantry guns couldn't possibly fire a second shot. The problem of insufficient manpower was laid bare at this moment. The outer artillery positions were quickly surrounded by an enemy several times their size, transforming their ironclad defenses into an inescapable island. Under the relentless onslaught, the outer fortifications and palisades of the artillery emplacements quickly crumbled. Infantry guns, unable to turn around in time, became useless. The defending soldiers could only block the entrances and exits, engaging the jihad soldiers in fierce fighting within the narrow trenches, relying on the terrain to maintain a last shred of advantage. However, holding the ground meant a complete loss of mobility, making a comprehensive defense impossible against an enemy several times their size. Thus, while leaving a small force to fight the defenders inside the emplacements, the remaining 15,000-plus jihad soldiers maintained their formation and continued their advance towards the city walls. Compared to the outer defensive system, the walls of Sailing City were a product of a previous era. They recognized the threat of cannons to the walls but only slightly thickened them, changing them from circular to polygonal, and increasing the number of towers to provide visibility and firing positions. That was all. However, this is not the fault of the original designers. After all, no matter how important Sailing City was, it was still just a colony. They hadn't anticipated the high-intensity battles of the old world during its construction. Building it too luxuriously would have been a waste. Gazing at the crumbling city walls, Ludwig, a cold smile playing on his lips, gave the order to fire. Boom! With a deafening roar and billowing smoke, the already overburdened walls collapsed, creating several breaches. The jihadist soldiers, having broken through the outer defenses, surged into the inner city through these gaps, engaging the waiting defenders in a fierce melee. Bayonets against bayonets, rifles against rifles, flesh and blood clashing, jostling, biting, and intertwining. The brutal hand-to-hand combat was fair to both sides. Neither could easily gain the upper hand. The numerically superior jihadist legion seemed to have anticipated this, and realizing they couldn't easily breach the city's defensive barricades, they immediately attempted to break through to other streets, setting fire to buildings along the way. The defenders, however, seemed prepared, setting fire to several barricades near the breaches in the wall to halt the enemy's advance. A raging wall of fire cleaved the battlefield in two, and the billowing black smoke was accompanied by a symphony of screams and roars. Looking at the thick smoke that almost obscured half the battlefield, Ludwig's smile deepened. He certainly hadn't expected to breach Sailing City in a single battle, but today's fighting had indeed given his almost despairing confidence a sliver of hope. The Sailing City defenders, whom he had expected to be far more tenacious, had displayed far less strength, their tactical arrangements as rigid and inflexible as those of the Iser elves. Of course, Ludwig also knew that this was largely because Louis Bernard was likely not in the city, leading to a lack of coordination among the 6,000-plus defenders, forcing them to fight individually. Even if they gained an advantage in certain areas, the shortage of troops and lack of coordination would render it all wasted. Frankly speaking, the tactical performance of his own Holy War Legion was subpar. Command failed as soon as the frontline troops entered the battlefield. Even when officers obeyed orders, soldiers would disobey. The only reason they hadn't exposed their problems was due to their sheer numbers and the ability to continuously deploy reserves. But war is cruel. Even a victory, however dishonorable, humiliating, ugly, or despicable, grants absolute initiative. Just like the current situation, having broken through the outer defenses, he lacked the strength to annihilate the artillery fortifications. But with the city walls breached and barricades burning, the defenders of Yankton City would have to retreat into the city, abandoning positions they couldn't easily capture. Furthermore, with the fighting spreading into the city, they would soon face pressure from local liberals and ordinary citizens, wavering between surrender and surrender. He, on the other hand, could calmly continue advancing, taking the city street by street, community by community. Once they captured Sail City, the Holy War Army would have a stable foothold in the New World. At that point, both the Free Confederation and that damned traitor Anson Bach would face their doom. The battle raged until evening. Unable to breach the defenses behind the city gates, Ludwig decisively ordered a retreat. Since the objective had been achieved, there was no need to continue wasting time. The defenders of Sail City followed suit, not pursuing the Holy War Army after their withdrawal. They consolidated their outer defenses, destroyed all artillery emplacements, and tightened their lines within the city. Wearily leaning against a rebel of the burned ruins, Alexei, saber in hand, gazed at the soldiers exhausted in their fortifications, the grieving citizens embracing their dead loved ones, and the countless corpses and broken walls scattered inside and outside the city gates. He felt only numbness. He knew perfectly well that the moment the outer defenses fell, Yangfan City would be doomed. He also knew that battles like today's would continue until there was nothing left to defend and nowhere to retreat. 10 days, 15 days at most, that was the limit Yangfan City could hold out for, and Ludwig outside the city clearly knew this too, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. He could slowly destroy and crush them without suffering too many casualties. Thinking of this, Alexei felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He even regretted not having killed Major General Ludwig in the wilderness back then. Would the situation have been different? Of course. He knew he couldn't do it. Roman was watching. My commander-in-chief, if you and your reinforcements don't hurry over, Yangfan City will truly fall. Chapter 815 The Choice of War. East of Salestown, from Black Reef Harbor to Grey Dove Keep, thousands of figures formed a long, narrow procession along the road, stretching from hilly, mud-flat harbors to forested, desolate valleys, fully armed soldiers, proud cavalry, overburdened supply wagons, and laborers carrying loads by hand, like a river of silt, moving slowly but steadily forward. Upon receiving news of Louis Bernard's crushing defeat and the annihilation of 20,000 troops, Anson did not hesitate. He immediately ordered his troops to accelerate their march towards Grey Dove Keep. He directly instructed the areas around Black Reef Harbor and Red Hand Bay to intercept supplies and manpower destined for Grey Dove Keep, incorporating them into the supply wagons to lighten the soldiers' burden. Thousands of young men, gathered at Louis Bernard's call and yearning to fight the old world on the battlefield, were thus disarmed and transformed into glorious laborers carrying heavy loads. The reason he didn't rush forward with all supplies as he had done when rescuing Carinthia wasn't out of confidence in Louis or Ludwig's military abilities, in any sense, but because he genuinely couldn't. Compared to the time in the Handlands, the poor infrastructure and harsh terrain significantly reduced the availability of timely intelligence, and the cost of internal information and personnel supplies transport was exorbitantly high. At this point, the only completely reliable intelligence was that Louis had suffered a crushing defeat. Alexei had entered Sailing City. Louis was actively contacting liberal forces in surrounding colonies to prepare for a counterattack, and the victorious Ludwig had most likely already begun besieging Sailing City. As for the situation in Sailing City, the extent of the liberal forces around it, whether Grey Pigeon Castle had fallen or was under siege, all that remains were a bunch of contradictory rumors, their veracity uncertain. With a thick fog of war looming overhead, and with only a storm legion of less than 3,000 men under his command, the main force of which was the newly formed Marksman Legion, Anson certainly dared not act rashly and abandon his supplies to rush to the battlefield. That would be no different from sending himself to his death. The more crucial point is that Major General Ludwig seems unusually decisive this time. In the past, he would never have dared to risk a move with his retreat cut off, venturing all his strength into an enemy of unknown strength and almost equal numbers. Holding a map provided by the newspaper, Anson, marching on foot, said to Karl beside him, "There are two possibilities. Either he obtained our intelligence through some channel, or something unexpected happened to the Holy War Legion, an unexpected event." Karl wiped the sweat from his forehead, his brow furrowed with exhaustion, panting heavily. "You mean our old superior didn't launch a proactive attack, but was forced to do so? He wasn't a gifted individual capable of splitting bullets with a blade, nor was he a successfully advanced blasphemous mage. He was just a mortal of flesh and blood, forced to walk because of a superior's psychological trauma regarding horseback riding. A chief of staff marching on foot, that's probably unique in the entire Clovis Royal Army. It's just a possibility." Anson shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "We still have too little intelligence about the Holy War Army. Besides its basic structure, there's almost nothing else. Of course, fortunately, The reverse is also true. If Roman and that fake priest Karin Jacques' intelligence is correct, the mainland's understanding of us is still stuck at the time right after the rebellion ended. That being said, Anson was still slightly surprised that Major General Ludwig, who was even more cautious than himself, could actually make such a decision. Although this small change wasn't enough to ruin his perfect plan, some details needed to be adjusted. Indeed, people do improve. Just as Louis wouldn't always be so honest, Karl would become more and more in sync with him, and Major General Ludwig would naturally step out of his comfort zone sooner or later and become a decisive leader. Well, Miss Sophia Franz was an exception, always so kind, good-hearted, and unwaveringly trusting in his loyalty. Anson, his mind wandering, couldn't help but smirk, causing Karl beside him to furrow his brow even deeper. What kind of treacherous idea was this bastard coming up with now? In short, we can't easily abandon our supplies, nor can we rashly enter the Sail City colony to confront Major General Ludwig without obtaining complete intelligence. Not only will we fail to lift the siege of Sail City, but we'll also lose the initiative ourselves. Putting away the map, Anson patted his chief of staff on the shoulder. Since he can't capture Sail City anytime soon, and Louis Bernard has already rallied all the liberal forces around the colony, Ludwig and his Holy Army are essentially confined to a very small area. They have no choice but to continue gnawing on this tough nut of Sail City, and this was the choice Ludwig, or rather many officers, would make. From the Battle of Thunderberg onwards, during the colonial rebellion and the decisive battles outside Sail City, Anson had roughly summarized a common characteristic of the enemies he had encountered, as well as all his allies, an obsession with decisive battles. Their thought process regarding war is largely the same. First, find an area on the battlefield that is advantageous to themselves or crucial to the enemy, then, devise the fastest marching route to reach that area, commit all their main forces to that region, and finally, either proactively or by forcing the enemy to also commit their full strength for a fierce and decisive battle. At least 4/5 of the wars they encounter, whether proactively or passively, follow this pattern. Anson has also summarized the reasons for this situation, which can basically be explained in 2 words: organizational capability and logistical sophistication. A top-down command system is too expensive, mainly because training qualified full-time officers is too costly, meaning that only division-level armies can operate independently, and logistics built on animal power and rudimentary infrastructure cannot support the arduous, long-term attrition of troops on the front lines. Therefore, the most efficient and cost-effective war model for a power or a nation is to assemble all its troops, march to the enemy's doorstep, and engage in a decisive, high-stakes battle to determine the victor. The pinnacle of this concept is probably the large-scale military model that Major General Ludwig Franz longed for, several legions forming a super legion of hundreds of thousands of people, using explosively concentrated power to crash down on the enemy like Mount Tai and annihilate them completely. And this time won't be any different from before. Facing Karl's question, Anson spoke in a very convincing tone. Ludwig craves a decisive battle, or rather, a decisive battle that aligns with his ideas and is at least in his favor. As long as we provide the bait, he will come knocking. I only have one question. The chief of staff couldn't help but interrupt, leaving aside what bait you'll use to lure our old superior. How can you be sure that Yangfan City hasn't fallen? What if he's already taken it? Would that be the end of everything? Take it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Anson flatly denied. With Alexei defending the city, Yangfan City will absolutely not fall. I have faith in him. Moreover, we received news of the devastating defeat at Wilderness Forest 4 days ago. Considering the time it took for the news to arrive, Ludwig still had to lead his troops back, construct siege positions, design tactical plans, and then officially engage in battle. He absolutely cannot take Yangfan City in less than 10 to 15 days. You know, that's Sail City, a city with a fairly complete defense system. If it could be taken so easily, it means that the army sent by the Clovis royal family this time is no ordinary force. Given the relationship between the army and the Franz family, and their cowardly nature, do you think this is possible? That's true, Karl nodded in agreement. Right, Anson's confident lips curled up. I told you long ago, Alexei is a very trustworthy man. Entrusting him with important missions will ensure nothing goes wrong. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is that the Royal Army's cowards certainly won't send their elite troops to the New World. Karl shook his head. As for Alexei, by the Ring of Order, I can assure you that every single one of the entire legion is not most afraid of a strong enemy, but rather of your trust as Commander-in-Chief, Anson. He really said that. Inside the wilderness forest stronghold, Louis Bernard frowned slightly as he looked at Jason Fruhoff, who had rushed over from Great Pigeon Castle. Absolutely true, the cavalry captain nodded, then suddenly revealed an expression of utmost sincerity that the young knight recognized vividly. With Alexei here, please don't worry too much about the safety of Sail City. The most important thing now is to convince Ludwig that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to annihilate the entire resistance force of the Free Confederation is about to appear before him, luring his main force away from Sail City. To achieve this, Louis, you must immediately mobilize the entire army and head south from the wilderness forest, feigning a rescue for Sail City. Once you've secured intelligence on the enemy, quickly turn north. I will leave Great Pigeon Castle as soon as possible and head to the wilderness forest to meet you. Finally, we will head south together, feigning a proactive confrontation with Ludwig. To avoid being caught in a pincer movement by Sail City, Ludwig will certainly halt his siege and head to the location where I previously fought Bernard to meet us. Of course, it doesn't matter if he doesn't want to stop or tries to buy time. That way, we can attack his Holy War Legion from both sides, establish a counter-siege encirclement outside the siege positions, and confront him. Which can also stop his siege plan. After saying that, the cavalry major, whose expression returned to normal in a flash, quickly saluted and added in a low voice, "These are Brigadier General Anson Bach's original words. I am just repeating them." "Okay, I understand," the young knight nodded slightly. "It must have been hard for you to personally deliver intelligence all the way back and forth. Please go to your tent and rest well." Jason didn't say anything more and decisively turned and left. Watching the cavalry major's back, Louis, with a gloomy face, picked up another intelligence report on the table. It was a letter from Sailing City requesting help. The writer was Alexei Yudukishki, who had been forced to retreat into the city. According to the Clovis officer, the situation in Salestown was extremely critical. The enemy had breached the outer defenses and city walls, and was slowly encroaching on the city along the streets and neighborhoods. The military was secondary, the civilian casualties were severe. This method of attack, instead of uniting the defenders and citizens, had exacerbated existing tensions. After all, one side was a traitor, the other a deserter, almost sympathetic figures from the same camp, and now, with these Clovis rebels added to the mix. For the three sides to face the crisis without grudges and remain united was truly an excessive test. Louis, of course, understood this perfectly well. In fact, his task as the governor of Salestown mostly consisted of resolving conflicts between the various factions, striving to maintain at least a superficial balance, and avoiding a bloody tragedy like the civil war caused by the split between the loyalists and liberals. Now, because of his departure and the outbreak of war, the conflicts that had been barely concealed had completely erupted. If he hadn't arrived in Salestown in time to resolve the crisis, no one knew what would have happened next. So, did Anson Bach understand this? Did he truly care about the survival of Sail City, or at least the lives of his men? Would he deliberately sacrifice some dispensable victims to ensure the success of his plan? One question after another, questions he would never have considered before, flooded Louis's mind. He was no longer alone, no longer a dispensable figure. The lives of tens of thousands, even millions, rested on his decisions. One wrong step could result in thousands more sacrifices. "Anson Bach, let me trust you one more time," the young knight murmured to himself, setting down the two letters in his hands. He sighed softly, picked up his saber from the table, and strode out of the tent. On the battlefield, thousands of militiamen, gathered from all around Yangfan City, awaited their commander, a motley crew of muskets, bayonets-equipped clubs, and indistinguishable uniforms. This very group, within the densely packed battlefield, formed orderly ranks, the last army of Yangfan City, the army personally assembled by Louis Bernard. Standing beneath the only blue flag bearing 13 stars, facing the entire army of young knights, countless bold and impassioned words welled up within him. But when the time came to speak, they were expressed only by the sharp clang of a drawn blade and a hoarse roar. "Move out." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816: The Negative Example of Loyalty. Outside Yangfan City, on the siege lines, Days of fighting had shrouded the sky in smoke and flames. Under the blood-red sunset, Ludwig strolled across the scorched earth, the embers of his battle still burning, as if taking a leisurely walk over the battlefield where he had fought for over a decade. The Yangfan city defenders, with whom he had fought all day, had retreated back into the city's defenses, continuing their arduous fortifications and sturdy stone buildings, the chapel, the council chamber, the warehouses, the governor's mansion. In this vast city, only a few outposts and interconnected streets still flew their ridiculous 13-starred flag. The rest was littered with corpses under shattered banners, crumbling fortifications, houses ablaze, and ruined neighborhoods. Dust and its particles had long since settled in every corner of the city. Relying on overwhelming numerical superiority, Ludwig did not deploy his forces in a conventional battle to engage the defenders of Saletown in street fighting. Instead, he adopted a tactic similar to suppressing a city riot, a layered blockade, a step-by-step approach, encircling and suppressing each community and street individually, either destroying and occupying the city or decisively withdrawing, followed by repeated clashes with the defenders. This tactic proved extremely effective. With the outer defenses formed by artillery fortifications captured and the city walls breached, the defenders of Saletown were effectively trapped with no way to retreat. Meanwhile, the city's inhabitants, seeing that the attackers had not conquered the entire city in one fell swoop, gradually began to believe that the enemy was not too strong, but the defenders were cowardly. Human intuition is often the most powerful force at creating illusions. Thus, from the beginning of the siege, Ludwig continuously created conflict between the defenders and the city's inhabitants, including but not limited to setting fire to the city, prematurely withdrawing his troops, and allowing the enemy to treat their wounded. After more than 10 days of fighting, apart from direct combat, the post-battle casualties on both sides were not significant. Of course, all of this was based on one crucial piece of intelligence: Louis Bernard was not in Sale City. This suspicion initially arose after the Battle of the Wilderness, when half of the Holy War Army was forced to withdraw from the northern and eastern parts of Sale City. No one but the heir of the Bernard family could unite the numerous liberals, defeated soldiers, and even generations-old settlements of the colony into cohesive force. The facts confirmed Ludwig's conjecture: the longer the siege lasted, the deeper the conflict between the defenders and the city's inhabitants became. By the 8th day after the city fell, some liberals even surrendered to the Holy War Army, revealing information about the defenders' strength, weaponry, casualties, and the locations of their strongholds. It was only then that Ludwig truly understood why his command post had almost been wiped out during the Battle of the Wilderness. That bastard Anson Bach had secretly sent his own troops to infiltrate the Free Confederation's army beforehand. Of course, Ludwig was unaware that his most trusted adjutant was among the Storm Legion troops. Which was why the 2nd Infantry Regiment was able to so easily penetrate his meticulously designed defenses and accurately locate the command post. Otherwise, he would have been even angrier. But none of that mattered now, because the hope of conquering Sale City, and even destroying the entire Free Confederation, no longer lay in Sale City itself. Ludwig sighed softly, rubbing his temples, which were throbbing from days of fighting, and turned his gaze in the opposite direction from the battlefield. There, the jihadist soldiers, still exhausted from the siege, were already clearing the battlefield, packing supplies, and filing in trenches, preparing for the army's retreat. A battle, perhaps evenly matched, awaited them. Withdrawal. Alexei, who had been dozing at the map table, was forcibly shaken awake and was about to draw his sword when he was stunned by the sudden news. You're sure Major General Ludwig really withdrew? I don't see any reason for me to lie to you. Facing the other's skepticism, Roman said coldly, his face as cold as ice. The Ring of Order and the Clavicon's banner are no longer visible on the front lines outside the city, and the artillery positions have also been suspected of being filled in and destroyed. According to your style, this is an order to retreat. Most importantly, this is intelligence brought back by the hussars from Salzburg who risked their lives to scout outside the city. They personally witnessed the Holy War infantry regiments and supply troops moving north along the road in batches, clearly retreating or transferring in stages. Perhaps because of his previous misjudgment, Roman was much more cautious this time. If he were still in Grey Dove Castle, he would never have wasted any more words with someone like Alexei, Anson's subordinate. In short, at the current speed, they'll all be gone in 2 days, all, perhaps still half asleep. Alexei was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. I said at the current speed. Roman's face darkened. Even if they leave a small force to maintain the standoff with us, or retreat to the beachhead to avoid being cut off, it's just routine deployment, nothing to be alarmed about. Yes, you're right, I misunderstood. Alexei quickly apologized with a smile. He couldn't afford to offend this man who had somehow ended up in the colony and had voluntarily joined his side with indirect loyalty. The forces behind this man, and the crucial intelligence he provided, were extremely important to the Storm Legion, which appeared to be rebelling but was actually loyal. The question was, why were they retreating? Just 3 days ago, Louis Bernard, who had been missing for a long time, had re-established contact with him and led his army south to provide support. This exhilarating news immediately rallied the defenders of Salzburg, and even the liberals, who had long been at odds with the defenders, were willing to temporarily set aside their prejudices and join the battle. The moment the 13-starred banner appeared on the horizon, the entire city of Sales erupted in excited cheers. So much so that the Holy War Legion outside the city simply abandoned their attack that day, retreating entirely to their siege positions. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity, the defenders launched a full-scale counter-offensive. They not only recaptured the streets of the city but also briefly controlled many of the destroyed artillery emplacements outside the city, quickly repairing them in preparation for the arrival of Louis Bernard's reinforcements. Alexei expressed his skepticism. He had personally witnessed a 20,000-strong army in the wilderness and was well aware of the Free Confederation's logistical situation. In just over 10 days, let alone raising another 20,000, even a few thousand would be insufficient for Louis to arm with enough rifles and artillery. Without guns and ammunition, how could they assemble such a large army? If they weren't planning to throw their lives away, then it could only be a feint, another cry of wolf. But the garrison and people of Yangfan City didn't take his concerns seriously. This was a crucial moment when the Holy King has returned, and all are of one mind. Everyone was eager to show their loyalty, so who gave a Clovis man the right to come over and speak so sarcastically? Some even went so far as to suspect Alexei's true nature, wondering if he had taken 500,000 gold coins from the Holy War army outside the city and deliberately infiltrated the city as a spy. Seeing the rumors growing increasingly intense, and even the Yangfan City Council preparing to offer a bounty of 500,000 gold coins for his capture, Alexei simply chose to shut up completely, offering no more military advice and obediently fulfilling his duties. As a result, Louis Bernard only held out against the jihadists for one night before withdrawing his troops the following day. The initially confident counter-offensive had to be abandoned, and many of the garrison of Sales were even besieged due to their delayed retreat, requiring the 2nd Infantry Regiment to relieve the siege. After a full day of bloody fighting, they barely managed to prevent the siege from turning into an annihilation battle, but the cost was no less significant. Casualties aside, the loss of supplies was substantial: a third of their artillery, 3 days' worth of supplies for over 2,000 men, and ammunition used in the defense against the siege all fell into enemy hands. The city and streets that had been painstakingly recaptured were unsurprisingly lost again, and many houses were even burned to the ground. If the docks and shipyards hadn't been destroyed beforehand, and the harbor filled with sunken ships, the defenders would likely have faced a pincer movement, being repeatedly attacked by the jihadists. The biggest problem was the complete break between the garrison of Sale City and the local liberals. The two sides, painstakingly united by Louis Bernard's return, immediately turned on each other the moment their hopes were dashed, accusing each other of disloyalty that led to this unmanageable situation. This atmosphere was a far cry from that of the Storm Legion. Within the officer corps, everyone tended to believe their comrades were loyal, and there was a competition for loyalty. The first to show loyalty would promote the next, ultimately achieving synchronized loyalty. As for whether those who appeared loyal were truly loyal, a loyal person naturally had to trust the loyalty of others and shouldn't actively probe another loyalist's background. After all, what if they discovered something they shouldn't have? What if they discovered something and were then exposed for disloyalty, a kind of indirect loyalty that's hard to explain? In short, the Storm Legion's principles of loyalty were only two. First, everyone is loyal. Second, if someone is suspected of disloyalty, then refer to the first principle. It was precisely this excellent spirit of loyal unity that allowed the Storm Legion to reach where it is today. Otherwise, it would have long since fallen apart. Sailing City, constantly teetering on the brink of civil war, served as a stark cautionary tale for the Storm Legion. And just when the entire city was teetering on the brink of collapse, Ludwig surprisingly abandoned his plan to continue the siege. Could it be that the commander-in-chief's reinforcements have arrived? Alexei asked cautiously, but immediately dismissed the idea. That doesn't make sense either. If reinforcements had arrived, why would Louis Bernard have so decisively withdrawn his troops? Don't jump to conclusions. Roman shook his head, his expression calm. Given Anson Bach's character and style, he's capable of similar actions. He recalled the Battle of Eaglehorn, where he was ordered to join forces with Anson Bach, only to be mistaken for Anson's army by Louis Bernard, forced to serve as a shield for that bastard in the valley for several days, indirectly contributing to the man's glorious victory in capturing Eaglehorn Fortress. So even if this guy wanted to recreate the spectacle or break through his limits again, Roman wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. But regardless of whether the reinforcements are real or not, this might be a good opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity to escape from Sailing City, Roman said coldly. Your mission is to ensure Sailing City doesn't fall. Now that the besieging army has withdrawn, and the fleet blocking the port hasn't made any move, staying any longer is pointless except to arouse suspicion from the defenders. Why not take this opportunity to quietly leave Sailing City, follow the Holy War Legion's march, and see where they're headed? If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't be far from Sailing City. This is the battlefield you chose for the decisive battle with Ludwig, holding an exquisite silver-plated monocular telescope. Louis couldn't help but turn to look at the guy who had tricked him. Didn't you say it was the place where you defeated Uncle Bernard before? But this is clearly the place where Uncle first defeated the Loyalists. Faced with the young knight's question, the smiling Anson did not answer immediately, but instead gazed intently at the vast plains before him. Nestled against the wide river, the world seemed almost bisected by the horizon, with the azure dome above and the boundless earth below. To the south lay the city of sails, to the east hills and rivers, from which one could cross the wild forest to reach Grey Dove Castle. To the north and west stretched endless forests, teeming with numerous indigenous tribes and the grave diggers who guarded the land of rest. In the center lay a wide expanse perfectly suited for large armies to deploy. It's simple, and only this kind of terrain can ensure that Ludwig will take the bait, Anson said casually. Blocking the eastern side of the battlefield will completely cut off our retreat, allowing us to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Neither actively moving towards Sail City nor garrisoning the wilderness will achieve this, Louis gasped. So you plan to fight Ludwig here and completely wipe out the entire Holy War Legion? Annihilate? Of course not, Anson scoffed. With our current strength, even if we could win, the casualties would be heavy, let alone annihilation. Then what exactly do you want? We want to negotiate with Major General Ludwig, and we want to ensure that he negotiates with him without any external influence, reaching some kind of agreement. Anson shrugged. Of course, before that, we have to defeat him first. Chapter 817. The premise of negotiation is... Defeat Ludwig here and force him to negotiate? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Facing Anson, who seemed to have everything under control, Louis sighed and shook his head. He was no longer the simple knight of Thundercastle. Although he still felt the urge to fight when facing a formidable enemy, caution and prudence sometimes prevailed. You know, we are the ones whose retreat has been cut off and who have nowhere to escape. It is precisely because our retreat has been cut off that Ludwig can attack so boldly without thinking twice. Anson deliberately emphasized the word boldly to stress it out. But since we want to cut off his retreat, he can't just stand by and watch the direction of the wilderness forest go unnoticed. He must divide his forces to guard it. If we have reinforcements lying in ambush at Grey Pigeon Castle and launch an attack from the east, coupled with the garrison of Sails City, then he will be surrounded from three sides. Do we have reinforcements in the direction of Grey Pigeon Castle? Louis asked worriedly. This question made Anson burst out laughing. Of course not, Louis Bernard. Anson wasn't entirely unaware of the young knight's caution and worry. What he was doing now was practically leading the entire army into a cage with two dead ends, the only exits being the wilderness forest to the east and the direction of Sailing City. This meant that if Ludwig sealed off the wilderness forest, he would have no choice but to engage in a head-on battle with the Holy War Legion's 20,000 troops. In fact, Ludwig didn't even need to launch a frontal attack. If he simply held his ground, his side, cut off from retreat, would likely have to launch an offensive, repeating the disastrous defeat at the wilderness forest. However, those routed soldiers back then still had a chance to escape, but this time there was no way to retreat. If they were defeated, they would almost certainly be annihilated, with extremely low margin for error. But only in this way can we ensure Ludwig takes the bait. If it were wilderness forest, he would most likely consider conquering Sail City first, and then seizing the opportunity to eliminate us. The city is already within reach, and given Ludwig's personality, he probably wouldn't give up easily. Anson's lips twitched. Having learned from his previous misjudgment, he dared not speak too definitively now. Sigh, why are honest people always so scarce in this world? If we deploy our troops and set sail for the city, Ludwig will not easily waver, but he will likely request reinforcements from the fleet. We also don't know how much ammunition the Clovis Royal Fleet has, but whatever the quantity, the threat it poses to us is deadly, Anson emphasized. Most importantly, this war is a matter of life and death for us, but what about Ludwig? What does this war mean for him, and for the Franz family behind him, the Kingdom of Clovis, the royal family of Austria? Louis Bernard's expression immediately turned solemn. You really intend to negotiate with him? At least we should try. How will we know if it will work if we don't try? Anson shrugged, his gaze following the young knight's face and shoulders, looking towards the distant horizon. War is the use of violence, attack, and killing between groups. It is the most extreme and last resort for resolving conflicts and achieving goals. It is composed of people, decided, planned, executed, and ended by people. Since that's the case, then there must be a consensus that unites everyone, even if that consensus is just an excuse, or even a lie. It must still exist, but people are also individuals capable of independent thought, not absolutely controlled. This means that dissent and factions will inevitably exist within groups and organizations. Identifying factions and seeking out dissent allows us to divide and disintegrate them. Even enemies with common interests may have the potential for cooperation and mutual benefit. After all, war is ultimately just a means to resolve conflicts and achieve goals. Conversely, as long as the goal is achieved, the means are unimportant. Staring at the pale horizon, Anson's gaze gradually turned cold. Various plans surfaced in his mind, rapidly calculating the probability of success for each and the potential consequences. As time passed, his understanding of his planning principles deepened, and he gradually discovered that his principles might belong to a branch of the time principle, but the connection to time wasn't particularly strong. From the very beginning, when one simply starts setting a plan, countless prerequisites naturally flood the mind, to the point where countless alternative plans, including risk assessments, appear whenever a certain outcome is desired, and now, even the subsequent impacts are being included within the scope of the plan. If the understanding of the laws deepens further, could it be that simply devising a plan and fulfilling certain conditions could make something that was originally impossible actually happen, even becoming a consensus among everyone? Twisting the laws, creating the laws, and ultimately the magic that creates the world, the potential is even greater than imagined. Louis, standing silently beside Anson, hesitated for a moment before speaking when Anson seemed to snap out of his reverie. Be careful. Your expression and tone of voice aren't quite human anymore. If this continues, I might have to take up arms one day and kill some monster with the same name as you. Anson smiled faintly at his friend's warning, but his expression quickly turned serious, and he nodded solemnly to Louis. Thank you, I'll be careful. Louis, unwilling to dwell on the matter, nodded, glanced towards the distant city of Yangfan, and said calmly, let's go back. It's time to discuss with everyone how to welcome your old superior. What's going on? Through his telescope, Ludwig gazed at the 13-starred flag fluttering in the distance, and the rudimentary battleground beneath the various flags, his face filled with confusion. He was now almost certain that Anson Bach was right across from him, but he couldn't understand why that unusually cautious man would choose such a disparate location to set up his forces, waiting for him to launch an attack. Given his understanding of the terrain of Sailing City and the entire New World, and the support of the locals, he should have been able to find a more advantageous battlefield, at least one that wouldn't leave him with no way out. Or was the terrain actually far more complex than it appeared, and he simply didn't know it yet? Ludwig's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, finally turning to the messenger beside him. Report the intelligence we just received again. Are they really only around 15,000? Yes, sir. The messenger immediately bowed his head. According to the cavalry's reconnaissance, the army on the opposite side numbers approximately 10,000 to 15,000. Of these, about 6,000 to 10,000 are armed and uniformed. Judging from their attire, the rest seem to be a hastily assembled militia. Only 15,000 really, although he already had the intelligence. Confirming it again still startled Ludwig. Anson Bach, is this the last force the colony can muster? No. That's not right. This is definitely not his full strength. Before he could finish speaking, Ludwig immediately rejected his own guess. Judging from the timing, this army should have set off around the same time as the army in the wilderness forest. It was only because I suddenly headed north that the vanguard was forced to head south ahead of schedule. According to his original plan, including the garrison of Sailing City, that would have been an army of nearly 40,000, and he couldn't have received intelligence about my arrival in Sailing City before early May. In other words, Anson Bach only took less than 10 days to gather 40,000 men on the same battlefield throughout the New World. If I had hesitated for even a few more days when I decided to head north, there would have been 40,000 men at the gates of Sailing City, ready to engage us in a decisive battle, and this is very likely not even his full strength. Having instantly grasped all this, Ludwig was first shocked, then his lips began to curl into a rapid smile, leaving the messenger beside him dumbfounded. Constantly exaggerating the enemy's strength, what kind of spell had bewitched this archbishop's son? Ludwig, completely oblivious to the expression on the face of the man beside him, was now lost in his own imagination, even presumptuously devising plans for Anson's side. In other words, the colony's war potential far exceeds what the homeland imagines. 50,000, no. Even 100,000 troops might not be impossible. Perhaps defeating the Holy War Army isn't enough, but annihilating this 100,000-strong army, and the million colonists who can be united behind them, is far from an easy task. The more Ludwig spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes bloodshot. A passion he hadn't felt since the end of the Iser punishment war was surging through him, making him unable to stop. Since the colony's war potential far exceeded expectations, Anson Bach's deliberate deployment in this desperate situation wasn't for a decisive battle, but for something else entirely. If not a decisive battle, then it could only be a hope to force him to abandon the use of force to resolve the Battle of Sail City, and thus begin negotiations. The initiative in negotiations can only lie with the victor. Ludwig smiled again, his dismissive expression confirming the messenger's suspicions. The Legion commander has gone mad, completely mad. Any other intelligence? Yes, 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 yes. The messenger, who had been inwardly grumbling just a second ago, quickly nodded, his face showing a hint of flattery. It's still the cavalry reporting that a small force of several hundred men has left Yangfan City, seemingly following us and lying in ambush in the surrounding forests. Because the enemy's numbers are small, and it's difficult to determine their exact location and identity, we haven't reported it immediately, but our initial estimate is that they are infantry, and their training and weaponry are quite high. Oh, Ludwig raised an eyebrow. What's the basis for this judgment? Their movement speed is very fast, and they have always maintained a safe distance from our main force. If the cavalry hadn't expanded their reconnaissance range, it's hard to say whether we would have discovered this force, the messenger replied. As for their equipment, the cavalry encountered concentrated fire from the woods while expanding their search, and judging from the frequency of the gunfire, they are likely equipped with breech-loading rifles. Breech-loading rifles, mainly infantry, a force of about several hundred men. Ludwig instantly came to the conclusion, it must be the Storm Legion that attacked his command post. They probably knew the plan beforehand, or sensed something from his withdrawal, which is why they decided to follow him from the rear. Perhaps they wanted to launch a surprise attack from the rear during the decisive battle, creating an opportunity for the frontal assault. But they only had a few hundred men, and their position had been exposed beforehand, so even if they really wanted to do that, it would be pointless. Ludwig nodded slightly, expressionless. Pass the word down, instruct the cavalry regiment to ignore them and focus on investigating the surrounding terrain, gathering as much intelligence as possible before the battle begins. Yes, sir. The messenger nodded vigorously, then turned and left. Ludwig, without saying another word, turned to look at the distant plains, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. On May 10th, 102nd year of the saintly calendar, after completing the final preparations before the war, Ludwig Franz personally led 12,000 men to the nameless wilderness north of Yangfan City. In the south of the battlefield, 5,000 jihadists and the fleet continued to besiege Sailtown. In the east, over 3,000 Clovis soldiers routed the remnants of the Sailtown militia remaining in the desolate forest, controlling the most important passage in and out of the colony. Even with his forces divided into 3 routes, Ludwig still had 2 full-strength cavalry regiments, an artillery regiment with 50 cannons, 3 grenadier regiments, 10 line infantry regiments, and 4 skirmisher regiments. The Allied forces of Anson and Lewis, forced to fight, consisted of 5,000 ranged troops, 3,000 Storm Legion soldiers, a cavalry battalion, An artillery battalion with 18 cannons, 6,000 colonial militia, and a 2nd Infantry Regiment roaming the periphery of the battlefield. Their total strength was similar to Ludwig's jihadist army, but their combat effectiveness was vastly different. The two sides faced each other across a wide open field and plain, each controlling a relatively undulating hill. The Free Confederation's position was higher, but this also hindered their firing range, forcing them to leave the high ground to engage in battle. Ludwig's position, slightly lower, allowed him to directly attack the Confederate troops on the hillside. After clearing their positions, only the central area where the two sides were facing each other remained on the battlefield, along with a few stone farmhouses and houses, scattered forlornly in the open field. At 5:30 a.m., both sides' troops moved into their positions. At 7 a.m., the battle officially began. Chapter 818. The plan was perfect. Beneath the banner of the Ring of Order, golden red artillery fire pounded the earth like relentless hammer blows. Dozens of bullet craters whistled across the battlefield, exploding into clouds of dust on the Confederate lines. Following the Jihad's initial victory, the Confederate artillery began to retaliate. Strings of shells traced graceful arcs through the sky, as if preordained, either landing steadily in the trenches or bouncing like playful balls across the battlefield, each bounce accompanied by a sickeningly loud thud of breaking flesh and bone amidst the dense ranks. Amidst the flying blood and gore, small disturbances erupted within the Jihad ranks. The disrupted formations, weakened by ricochets, dampened the morale of the troops, and the once proud soldiers now wore expressions of slight panic. "Hurry up. You bunch of bastards, didn't you even eat enough for breakfast? What? You maggots want canned food? Keep dreaming. Run. All of you, run. Don't stop for a second without orders. If I see any bastard wasting food and holding us back, I'll personally can it and stuff it down your throats, bite by bite." On the makeshift artillery position, Major Deroshenko, the artillery battalion commander, personally took on the responsibility of commanding the ammunition handlers. Standing shirtless in the choking smoke, he issued orders in a voice like explosives, giving the main gunner's position to Anson Bach. Holding the last intact 6-pound infantry gun in the entire army, the girl with bright eyes seemed to have temporarily forgotten her beloved rifles and canned food, letting her new uniform get covered in mud. Her enthusiastic appearance was like that of a child playing skipping stones and bowling for the first time. However, she didn't use tiles, pebbles, or bowling balls. Instead, she used a steel monster capable of killing from thousands of meters away. Although the Confederate army was at a disadvantage in terms of both firing range and artillery quantity, their superior position and superior skills allowed them to slightly turn the tide. Looking at the devastated front lines, suppressed by the enemy, Ludwig, his face darkening, suppressed a twitch at the corner of his mouth and waved behind him, signaling the messenger to sound the bugle call. "Form ranks, attack." To the rhythmic beat of the drums, 3 infantry regiments, a cavalry regiment, and a skirmisher regiment on the western flank of the battle line stepped out of their positions and began their advance. At the very moment they appeared, Louis Bernard on the opposite hillside instantly narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he lowered his binoculars. Once the battle begins, regardless of whether we gain the advantage of artillery fire, Ludwig will inevitably launch an attack from the west side of the battlefield first, and he will definitely commit a large force. Why? Good question. This is another reason why I chose to meet him here. Ludwig dares not push us to the brink, as that would greatly increase the likelihood of us fighting to the death, causing him to suffer excessive and unnecessary casualties. Therefore, he will definitely launch an attack from the west first, and then press forward on all fronts, using diagonal tactics to force us to retreat eastward, towards the direction of the wasteland. What you need to do is to take the initiative to engage, then pretend to be defeated. Lower Ludwig's main force on the western front into the encirclement on the western front, and cooperate with the Storm Legion to completely crush them. Anson's pre-battle instructions echoed in his mind. The young knight took a deep breath, and feelings of tension, trepidation, and excitement surged into his heart like a flood. Although it was part of the agreed plan, to expect a dignified Imperial knight to feign defeat is quite an impolite request, Louis muttered to himself with a smile, slowly drawing his sword. Let me see if the guy on the other side is worthy of making Louis Bernard feign defeat. Sailing City, attack, long live Bernard. A chaotic yet powerful roar erupted on the right flank of the Confederate lines, followed by hundreds upon hundreds of figures leaping over the hillside blocking their path, closely following the knight wielding his sword and raising his banner. On the opposite side of the battle line, The newly deployed Western Front troops of the Holy War Army looked up instinctively towards the direction of the battle cries, their gazes immediately sharpening. More than 5,000 sailing city soldiers, arranged in tight formation, led by a knight holding aloft a 13-star banner, surged down the hillside like a flood, actively welcoming them. The disheveled uniforms, inconsistent weapons, and utterly disorganized formations, none of this could conceal the army's astonishing morale. Before the jihadist artillery fire had even ceased, they proactively abandoned their positions and launched a counterattack. This also proved the jihadist artillery's accuracy was so impressive, it belonged to the battlefield atmosphere-building category. Even the local militia, lacking experience, could see through their paper tiger nature, remaining unfazed by the barrage of artillery fire. Faced with the sudden appearance of the enemy, the jihadist commander on the Western Front, after a brief hesitation, decisively ordered an accelerated advance, sending the cavalry regiment to harass the opposing lines and force them to slow down. Simultaneously, skirmishers followed, controlling and capturing the farms that were now within sight. On the vast plains north of Sales City, only a few slightly raised mounds and these scattered farms served as makeshift shelters or temporary strongholds between the two sides' positions. Conversely, capturing these manors would provide a forward position close to the enemy, hindering their advance and providing cover for rear troops. Lewis, of course, had considered this as well. Maintain formation, the young knight roared hoarsely amidst the rapidly approaching thunder of hooves. Form ranks. Raise your lances, take your positions. Despite their panic, the Sales City militia obeyed Lewis's orders. The dense ranks of 6,000 men halted their advance as if crashing into an invisible wall. The first line of defense knelt, hundreds of rifles flailing outwards like a porcupine. Louis Bernard, sword in hand and flag raised, stood alone before the first line of defense, staring at the approaching dust, holding his breath. Why aren't these people running? The commander of the Clovis cavalry, ordered to launch the attack, stared at the Sales City militia suddenly halting their advance, a bunch of question marks popping up above his head in disbelief. In his mind, these poorly trained and poorly equipped local militia should scatter like birds and beasts at the first sign of a cavalry charge. At worst, they wouldn't retreat completely, but would never stand still like this, waiting for close combat. The thought of hundreds of cavalrymen clashing with thousands of militia in hand-to-hand combat, a bloody battle, only lingered in the cavalry commander's mind for less than half a second before being instantly dismissed. He then gave the order to his cavalry to flank and advance. He was joking. His monthly stipend was less than 100 gold coins. Why risk his life? Just as the two sides were less than 100 meters apart, the Clovis cavalry turned 180 degrees with incredible speed, simultaneously retreating from both flanks. The earth-shaking hooves and the deliberately billowing smoke concealed their movements, making it impossible for the tense militia to see them clearly or judge the enemy's direction. They only felt as if 1,000 thunderbolts were rushing towards them. But Lewis could do it. Amidst the billowing dust, the heir of the Bernard family, a former Imperial Guard officer, curled his lips into a faint smile, a chilling glint in his eye, as sharp as a razed blade. Fire, a chaotic barrage of gunfire erupted behind the knight, the falling blade cleaving through the thick fog, creating crimson bouquets in the dust. Cries of agony rose and fell. The attacked Clovis cavalry did not halt their advance or return fire. Several hundred hussars quickened their pace without looking back, galloping away. This decisive and swift action left not only the Sailing City militia bewildered, but also the entire Holy War skirmisher regiment following behind utterly dumbfounded. Before they could even process what had happened, their allies had completely retreated, leaving them, the few hundred skirmishers responsible for providing cover, exposed to the enemy's front. Looking at the main force that was at least several hundred meters behind him, and then at the thousands of enemy soldiers that were almost upon him, a strange impulse surged into the skirmisher commander's heart. His trembling right hand pointed to the sky. I knew it. Those horse traders from the eastern fortress are absolutely unreliable. Bang! 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 The heartfelt exclamation had just escaped his lips when it was completely drowned out by the chaotic gunfire of the Yangfan City militia. The haphazard shooting was not enough to cause any damage to the enemy, but for the Yangfan City militia, who had just put down their hoes and picked up their weapons, pulling the trigger and hearing the gunshot greatly inspired their courage. As the last batch of militiamen gleefully emptied their gun barrels, Lewis immediately brandished his sword and ordered an attack. The objective was very clear: take the farm and push back the enemy who were trying to attack. "Long live Bernard!" The fanatical roars resounded through the sky, and thousands of militiamen raised their crude weapons and charged towards the enemy in a chaotic manner. Facing the approaching militia army of Yangfan City, the commander of the Holy War's skirmish squad quickly compared the distance between the enemy and himself, as well as the distance between himself and the farm. Just like the cavalry commander had done moments before, he concluded swiftly, it was too late. Even if they could get into the farm before the enemy, without cavalry cover, his few hundred skirmishers wouldn't have time to construct a defensive position. The likely outcome would be suicide, being trapped and annihilated inside the farm. Having understood this, the next step was crystal clear. The 600-plus skirmishers collectively turned 180 degrees and joined the main force. Thus, without a single casualty, Lewis and his 6,000-plus Yangfan City militia smoothly captured the farm, pushing the battle line right onto the Holy War's face. The enemy's retreat was so swift and decisive that Lewis didn't even have the chance to pursue them, and could only focus his efforts on constructing forward positions. Thousands of Salestown militiamen expanded outwards from the farm, using their packs and readily available sandbags, clods of earth, and broken bricks to build a low breastwork. Once everything was nearly ready, the Western Front Holy War Army, having regrouped its rout forces, finally began its slow approach. However, facing the Salestown militiamen who were already prepared and had their positions fully constructed, the Western Front Holy War commander weighed his options carefully and decided to request reinforcements from Commander Ludwig. Before reinforcements arrived, to avoid a situation where the front and rear armies became separated and could be surrounded by the enemy, the best option, of course, was to retreat first. And so a bizarre scene unfolded. Facing thousands of poorly equipped and weakly armed militia, the Western Front Holy War Army seemed bewitched, collapsing one after another without a fight. Finally, the main force withdrew from the battle without firing a single shot, surrendering the position. Only those directly involved knew what had happened, but to onlookers it was utterly baffling. It seemed the Holy War Army's fear of the sailing city militia had left both sides dumbfounded. They've already attacked. Anson stared wide-eyed at the Western Front battlefield in disbelief. He had indeed told Lewis that a moderate offensive was acceptable to lure the enemy, but he hadn't said anything about attacking Ludwig's face. Even though he had witnessed the entire process through his superpower, he wasn't too surprised. The Storm Legion officers, led by Chief of Staff Karl, were completely petrified. What they were witnessing was beyond their comprehension. What do we do next? After a full minute of stunned silence, Karl, the first to regain his composure, immediately turned and asked, Lewis has already pushed the front line up to the infantry's charging line. If Ludwig launches the first attack, they're likely to be surrounded and completely cut off from us. What do we do? I want to know what we do too. Don't repeat something so obvious. Anson couldn't help but roll his eyes. There's no other way. Since it's already like this, we might as well just push the front line up. Notify the musketeers to advance from the eastern front and probe Ludwig's main attack direction. The Storm Legion will cover the rear, closely following the rear of the musketeers' line, looking for a breakthrough. Oh, and by the way, try to signal Alexei's 2nd Infantry Regiment to see if he can find an opportunity to attack Ludwig's artillery positions. If not, a feint attack to scare them will do. I believe in his abilities. Anson issued several orders in one breath, gritting his teeth and scratching his head, his face full of helplessness. For today's battle, he devised 3 plans, prepared at least 20 contingency measures, and considered no fewer than 100 worst-case scenarios. The plans were perfect, but the first step failed. Chapter 819 Things are gone wrong. In the initial plan, Anson intended to reuse the strategy used to defeat Bernard Moreau's, only this time with Ludwig playing his role. First, Lewis would lead the Sale City militia in a preemptive strike, luring Ludwig's left flank away from the main force. This would then be coordinated with the Storm Legion at the rear to annihilate and crush them, reversing the balance of power and paving the way for gaining the upper hand in negotiations. Of course, given Ludwig's personality, Anson also considered the possibility that he might not fall for the trap. Therefore, he would personally lead 2 regiments of the Storm Legion to advance from the center, while the Eastern Front's ranged units maintained their lines, feigning a diagonal attack, using himself as bait to draw Ludwig away and commit the main force to the Western Front. Then, the previous maneuvers could be repeated, pulling the enemy into an encirclement through continuous retreats. The Jihad Legion, forced to commit its main force for a diagonal attack, would inevitably experience a break in its eastern and western fronts. If not, then it would be time for Lisa and the guard company to step in. Even at this point, things weren't entirely safe. The possibility of Ludwig's influence couldn't be ruled out, recklessly staking all their cards, not just to decide the outcome, but to fight to the death, was a serious matter. If their main elite forces were determined to break through, their nearly equal numbers wouldn't be enough to stop them. Alexei Yudukishky, he was the last line of defense. Whether Roman could break through the blockade in the shortest time and reach Ludwig's command post would directly determine how the war would end. And this still wasn't the full picture. Various contingency plans were already etched into his mind. No matter how dire the situation became, Anson was confident he could bring it back on track. Correction and reversal were the power of the laws of planning, but despite all his calculations, he hadn't expected the Clovis army to be so cowardly, retreating even from thousands of poorly equipped militia, unwilling to engage in direct combat. It wasn't that they hadn't fallen for the trap, or that they were testing the waters, they simply fled at the first sign of trouble. With even the first element failing, the entire plan naturally crumbled. Furious and wanting to curse, Anson had no choice but to start from scratch, decisively launching a full-scale attack to force Ludwig to engage. On the western front, the Sale City militia advanced, while on the eastern front, the musketeer column launched an assault, with the Storm Legion following closely behind as both supervisor and reserve. Every shell was used up, clearing the entire position. "I'm all in, do as you please." This was Anson's final probe. If Ludwig still refused to fight, either he had ulterior motives, attempting to lure him out of this desperate situation and then use mobile warfare throughout the Sale City colony to crush his already cornered army. Anson seriously doubted this, mainly because he didn't believe Ludwig possessed such imagination, not his command ability. That was beyond doubt, he certainly didn't have that level of skill. Or perhaps Ludwig simply lacked the ability to command this jihadist legion. In fact, through various intelligence gatherings and several contacts, Anson had roughly concluded that the opposing jihadist army was not Ludwig's trusted Southern Legion, but rather a hastily assembled force. However, changing the pre-battle plan at the last minute was ultimately a gamble. Whether he could win was no longer within his own plans, because the enemy's rapid defeat had caused the prearranged plan to completely collapse. If Ludwig knew what Anson was thinking at this moment, he would definitely think this guy was deliberately showing off. But even if he knew, he had no time to care. Looking at the almost one-sided battle before him, the Legion commander's expression was extremely grim, his bloodshot eyes almost bleeding. He had finally witnessed firsthand what retreat and advance as swift as the wind and unyielding as a mountain in the face of friendly forces in distress truly meant, and understood it all profoundly. On the left flank of the battlefield, western front, the timely retreat of their own forces allowed the militia of Sailing City to brazenly construct defensive lines right under their noses, attempting to gain a foothold. Meanwhile, the right-wing Confederate army, the Marksman army, sensing the Jihad army's cowardice and retreat, began to stir, attempting to advance and join forces with the left flank. As for the Storm Legion, that bastard Anson Bach, clad in Clovis uniforms and carrying the 13-star banner, who had been hiding in the rear of the right flank, they had vanished without a trace, disappearing from their original positions as if they had evaporated into thin air. This was precisely what Ludwig feared most. It wasn't hard to guess that an army willing to rebel alongside that traitor was his most crucial trump card, a deadly dagger to be thrust out the moment he lowered his guard. Yet, at this extremely critical moment, the commander of the Western Front dared to send a messenger to shamelessly demand reinforcements, even requesting artillery cover on the grounds that the enemy had already established a foothold. This scum who deserves to be riddled with bullets, doesn't he have any idea why the enemy has managed to establish a foothold? Tell him artillery support will begin in 10 minutes. I'll also be sending an infantry regiment from the Central Front as reinforcements, but the price is that they must attack within 10 minutes and raze that farm to the ground. Even with gritted teeth, Ludwig had no choice but to compromise in the face of the dire situation. Otherwise, the collapse of the Western Front would threaten his flank. Half an hour. I'm only giving you half an hour. If the Ring of Order and the Clovy Vestal are not planted on the ruins of the farm by 9 o'clock, all officers above the battalion level will be court-martialed. Yes, yes. The stunned messenger froze for several seconds, then sprinted away as fast as he could, as if the commander wasn't glaring at him with anger, but rather pointing a revolver at his back. 10 minutes later, the jihadist artillery roared again. 6 12-pounder cannons and 26-pounder cannons moved to the Western Front, firing in a crisscross pattern at the farm's location under Ludwig's personal supervision. It's artillery fire. Take cover. Take cover, a deafening roar erupted, sending up plumes of smoke. Although still lacking accuracy, the artillerymen, who had been trembling with fear after Ludwig personally killed a 10-year veteran artilleryman from the mines and piloted a 12-pounder, showed a significant improvement in their skills. They were no longer just there for the atmosphere. The once mighty Sailing City militia suffered a sudden and devastating blow. Faced with the whistling shells, their makeshift breastworks and the mud and brick houses in the farm were easily torn apart and pulverized, as if they didn't exist. Walls collapsed, flesh and blood shattered, and blood-stained shells tumbled and bounced amidst the screams and cries of the crowd. The seemingly impregnable defenses began to crumble. Seeing the bullet holes piercing through their ranks, seeing rows upon rows of soldiers knocked down and crushed by artillery fire, Louis, standing with his flag raised, felt his heart bleed. These men who had volunteered to follow him and fight for him were hardly soldiers, having received even the most basic training, and were completely clueless about what to do in the face of the shelling. Even his desperate shouts and the dispatch of messengers to order them to lie down were to no avail. The horrific scene and the overwhelming sound had left the militia utterly bewildered. And this was not even the end. The young knight instinctively looked up at the sky. Several shells had already exploded above the farm before they even landed, accompanied by bursts of smoke and fire, the shrill screams of countless shrapnel and lead bullets tearing through the air. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the cessation of the shelling, the bugle call to attack sounded from the opposite position. The Western Front Holy War Army, having regrouped and received the long-awaited reinforcements, launched another attack on the farm. The Holy Warriors, forming a striking column, charged forward head-on. 4 line infantry regiments were arranged in a wedge formation, with companies as their basic combat unit. Scattermen were positioned on both sides and in front, while hussars held a stable rear. Once they engaged the enemy head-on, they would flank and ambush any isolated units. Should they retreat? With this sudden thought, Louis, who had crawled out of the ruins and rescued several militiamen, looked at the approaching banner of King Clovis and instinctively held his breath. He wasn't afraid of sacrifice, but Anson's initial plan seemed to have deviated significantly from the current situation. Continuing to fight the enemy could easily lead to separation from the main force, which would be dangerous. But if they retreated now, the militia of Salestown, who had finally managed to capture, this is debatable, farm, might suffer from low morale, ultimately turning their attempt to lure the enemy into a complete rout, with equally serious consequences. What to do? The young knight hesitated, but only for a moment, for soon he heard that eerie, bloodthirsty battle cry behind him. Following the direction of the sound, Louis stared in disbelief as a dark cloud suddenly appeared on the previously empty eastern front, a dark, imposing cloud. Wah! Sailing City. No retreat. What's going on? Who ordered them to charge straight in? Pointing at the ranged troops who were already charging in full force in the distance, a tearful Karl cursed. I said advance the front line, advance the front line. Charging out like this is just making them sitting ducks. Yeah, but what can we do? Faced with the Chief of Staff's accusation, the Ranged Corps Deputy Commander, Joseph, seemed even more aggrieved than him. Do you think these natives, with their level of intelligence, can execute such complex tactical orders? Anyway, they're going to be sitting ducks, so we might as well let them charge straight in and engage. If they get lucky and break through the firing line, maybe they can have some effect. Karl Bain, although he was extremely frustrated, he actually knew very well that Joseph was right. The ranged troops, who had only been trained for a few months, were still a bunch of rookies under the Clovis military system, and the inexperienced kind at that, only good for filling gaps in the front line on the battlefield. Since that's the case, letting them utilize their physical advantages as natives might give them a slight chance of victory before the enemy can react. But can this tactical, utterly reckless fighting style really succeed? It succeeded, huh? The worried Karl was pulled back to reality by Joseph's exclamation. Staring at the 13-star banners waving in the distance, a vast, swarming column of archers charging towards the enemy, he was utterly stunned. The Holy War Army hadn't attacked, the Holy War Army hadn't fired back, the Holy War Army, the Holy War Army's lines had crumbled. What the hell is going on? Amidst a deafening roar, Karl, feeling his brain boiling, screamed hoarsely, Ludwig, has he been scared out of his wits? Why is he just watching the enemy charge in, not even knowing how to fight back? The entire battle had deviated drastically from the plan from the very beginning, with one unexpected event after another popping up like groundhogs, leaving the chief of staff completely bewildered. Perhaps, it's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. Joseph, equally shocked and incredulous, forced to guess, by the way, where is Commander-in-Chief? I don't know, Carl snapped irritably, but a hint of worry still lingered on his twitching face, though he didn't understand why an ordinary person like himself needed to worry about that monster. But now that the firing corps has broken through the Eastern Front, immediately signal Alexei Yudukovsky and his 2nd Infantry Regiment to begin operations. Also, move the artillery positions forward and fire on the enemy's exposed artillery positions. Their artillery accuracy seems to have improved considerably. We can't let them get too cocky. Joseph nodded slightly, about to turn and leave. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he stopped and said, "Do you think, is it possible, that the 2nd Infantry Regiment has actually already been deployed?" "Huh?" "Jihadist army position, Legion command post." Alexei, covered in mud and blood, stood panting before a map table, staring blankly at the empty tent, then turned to the icy Roman behind him, uttering a soul-searching question in a voice almost on the verge of tears. "Where are they?" Chapter 820 Unexpected, yet within the plan. Rewind an hour. With a deafening roar, the earth began to tremble slightly. The militia positions of Yangfan City, not far away, surrounding the farm, began to crumble under the barrage of artillery fire. Amidst the billowing dust, the Western Front Jihad Army, which had just retreated, regrouped, raising the Ring of Order and the banner of King Clovis, and launched another attack. The battle had barely begun when the situation became almost one-sided. Despite a slight advantage in manpower and position, it was far from enough to erase the superior firepower of both sides. The Yangfan City militia were equipped with homemade rifles and captured spoils, their ragtag equipment utterly incomparable to the Jihad Army's standardized Leopold and Leiden rifles. Having received no marksmanship training, their hastily organized counterattacks were utterly ineffective, even inflicting more casualties on friendly forces than on enemy troops. In contrast, the Ludwig Jihad Army practically demonstrated the impact of training and discipline on an army. The skirmishers positioned at the front and flanks began harassing the farm positions from the moment they entered the firing range. The crisp crack of their breech-loading rifles was like the scythe of death, almost always reaping lives with each shot. The 4-line regiments in the center advanced steadily through the acrid smoke and sparse fire of the positions, indifferent to their fallen comrades, their steps coldly to the beat of the military band. Upon reaching their charge positions, each regiment skillfully moved in company-sized units, launching column assaults with loaded rifles, charging to face before suddenly opening fire, followed by bayonet charges. If it were experienced Imperial regulars, the commanding knights would organize detachments, forcibly ordering the soldiers to hold their positions, withstand the close-range fire of the Clovis, and then use tight formations to drive back their scattered charges. Unfortunately, Louis wasn't commanding a real army, nor did he have enough knights to keep the 6,000-plus inexperienced militiamen in check. The already fragile line was torn apart into billowing smoke, and the jihadists, maintaining their column formation, stormed the positions, slaughtering the disorganized militiamen. Despite the collapsing situation, the militiamen, clinging to their fortified positions, continued to fight tenaciously. Though not a regular army, they displayed the imperial style to its fullest extent. Morale was highly tied to their leader. As long as Louis was leading the battle, the loyal militiamen, even when being driven back, would not cease fighting. This extraordinary morale caused the jihadists considerable trouble, but years of fighting the empire had given them considerable experience. Through constant skirmishes and repeated assaults, they inflicted casualties on the militiamen who outnumbered them several times over. Meanwhile, the Hussars on the Western Front had already bypassed the defensive lines and were constantly harassing Louis's attempts to reorganize the lines, while also launching feint attacks that threatened the rear positions. Even though the militia of Sales City were still trying their best to keep the lines from collapsing, and Louis, as their leader, had personally taken to the front lines, they were still unable to reverse the tide of the war. The balance of power on the entire Western Front began to tilt toward the Holy War Army at an alarming speed. "It's over, it's all over," Alexei, hiding in the forest, stared anxiously at the 13-starred flag gradually disappearing into the distance, his expression anxious and frantic. "If this drags on any longer, the entire front could collapse. We have to act quickly." "Calm down," Roman said coldly from behind, roughly pressing down on Alexei's shoulder. "We don't know what Anson Bach and Louis Bernard's plans are, and we haven't received any signals from them. A rash attack could disrupt the entire battle." "Signals?" Alexei turned his head sharply, his face filled with disbelief. "The commander-in-chief doesn't even know if we're here. How can he send us signals?" He tried to shake his arm free, but Roman's hand was like cast iron, firmly gripping his shoulder. He himself had used too much force, as if he had sprained a muscle. "And he knows," Roman paused, emphasizing each word. "He even knows our exact location, our numbers, and our equipment level." Alexei's gaze sharpened. "You, how do you know?" Roman remained expressionless. "I just know. Not only that, based on my judgment, you should already know, or at least have some guesses." He lowered his voice, his expression growing increasingly cold. "So don't play dumb with me, Fire Knight of the Dukeski family." Despite the aches in his shoulder, Alexei felt his heart skip a beat. A chill rose from his feet, permeating his entire body. In the distance, the militia lines of Sailing City were already showing signs of collapse, and the Confederate positions, which had initially seemed to maintain their composure, were beginning to waver. Taking the binoculars from the stunned Alexei, Roman hesitated for a long time, staring at the distant battlefield, as if considering a very difficult decision. After a long silence, he shoved the binoculars back into the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander's chest. "Prepare to attack." "Huh?" Alexei, stunned, thought for a moment he'd misheard. Now, but the commander-in-chief hasn't given us the order yet. The battlefield is ever-changing. How can we miss this opportunity?" Roman remained unfazed. "Besides, perhaps he's already sent us a signal, just that we haven't noticed it." "What signal? How should I know?" "I'm not Anson Bach." "Then what you just said?" "I only said possibly, not necessarily." Alexei's eyes widened. He simply couldn't understand how someone could reverse things so quickly in just a few minutes. Since Colonel Roman was also a loyal subject, was this a higher form of loyalty? Roman, oblivious to what the man before him was thinking, continued coldly and unhurriedly. "A true leader must not only be adept at utilizing battlefield changes, but also at creating changes at crucial moments, forcing the enemy to shift in a direction favorable to themselves. This is precisely what we must do, forcing the enemy to change." Alexei paused for a second, then suddenly realized something. You know where Major General Ludwig is." Thanks to Louis Bernard and his brave militia, the Central Front was able to reinforce the Western Front ahead of schedule, and the messenger's flag revealed the location of the command post. Roman nodded slightly. "Yes, I already know where he is." "So where is he?" "In the empty command post." Alexei's eyes widened. "Major General Ludwig France, where's he?" Roman, his face darkening, stared at the messy map table without speaking. But Alexei wasn't as calm as him. This wasn't his first raid on Ludwig's command post. He'd done it once before, during the disastrous defeat at the Wilderness Forest, and failed again. Now, less than half a month later, he was doing it again, and had even broken into an empty position. A natural thought surfaced in the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander's mind. Could this be a trap? Using habitual thinking, deliberately setting up a fake command post to lure him? No. To lure the commander-in-chief, then draw the main force of the Storm Legion into a carefully laid trap, to annihilate them. This is very possible. Alexei, trembling all over, was so tense he almost forgot to breathe. The thought that he had willingly jumped into the encirclement, potentially sending a signal that attracted friendly forces to gather here, filled him with a despair as if the sky were falling. What to do? What could he do to stop the situation from deteriorating further? Set it on fire. Fire? Alexei looked bewildered. You mean, Major General Ludwig isn't here, and we can't confirm whether this command post is real or not, so let's just set it on fire and burn it down completely, Roman said coldly. It will cause chaos and also organize the surrounding troops to move closer. Most importantly, we've already been exposed. If we wait any longer, we'll definitely be surrounded by the Holy War Army. We might as well burn down the command post and take advantage of the chaos to join forces with the Sailing City Legion on the Western Front. Boom. Just then, on the Confederate Army's position on the other side of the battlefield, a burst of flames rose up, emitting a sharp and piercing roar in the sky. Not only Alexei and Roman, but everyone, including everyone who was fighting bloodily, all subconsciously looked up at the direction from which the flames rose. Although it was daytime, and although it was only for a very brief moment, it was like the accompaniment for a drama about to take a turn. Rapid, bright, and even with a gripping rhythm. What on earth is this? On the artillery position behind the Western Front, Ludwig, standing behind his cannon, looked up at the sky, muttering to himself in disbelief, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Commander! Commander, something terrible has happened. Just as he was lost in thought, the messenger's panicked cry pulled him back to reality. Following the direction the messenger's trembling right hand pointed, Ludwig stared blankly. Then, he was stunned again. Everyone on the entire artillery position gaped in shock. Behind the central front, or more precisely, at the location of the command post, a raging fire had broken out. And it seemed poised to spread. Could this be Anson Bach attacking my command post? Impossible. He hadn't even broken through the front lines yet. How could this be? Could it be that 2nd Infantry Regiment that followed from Sailing City? But that was too strange. How did they always manage to guess where I placed my command post? Ludwig's hesitation, fueled by a flurry of thoughts, lasted only a moment before he quickly regained his composure. With the army headquarters destroyed, the unsuspecting troops were almost certain to panic. He had to stop the bleeding before things escalated. The Western Front Army knew he was right behind them and needed no further concern, so the key was the central positions and the Eastern Front. To avoid losing control, he decided to have the Eastern Front troops slowly retreat and regroup with the central forces. He would then rush there to stabilize morale before making further plans. At this point, Ludwig somewhat regretted going to the artillery positions to oversee the battle. The smoke and dust severely limited visibility, making it impossible to accurately assess the battlefield situation. He could only rely on experience to make deployments that were at least won't go wrong. Based on his experience, Anson Bach's army was currently facing a retreat on the Western Front and would inevitably commit more forces there to avoid being attacked on his flanks. Temporarily withdrawing from the Eastern Front should be fine. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could easily crush the Confederate Army's weakest link, forcing Anson Bach and Louis Bernard to submit. Then, sure enough, something unexpected happened. According to the Hussars' reconnaissance report, the Confederate Army on the Eastern Front did not join forces with the Western Front, but instead launched a direct attack on our retreating right flank. The enemy did not organize line fire, but instead launched a full-scale assault, directly engaging 2 infantry regiments in retreat. Currently, the Eastern Front has been completely breached, and the formation is in complete disarray. The Central Front troops, due to the destruction of their command post, are unable to communicate with each other, and some dare not act independently, awaiting orders. Small groups attempting to intercept the enemy attacking the command post were also unable to coordinate and were successfully broken through by the enemy. Having finished speaking, the messenger, covered in ash and mud, who had just rushed back from the fire, looked up, awaiting the corps commander's next order. Ludwig was stunned. Stunned for a long time. Just as he was recovering from the series of devastating news, he suddenly heard a familiar, melodious shriek coming from the horizon, and the sound grew closer and closer, closer and closer. Boom! A series of 6-pounder shells ripped through the sky, taking off from the Confederate positions and landing precisely on Ludwig's head. The overly shocked corps commander seemed to have forgotten that he had previously moved artillery positions to support the Western Front, personally commanded the concentrated fire, and exposed his coordinates. The ear-piercing explosions and suffocating smoke billowed up continuously. Gun carriages, soldiers, and lead bullets piled on the ground were engulfed by the fire, dancing in the wind like rockets shooting towards the azure dome, and then scattering like petals across the smoke-covered earth. On the opposite artillery position, Karl and Joseph, unaware that they had almost blown Ludwig to bits and had just flung the archbishop's son away, watched the smoke rise with glee, finally feeling a huge weight lifted from their shoulders. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief, whose strategic deployment had completely gone awry and who was ready to give up entirely, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. That's right, at this rate, crush Ludwig's right wing in one fell swoop, push his holy war army back to the Confederate lines, completely trapping him on this plain. Forcing him to come and negotiate. My plan is still perfect. Chapter 821 I Want to Talk. In stark contrast to Anson's confidence, Louis and Alexei, who had just made contact and successfully reunited, presented a completely different picture. Despite successfully suppressing the once arrogant jihadist artillery positions, the farm's defenses, already torn apart by column assaults, were showing increasing signs of collapse. Banners of Clovis, like scorching hot knives, were constantly weaving through the seemingly numerous but actually poorly coordinated lines of the sailing city militia. Perhaps in small-scale battles, the untrained militia could gain a slight advantage in surprise attacks and defenses through familiarity with the terrain and tacit cooperation among comrades, but once the scale expanded and the engagement became a direct confrontation with nowhere to hide, the difference in discipline and quality became overwhelmingly apparent. Despite the timely support of the 2nd Infantry Regiment, and despite the high morale of the Sail City militia, who even began to actively organize their defenses and desperately engage the flanking jihadists as the battle progressed, this effort and sacrifice only slightly delayed the rout. And even this small effort would soon be completely futile. After being dug out of the blasted artillery positions by several guards, a Ludwig who had just regained his senses immediately ordered the central and right-wing armies to converge on the western front and advance in columns towards the Confederate positions. Having suffered a head-on artillery barrage and learned from the previous battle in the Wilderness Forest, Ludwig had seen the true nature of the Confederate army, a disorganized mess. It wasn't that they lacked unity or strength, but rather that they were utterly incapable of unified action against the enemy, each acting independently. Neither the Sail City militia, who launched a sudden general offensive, nor the Storm Legion, who ambushed his right flank, showed any coordination, each throwing themselves into battle on their own. To put it more vividly, he was a headless giant, with his limbs and even every organ in his body possessing its own thoughts. His first reaction to a problem wasn't to communicate with allies, but rather how to solve it independently to avoid being ridiculed by others. The result was the current state of affairs. Although they appeared to be in a sorry state, the bewildered Holy War Army was still a unified entity. Once they regrouped and established communication between their various combat units, they could still act in unison, whether attacking or retreating. The best way to deal with a disorganized enemy is to concentrate all forces and eliminate parts of them before the others can react, rather than engaging in a direct confrontation. Having been thoroughly enlightened by Karl Bain's relentless bombardment, Ludwig unhesitatingly issued the order for a full-scale offensive on the Western Front. As the Central and Eastern Front armies rapidly disengaged from the Spectre Corps and the Storm Legion, gradually pouring into the Western Front, the rapidly increasing pressure on the Sail City militia and the 2nd Infantry Regiment finally became unbearable. Alexei even attempted a southward offensive, organizing a counter-offensive, but was quickly defeated by the overwhelming enemy force. Meanwhile, the Storm Legion, which was constantly attacking the right flank of the Jihad army, noticed the situation on the Western Front and repeatedly tried to provide support, but was met with counterattacks from the central positions and threats from the Jihad army's artillery. Anyone attempting to cross the battlefield was met either with fierce volleys of gunfire or with a hail of solid shot and shrapnel from the sky. The Spectre Corps, currently the Storm Legion's main force and sole designated cannon fodder in every sense of the word, had long since become completely out of control, like wild dogs on a leash, wielding axes from the butts of their rifles and engaging in a bloody battle with the rearguard left by Ludwig. Despite their high morale and the fact that they had driven the enemy back, it was impossible to expect to pull them out anytime soon. With the entire battlefield completely divided in two, several factions, each with their own agendas, began to take their own actions. Lord Louis Bernard, order a retreat immediately. Alexei, covered in blood and supporting himself with his chipped longsword, shouted urgently, if this continues, Major General Ludwig will wipe us out. Now is not the time. Amidst the shouts and gunfire, the equally disheveled young knight remained remarkably calm, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield before him. Anson Bach's Strike Corps and Storm Legion have entered the Holy War's Eastern Front. In just one more hour, they will surely annihilate the remaining enemy there, and then they can advance unimpeded, attacking Ludwig's flanks and rear, inflicting a fatal blow. If we retreat now, we are giving the enemy breathing room, allowing them to calmly turn and confront the already overwhelming Anson Bach, thus personally bearing our impending victory. Absolutely correct, but only if we can hold out for another hour. Alexei was so anxious he almost wanted to rush forward and knock him unconscious. I was just asking out of curiosity, nothing more. Are you planning to finish this battle and have the commander-in-chief collect your corpse? The excited 2nd Infantry Regiment commander realized he had misspoke again as soon as he finished speaking, and fear gripped his heart. But what terrified him even more was that Louis did not get angry after he finished speaking, and even smiled at him calmly. That calm smile, with a hint of composure, made Alexei shiver involuntarily. Their objective isn't to annihilate us, but to recapture the farm position and gain the upper hand over the Confederate army. Even though they were facing a life-or-death situation, Louis, his gaze constantly scanning the surrounding battlefield, calmly analyzed the situation for Alexei. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, I approve of your retreat plan, but given the loss of contact with Anson Bach and the inability to determine his objectives, a rapid retreat would not only be abandoning the chance of victory but also tantamount to betraying our allies, and in the current battle situation, organizing an orderly retreat is impossible. Therefore, I order you to immediately take your 2nd Infantry Regiment. Organize all units that haven't yet engaged the enemy, and launch an assault on the central battlefield, using every method you can think of to rendezvous with the Storm Legion. Me, Alexei was startled. No, this kind of task should be done by you. That won't do, Louis flatly refused. The morale of the Sales City militia will collapse instantly once I leave, therefore, after you withdraw, I will immediately launch a countercharge against the enemy to buy as much time and leeway as possible. I repeat, everything I do is for victory and to preserve the Confederation's strength as much as possible. This is not a bargaining with you, it is an order. The young knight's tone was more forceful than ever before, so much so that Alexei forgot to object and could only silently nod in acceptance of the other party's request. Before leaving, he did not forget to give a standard Clovis salute. As expected of a direct heir to the Bernard family, he maintained his composure and calm even in the midst of the chaos, making an objective assessment of the situation. Watching Louis's retreating figure, Roman, hiding in a corner, murmured, I think I'm beginning to understand why Anson Bach values him so much. It's probably not just because of the Bernard family behind him, or that elf queen of Iser. It's not just talent. Sir Louis is also steadily improving. Alexei couldn't help but remark, the Battle of Thundercastle, the Battle of Eaglehorn, and the later battles of the Wildlands. This young master and our commander-in-chief are truly a pair of peculiar rivals and friends. Indeed, Roman nodded, narrowing his eyes meaningfully. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have killed him back at Thundercastle. Alexei Yudukiski. Sporadic gunfire and shouts of battle echoed across the farm position. After the 2nd Infantry Regiment and several thousand Sailing City militiamen broke through the encirclement, the Jihad army finally took control of the entire position and began to mop up the remaining resistance forces and resist the frenzied attacks from the Eastern Front's muskets. As for the countercharge organized by Louis Bernard, aside from causing some initial trouble, it was quickly wiped out by the barrage of line fire and skirmishers. Even Louis himself was forced to lead the remaining troops in a retreat towards the Confederate positions. Stepping on the still-burning positions, the Jihad army, having finally achieved a great victory, decisively chose to continue its advance, attempting to strike at the heart of the enemy and completely wipe out the remaining stubborn resistance. Although there were minor incidents such as the attack on the command post and the complete breaching of the right flank by the enemy, they did not have a significant impact on the morale of the Jihad army. Besides the recent victory, another important reason was the assessment of the battlefield situation. Both the militia of Sail City and the musketeers were visibly low-quality expendable resources, only fit to fill trenches. Throughout the entire battle, the Jihad army had yet to engage the enemy's regular army head-on. This gave them, even Ludwig, the immediate impression that those currently fighting were merely cannon fodder, while the core, small force remained holed up in their positions, unwilling to engage. Even the battlefield chosen by Anson inadvertently reinforced this assessment. The Confederate positions were situated on high ground, deliberately positioned on the reverse slope behind the hill, meaning Ludwig, positioned below, had no way of assessing the enemy's true troop deployment unless he advanced steadily. On the battlefield they could see, the enemy's western front had been completely routed, and their hasty eastern advance was already entangled by their small force. All that remained was to storm the positions and crush the last remaining elite troops, and the battle would be over. This view wasn't limited to most of the Jihad army officers, even Ludwig himself believed it. Even if Anson Bach had a way to defeat him, without effective control over his army, the most brilliant plan would be nothing but a castle in the air. It proved that a staff officer and a deputy with a degree of autonomy were the true platforms suited to his abilities, rather than a commander. Commanding an army requires more than just having a plan. With this unparalleled confidence, Ludwig, amidst the thunderous cheers of his soldiers, raised his sword high, pointing towards the direction where the 13-star banner fluttered. Clavi, advance, circle of order, protect. The resounding battle cry echoed through the sky, the stirring bugle calls deafening. The main force of the Holy War Army, nearly 10,000 strong, bypassed the central battlefield in columns, thrusting into the rear of the Confederate army from the west, a huge and beautiful arc, like a scimitar, appearing on the earth. As they advanced rapidly, the Confederate artillery bombardment intensified, the acrid smoke billowing across the battlefield. Besides causing casualties, it also significantly hampered the jihad's visibility. This greatly boosted the jihad's confidence in their assessment. Such a fierce counterattack proved the enemy was exhausted and making a last-ditch effort. They were unaware that Karl Bain, seeing the enemy's imminent advance, was using up all the remaining ammunition he couldn't take with him during the retreat. Thus, amidst the thunderous cannon fire, the high-spirited jihad charged onto the lines like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. To avoid the painful lessons of previous collapses in the face of enemy attacks, Ludwig had placed the cavalry at the rear of the ranks, with infantry forming linear squares as the vanguard. So, by the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. The sun shone, the setting sun like blood. In the distance, a thrilling battle had just ended. If the 3,000-plus jihadists could still put up a stubborn resistance against the combined onslaught of the Storm Legion and the marksmen, then the sudden attack from the rear by the Sailing City militia was their final death knell. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire jihadist position fell completely, and hundreds of order ring banners were replaced by the 13-star ring banner. However, many Clovis banners were deliberately preserved for some reason. In addition, the artillery positions and supplies that could not be escaped were all captured by the Confederate army and became Anson Bach's spoils of war. But all of this had nothing to do with the jihadists or their commander, Ludwig Franz. Looking at the empty position, the Confederate position behind him without a single person in sight, and then at the Confederate army in the distance that had already taken control of his position, Ludwig understood everything. Anson Bach, from the very beginning, he never intended to confront him head-on, but rather to trap him in this seemingly hopeless situation. Now, he and the fleet at the port of Sailing City, along with the garrison in the wilderness forest, have been completely cut off, and all their supplies have been captured. Meanwhile, the Confederate army, which seemed to be on the verge of defeat, could win simply by holding their line and doing nothing. With a long sigh, Ludwig called out to his back messenger, "Yes, sir, send a cavalryman, carrying a white flag, to the other side, the Confederate positions." Ludwig couldn't help but smile bitterly, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. "Tell them. I want to talk to them." Chapter 822 Anson's close friend, loyal minister, and honest man, Bach. A bright moon hung in the sky, and a cold wind swept through. Facing the deep night, Ludwig, alone, held a torch and urged his mount forward slowly across the still smoky battlefield, approaching the designated negotiation location. His decision to travel without guards stemmed not only from his assessment of the situation and his belief that Anson wouldn't dare harm him, but also, and perhaps more importantly, from the fact that the entire jihad army was a makeshift force, lacking any of Ludwig's own trusted confidants. The intelligence provided by the Clovis trial, the information his father had intentionally or unintentionally revealed, and his own assessment of the situation had given him some mental preparation for the content of this meeting with Anson after more than a year. Soon, an inconspicuous tent appeared before him, and standing guard outside, torch in hand, were Storm Legion officers, Alexei Udukaski and Norton Crossell. So the rebellious colonial legions weren't simply coerced or deceived, they also knew the truth, even if only part of it. Meeting the slightly awkward gazes of the two, Ludwig's expression was somewhat amused, but he said nothing. He casually handed the reins to the breathless Norton and went inside. The not-so-spacious tent contained only a round table and 2 chairs. On the table was a map of the surging sea, besides some ports of the Old World and the 3 North Sea countries. It also detailed the approximate locations of the 13 colonies of the New World, the specific extent of each colony, roads, terrain, and even the approximate population. Ludwig's curiosity was immediately piqued, and he focused intently on the table, so much so that he didn't notice the footsteps entering the tent until the other person pulled out a chair for him. However, when he subconsciously looked up, about to say something, his inner question was immediately replaced by astonishment. "Why is it you?" "Yet, is there a problem?" Outside the tent, Anson, hiding in the trench, casually said to his chief of staff while biting the cork of a rum bottle. "A problem?" Karl Bain raised an eyebrow, his expression playful, looking completely at a loss for words. "You let Roman meet with Ludwig first, and only after you've completely figured out our background. Aren't you worried he'll betray us and let Ludwig gain military merit from the church? Don't forget, He's a staunch supporter of the Franz family. Of course I know that, Anson shrugged matter-of-factly. That's why I specifically had Roman explain everything to Major General Ludwig first, to avoid any misunderstandings. Specifically, that's right, otherwise I'd have to find a way to gain his trust first. Ludwig is the kind of person who, you don't need to describe the Archbishop's son's personality to me. I've been under his command longer than you have, Karl couldn't help but emphasize, his face filled with lingering worry. I don't object to Roman gaining his trust, but letting them meet privately is still too dangerous. I was going to say stupid, but you can get the gist of it. The Chief of Staff took the bottle from the Commander-in-Chief. Don't forget, besides the Franz family, Roman also has the omnipresent Truth Society behind him. Once the Franz family and the Truth Society join forces and Ludwig learns the whole truth, there won't be much room left for you to cheat and deceive. Cheat and deceive. That should be called mutual benefit. Anson showed a deeply helpless expression. Sometimes, too much tacit understanding isn't a good thing. He understood Karl's concern that if the Truth Society and the Franz family joined forces, he and the Storm Legion might end up like they did in the Wildlands, being manipulated in various ways and ultimately unable to escape their fate as tools. But this time it was completely different from the Wildlands. The Storm Legion's trump cards were not just what was visible on the surface. From Ludwig's appearance to the excellent quality displayed by the Clovis Holy War Army before him, Anson could basically determine the attitude of the Homeland and the royal family towards this holy war, and why they had become the vanguard sent by the Holy War Army, with the seemingly least likely target being Sail City. Having clarified their attitude and purpose, things became much easier. Just as Anson was about to explain in detail to Karl, the icy-faced Roman silently appeared behind him, looking down at the two men sharing a bottle of rum in the trench. Major General Ludwig wants to negotiate with you, Roman said in a deep voice, his hands behind his back. The Major General wishes to meet with him privately, but if you insist, he wouldn't mind also meeting the heir of the Bernard family. No need, Anson smiled as he stood up. I've already discussed it with Louis. I'll be in charge of the negotiations with Major General Ludwig. Too many people might make it inconvenient to discuss certain matters. Roman remained expressionless, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Anson, unconcerned, patted Karl's shoulder, who was still looking hesitant, and pointed to the bottle of rum in Karl's arms, chuckling, "This bottle is for you, but don't drink it all. Remember to leave some for me." The Chief of Staff couldn't help but roll his eyes, but suddenly realized something. While watching the Commander-in-Chief's back, he glanced at the Tirpitz rum in his arms, a hint of realization in his eyes. Lifting the curtain, Ludwig was sitting at the map table, his chin resting on his interlaced hands, his dazed eyes revealing a hazy light, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. "Sit." Without looking up, Ludwig gestured to the chair opposite him, his body seemingly trembling slightly as he spoke. Anson silently removed his tricorn hat, pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, only then raising his gaze to look at his former boss. "Before we met, I thought for a long time about what identity I should use to meet you." Ludwig's voice suddenly became calm, even tinged with something unusual. "Friend, subordinate, enemy, traitor, or stranger?" This question made me hesitate for a long time. When the people from the Inquisition came to my door and even took me to Lund Manor, it wasn't until the day I left North Harbor that I finally made up my mind. But just now, after Roman finally told him everything he knew, I suddenly realized that I had been taking things for granted again. What I had believed to be true vanished like a bubble in just a few minutes. How? And do you know what the most interesting part is? A smile suddenly appeared on Ludwig's face as he forced a stiff smile. "It's this kind of thing, and it's not the first time. My father, Roman, Sophia, and you, all of you, and everyone I know, seem to feel that they should deceive me, deliberately or instinctively hiding everything from me. Making me live in a lie that I believe to be the truth, only at the very last moment, when taking one more step would jeopardize your plans and your goals. Will you tell me the whole story, lest I, in my ignorance, do something contrary to your expectations?" The person I trust most is a member of the Truth Society, a rebellious church. My former deputy commander was a genuine spellcaster and a traitor to the kingdom. My father was far from being as loyal to the church as he always appeared. Ludwig's smile deepened. "So, Anson Bach, what do you think I should regard you as?" Anson stared at him without moving. "I don't know. How you view me is your own decision, just as when I reveal information to you, only you can judge whether it is a lie, the truth, or an incomplete truth." Anson spoke softly, "But to me, Anson Bach, You have always been my superior and a trustworthy friend. Without you, my fate would have been to be blown to bits by the enemy in the fog at Thunder Fortress, along with the remaining infantry. So whatever others have done, at least until now, perhaps I have concealed some things, but as long as you have asked me directly, I have never lied to you in any way. Perhaps in your mind concealment is equivalent to deception. If so, I have nothing to say and do not intend to explain anything. But before that, I must tell you one thing, that is, even now, I, Anson Bach, remain loyal to you, the Frotz family, and Clovis, and that has never changed. Ludwig's expression paused slightly. But Anson wasn't going to wait for him to recover. Instead, he continued, if I'm not mistaken, Roman has already told you all the intelligence he possesses. Adding to that what the Inquisition, or rather the Church, deliberately revealed to you, you should now have a clear understanding of the nature of this holy war. To put it simply, the papacy and the empire, which are leading this holy war, each have their own objectives. The former hopes to eliminate the Rune family, and if that's not possible, they want to use it as an excuse to gain an opportunity to intervene in secular affairs. The latter hopes to use this opportunity to reclaim their colonies in the New World, and even further, completely destroy the interests of the Clovis and the three North Sea kingdoms in the New World, monopolize all colonies, and cut off Clovis's supply of cheap raw materials. As for the others, whether it's Clovis, the Hantu, Iser, or even the Grand Duchies within the empire that are powerful enough to rival the royal family, they are merely pawns forced into participation. The so-called choice is just a nicer way of putting it. In essence, it's just about avoiding losses as much as possible under the premise of being forced to comply. That's why Clovis chose for you to lead the army and launch the first attack on Sail City. The glory brought by this capture victory is the greatest benefit Clovis can gain from this war. Ludwig, who had been silenced, looked at Anson with a rather unpleasant expression. After a long silence, as if after careful consideration, he finally spoke calmly, so your betrayal was truly out of necessity, and you already had a corresponding plan, is that right? As a subject of Clovis, it is my duty to do whatever is necessary for the kingdom's interests. Anson smiled slightly. For the Empire and the Church, the Storm Legion, deeply entangled with the Rune family, is an object that must be eliminated, and that will not change. If we didn't rebel, they would use it to blackmail Clovis, but now, because of the rebellion, we are highly bound to the Confederation, and having lost me as a target, they can only turn their attention to the entire Free Confederation. Similarly, because of the Storm Legion's rebellion, you, as the commander of Clovis, naturally have a pretext to suppress the rebellion. As long as you confront and defeat me once, you no longer need to worry about the Church and the Empire using this as an excuse to coerce you in the kingdom of Clovis. Anson's gaze gradually sharpened. In this way, the Empire's control over you will be weakened, giving you more autonomy in this war that is harmful and useless to Clovis, while the Free Confederation will do everything in its power to delay this war until winter arrives. At that time, whether Clovis maneuvers to gain autonomy, continues to maintain the old system of the world order, or breaks the shackles and establishes a completely new order, will all be your heavy responsibility. After speaking, Anson breathed a sigh of relief and looked sincerely into the other's eyes. Ludwig did not speak, but listened quietly to Anson's eloquent speech. If it were the old him, he would probably be too excited to contain himself at this moment, even imagining himself controlling Clovis's national destiny for the next 20 years with his own strength, excited that life and death were all in a moment. That success or failure would be spectacular. But just as an honest person can become cunning after being deceived time and time again, Ludwig, who was easily swayed by passion, also saw many problems in the pie in Anson Bach's eyes. You said you wanted me to defeat the Storm Legion to prove Clovis's innocence, but now it's my troops that are besieged and blockaded, Ludwig said coldly. To put it another way, given the current situation in Sail City, even if I wanted to conquer it, it's already impossible. No, you're too modest, Anson quickly flattered. With fleet support and your military prowess, at least conquering Sail City is still. I'm not wasting my breath, Ludwig interrupted rudely. If we can't conquer Sail City, Clovis won't be able to present his innocence to the Church and the Empire. How are you going to solve that? It's simple. Anson smiled again. What did you say? Lewis's pupils suddenly contracted. Withdraw from Sail City and hand over the colony to the Holy War Army. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823 For Everything of the Free Confederation. I don't understand. Back at Whale Harbor, you warned me that Sailsport was key to whether we could stop the Holy War Army's advance. Why did you suddenly decide to hand it over, voluntarily giving it to the Holy War Army? Lewis said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with incomprehension. I'm not protecting anyone. If it really came to the point where we couldn't hold out and had to make sacrifices, no matter how difficult it was to part with it, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment. But now victory's in sight. As long as we hold our ground and defend our lines, we can completely annihilate the 20,000 Holy War soldiers before us. Making concessions under these circumstances, even voluntarily abandoning the city and retreating. How do we explain this to the various colonies within the Confederation, to the soldiers who made huge sacrifices to win this battle, and to the millions of ordinary Confederate citizens? We finally won the victory, but to cede land and hand over the keys to the town as if we were defeated, can they really accept this? Answer me, can they really accept this? The young knight abruptly stood up, his excited question even waking Lisa from her sleep outside the tent. Lisa, her large eyes wide, peeked out from side to side. Anson didn't answer immediately. Instead, he silently picked up the rum he had previously given to Carl, gently uncorked it, and poured himself half a glass. Although he had said, "Remember to leave some for me," the chief of staff seemed to have only taken a few sips. The bottle remained full, showing almost no sign of having been tampered with. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lewis's eyes as he pressed his lips together. Before explaining this, well, actually two things. I need you to tell me something else first. Anson pushed the wine bottle towards the young knight. If the 150,000 strong Holy War Army lands in the New World tomorrow, do we have any hope of defeating them? This requires, impossible. Without giving him time to finish, Anson answered his own question. Even if we combine the strength of the entire New World, plus some reinforcements from the Old World, we still cannot defeat the combined forces of 150,000 Holy War soldiers and the Judgment Knights. No matter how desperately we struggle, we can only prolong the war at most. The gap between the two sides is that large, there's no denying it. We even struggled so much against Ludwig's 20,000 vanguard troops, let alone the well-prepared, massive Holy War main force, mainly composed of the Imperial Army. Then there are the two questions you raised: why withdraw troops even in the event of victory, and how to persuade the Confederation to accept this outcome. Anson raised his right index finger. I'll answer the first one first. It's precisely because we won that we have to cede Sail City. Conversely, if we had accidentally lost this battle to Ludwig, we would probably have had no choice but to defend the town to the death and annihilate Ludwig outside the city. Huh? The excited young rider looked puzzled and froze on the spot. This holy war, or rather, this war of aggression orchestrated by the Empire and the Church for their own ambitions, offers no benefit whatsoever to any world order power other than the Emperor and the Papacy, especially Clovis, Anson murmured. Whether we can divide, disintegrate, or even win these forces over to our side, or at least maintain neutrality, will be key to whether we can defeat or counterbalance the Empire and the Papacy. So, voluntarily ceding Sail City to Ludwig was to win over Clovis and the Franz family. Lewis's excitement began to subside, his stiff body slowly settling back into his chair as he pondered the connection. But even if it was to show goodwill, given your relationship with the Franz family and your status as a former Clovis officer, you wouldn't need to go this far if you simply explained your reasons for rebelling. Absolutely correct, Anson chuckled, a glint of light in his eyes. Lewis, have you ever given someone something you liked, but actually cared deeply about it? The young knight hesitated for a moment, not understanding why Anson would suddenly bring up an unrelated topic, but his knightly conduct compelled him to answer honestly. Yes, I have. When I first served as a royal guard, I gave my sword to my friend Arthur Harried, but because it was specially forged by my brother Crow to celebrate my successful mastery of my bloodline power, I was quite reluctant to part with it. And how did your friend Arthur Harried treat this gift? Anson, vaguely sensing that he had heard the name somewhere before, continued to ask. I originally intended to give it to him as a memento, because I'm going to the kingdom of Iser Elves to serve as an army instructor, and I don't know how long it will be before we see each other again, but it seems he completely misunderstood my meaning. Lewis shook his head. The last time we met, he told me very seriously that the knife was hidden in his father's armory, with a special servant cleaning the dust every day, and a royal weapons craftsman coming to maintain it every month, ensuring it could be used at any time. But what does all this have to do with Sailing City? It has a lot to do with it. Anson played with a wine bottle in his hand, a very amused expression on his face. The reason I asked this is so you can understand that some things may seem like yours, but they aren't. Conversely, some things that appear to belong to someone else, even they themselves feel they're merely holding on to for you. Looking at the young knight, who seemed to understand, he raised his rum glass. Right now, Ludwig's crushing defeat has completely destroyed the only benefit Clovis could gain from this war. All that awaits him is humiliation from the Holy War Army and disappointment for the Clovis royal family. Giving him Sail City under these circumstances, even feigning defeat, is the same as giving your cherished weapon to a friend named Arthur Herald. It's the same principle. He won't be overjoyed at avoiding the consequences of a crushing defeat. On the contrary, he'll think you have ulterior motives, even some hidden conspiracy, especially when I'm the one making this offer. As he said this, Anson couldn't help but sigh. Although he knew that was the truth, he was genuinely sincere from the inside out and never lied, so why wouldn't others believe him? Indeed, although it sounds very sincere, the way you say it makes one instinctively wary. Louis nodded slightly, deeply agreeing. So you handed Salestown over to Ludwig in the hope of using this inevitable psychological reaction to protect Salestown, or rather, to prevent it from falling completely into the control of the Holy War Army. Is that right? That's true, but there's really no need to repeat what I've said. Anson's lips twitched. If Ludwig were to take Salestown by force, the entire colony would inevitably be massacred, but through negotiation, especially given that he has already grasped the truth behind the Holy War. Cooperating with us is his only and inevitable choice, because taking the colony through negotiation means that there are still a large number of Confederate forces within the city, especially those who remain loyal to you and the Bernard family. If Ludwig doesn't want the truth of this war to be exposed, especially if it involves me, a traitor, he must do everything in his power to maintain Salestown's current state in front of the Holy War Army. And his reaction, in the eyes of the Holy War Army, is that the Clovis are trying to protect the interests they've already gained, so that the Empire and the Church won't seize them. If nothing unexpected happens, this can also cover up the truth of his cooperation with us. In this situation, Salestown, which has become the Holy War Army's headquarters, is tantamount to being completely transparent to us. The Army's movement routes, the state of logistical reserves, what actions the Church is about to take, will all be under our control, and most importantly, to avoid thousands of meaningless casualties. The moment the words fell, Louis's pupils suddenly contracted, and past scenes flashed through his mind again. Thundercastle, Eaglehorn, the Tower of Ascension, the Court of Isar, and of course, Salestown. He seemed to see again those innocent people who paid the price for their arrogance, stupidity, cowardice, hesitation. Why did he leave the old world and come to the new world? Why did he leave the chapel and become the governor of Salestown? Why? Louis Bernard, asking himself these questions, already had the answer in his heart. And Anson, of course, knew all of this. To avoid unnecessary killing and prevent the innocent from dying in vain, this was the sole reason Louis was willing to betray the Empire and even his family to cooperate with him. As long as this condition was met, he would be his most loyal ally. It might sound inhumane, even cruel, but reality is cruel. Compared to the enemy, he was practically someone the enemy could crush with a single finger, with no room for resistance. Without a plan to exhaust all resources and without half-heartedly cultivating allies he could find, he, Anson Bach, would never escape being a tool, manipulated and used, and almost certainly discarded afterward. Not the heir to a Grand Duchy, without royal blood, without a high bishop as his father, a lowly army officer with the memories of a transmigrated soul and a near-fatal weakness trying to rise above his circumstances and gain even a sliver of freedom was as difficult as a spellcaster advancing to higher rank, perhaps even more despairing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to so easily win over the entire Storm Legion and maintain their loyalty. Without tangible benefits, a sufficiently fair distribution principle, repeated demonstrations of strength, and absolute trust and sincerity towards his subordinates, simply having a heart-to-heart talk and saying a few kind words to make them willing to indirectly pledge loyalty is wishful thinking. This world is just that inhumane and cruel. I roughly understand your intentions. The young knight sighed heavily, his melancholy expression still lingering. But there's still one problem: how do we get the liberals of Sail City, and even the entire Free Confederation, to accept this outcome? That's simple, yes, extremely simple. Anson said casually, no explanation needed. Louis, who had been silent, froze, then blurted out, What did you say? I said, there's nothing to explain. Anson looked up at Louis's incredulously shocked face and said calmly, that's how it is. They either accept it or they don't. It's simply a matter of choosing which consequences to bear. As for us who made this decision, there's no need to explain the reasons to them, but they're all members of the Free Confederation, people we must protect, in other words, subjects. Anson slowly stood up, his expression gradually becoming serious. Since they are subjects, we, as rulers, can explain when we want to, but when we don't want to, we can certainly remain silent. This is not their right, it is the ruler's choice, your choice. Meeting his gaze, which seemed to want to devour him, the young knight looked utterly bewildered. But you said the Free Confederation is different from the old world, that it's free and equal. Louis suddenly stammered, Can this really still be considered free and equal? Of course it is, Anson said without hesitation. This is the new world's kind of freedom and equality. What's the difference from before? It's simple. This kind of thing didn't exist before, or it was destroyed long ago. Anson patted his shoulder, and the Free Confederation now believes that if we want to protect this hard-won freedom and equality, we must select the person who best represents the will of freedom and equality when necessary to exercise this right that belongs to everyone. What does it mean that the Free Confederation believes? It means that everything we say is final. The young knight's eyes were completely bewildered, but Anson didn't intend to stop there. Instead, he went a step further. It's already May, and the main force of the Holy War Army could arrive in the New World at any time. We don't have time to delay and wait any longer. We must end all this as soon as possible and prepare for the final battle, abandoning the Sail City colony, concentrating all the powers of the Confederation, establishing a Confederation Legion General Staff, and selecting a commander capable of leading everyone to fight the Holy War to the death. That's what we should do. That's the most correct way to safeguard freedom and equality, Anson said in a deep voice. Louis, finally recovering from his shock, choked back tears, looking at Anson with a resolute expression. All of this is for the Free Confederation. Anson nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. For everything of the Free Confederation. Chapter 824 Friends. Outside the destroyed north gate of Sail City, thousands of fully armed Sail City garrison soldiers, dragging heavy supply wagons and cannons, marched through the nearly ruined streets under a torrential downpour toward the Confederate Army camp on the outskirts of the city. The 13-star flag atop the dilapidated gate had long since been removed, replaced by the ring of order hanging in the rain, and Clovis's black and blood-red unicorn emblem. The civilians lining the streets watched the departing soldiers and the approaching Holy Army, their eyes tinged with a mixture of fear and relief. Their complex emotions mirrored the weather in Sail City, permeating the rising mist. After sincere and fair negotiations, Ludwig and his Holy Army had finally obtained what he had longed for, the most crucial objective of this holy war. Sail City. But this wasn't without its price. On the contrary, upon first seeing Anson Bach's long list, Ludwig was immediately struck by some very unpleasant memories. First, the jihadist army had to immediately lift the siege and blockade of Sail Town and Wilderness, allowing the colonial garrison and all free civilians who voluntarily followed the army to evacuate safely, without obstruction along the way. This was basically a matter of course, and Ludwig even strongly agreed with it. Second, the Confederate Army's supplies and prisoners had to be returned, while the jihadist army's supplies, especially the 50 cannons, were all confiscated, and even the soldiers of Wilderness were required to surrender on the spot, handing over all their equipment to the Confederate Army for custody. Ludwig tolerated it all. He knew Anson Bach's almost miserly, greedy nature all too well. Ludwig tolerated it all. After all, he was the one who had lost the battle. The final clause, and the one Ludwig found most unacceptable, stipulated that the Holy War Army must not destroy or loot the occupied cities or the civilians who remained within them, nor could it subject any specific groups to substantial persecution. This was practically an undisguised admission. Those within Sail City were his people, and he was expected to actively protect them, minimizing their potential persecution from the Empire and the Church. Ludwig was shocked. For a moment, he felt as if he hadn't seized Sail City, but merely temporarily safeguarding it for that bastard Anson Bach. This was no longer a request, but an order. A traitor, a heretic, and his former subordinate, was ordering him around. But Ludwig agreed nonetheless. No matter how unacceptable it was, the fact remained, from the moment he prepared to negotiate with Anson Bach, He had become an accomplice to this traitor. Protecting those loyal to him within the city was, in a sense, protecting his own, France's, and even Clovis's interests. To put it more bluntly, the more difficult this holy war became, the more unfavorable factors appeared for the Church and the Empire, and the greater the benefits that the Clovis and Franz families could gain. Ludwig even suspected, no, he was certain that his respected father, Archbishop Luther Franz, had foreseen all of this, which was why he had worked so hard to make him this damned legion commander. Thus, after losing the battle and promising a multitude of conditions, Ludwig, feeling deeply cheated once again, and his holy war legion became the new masters of Salzburg. Of course, the officers and soldiers of the Holy War Army knew very well that this victory was the result of negotiations by their legion commander, but they knew nothing about the details. But Ludwig wasn't worried about this. He knew all too well how complacent, greedy, cowardly, and selfish his subordinates were, and they would never dare to tell the rest of the Holy War Army the truth about the conquest of Salzburg. Standing atop the tower, overlooking the densely packed crowd below, Ludwig sighed heavily, forcing himself to stop wallowing in pointless anger and shock, and began to consider his next move. The Jihad Army's control of Sailing City meant the destruction of a crucial stronghold for the Free Confederation. Abandoning the entire West was only a matter of time. Afterward, Anson Bach and his forces would inevitably shift their focus to the Ice Dragon Fjord area. This was both good and bad. The good was that they no longer needed to worry about how to defend, concentrating their forces in one place without the hassle of dispersed defenses. The bad was the same. The Jihad Army no longer needed to launch multi-front attacks, focusing solely on White Whale Harbor. It was already May, and by mid-May at the latest, the main force of the Jihad Army would land in Sailing City. Even under the most conservative estimates, around June, Anson Bach and his so-called Free Confederation would have lost a vast majority of their territory. If Clovis wanted to gain even the slightest benefit from this war, he had to ensure that Ice Dragon Fjord, or rather White Whale Harbor, wouldn't fall easily to the 150,000-strong Holy War Army before October. "Are you worried about Anson Bach?" Roman asked softly. He hadn't left with a Confederate army, but stayed behind as a middleman between Ludwig and Anson Bach, and to provide Ludwig with necessary intelligence when needed. However, for the loyal deputy commander of the Southern Army, the latter was the real reason he stayed. "What's there to worry about with a damn traitor?" Ludwig sneered irritably. "What I'm more worried about is your secret plot being discovered and exposed by the Empire and the Church. The Truth Society may not be as powerful as the old gods, but it's still a thorn in the side of the Vatican. It's just that it hasn't caused much of an impact in the past, so it hasn't been targeted too much. Even if we can stop the Church's ambition to interfere in secular affairs this time, many things that could be kept secret in the past will probably be exposed. Once the Church orders a manhunt, Clovis will not dare to object, and the Franz family will not be able to protect you. Have you thought about what to do in the future?" Looking at Ludwig's worried eyes, Roman seemed to be petrified, frozen in place. He remained silent for more than 10 seconds before nodding slightly, no longer daring to look directly into the other's eyes. "Thank you for your concern. I am deeply honored," Roman, trying to maintain his icy tone while catching his breath, said. "I was prepared for this outcome from the day I joined the Truth Society, so please don't worry too much." Ludwig frowned slightly. "Roman, he sighed, somewhat wistfully, "we are still friends, aren't we?" "Of course." Roman slowly rose, but still avoided eye contact. "To fight for Ludwig Franz is the greatest honor of my life." Compared to the complex emotions of Ludwig and the Holy War Army, the Confederate Army, victorious yet forced to retreat, felt an immense burden. Although Anson had advised Louis not to offer any explanation, in the end, he bore the entire burden alone. In the name of the governor of Sailing City, he announced the abandonment of the entire Sailing City colony and demanded that all soldiers and civilians still loyal to him follow him to Grey Dove Castle. Yes, we won this war, but the price we paid pales in comparison to any victory. Thousands of warriors who fought for freedom and equality sacrificed their lives to defeat the Holy War Army, but in the end, all we gained was the right to negotiate fairly with the enemy, nothing more. This is not because our warriors were not brave, or lacked the courage to sacrifice for freedom and equality, but because the enemy we faced was far too powerful, and my ability to command you all in this battle was insufficient. Failing to make truly correct decisions at crucial moments, the enemy's vanguard alone required the entire Confederation to exert all its support to barely hold them off. When we truly faced the enemy head-on, the despair we will face will be at least 10 times, perhaps even 20 times, greater than it is now. Continuing to hold out in Sailing City is pointless. For the continuation of the entire Free Confederation, withdrawing from Sailing City with dignity, concentrating our forces, and preparing for a decisive battle with the enemy is the least bad outcome. After a sincere and frank speech, Louis Bernard unsurprisingly earned the disappointment of all the liberals and soldiers of Salestown loyal to him. Even so, these men still decided to follow their disillusioned governor and evacuate the Salestown colony with a main force, not out of genuine loyalty, but because after nearly a month of fighting, most of them had developed a deep-seated hatred for the Holy War Army. If the army left and they remained, it wasn't hard to guess how the other side would repay the previous friendly exchanges. In comparison, maintaining loyalty to the governor of Salestown seemed more worthwhile, although compared to the past, that loyalty was now questionable. However, the young knight didn't care. When he saw that the vast majority had finally accepted his persuasion and were willing to evacuate reluctantly, even though those around him looked at him with disdain, Louis's face still showed genuine joy. Because he's such a fool. Gazing at the distant city of Sailing, the elven girl murmured softly, to this fool, he himself is always the most insignificant one, as long as he can achieve his goal and protect what he wants to protect, even if he dies and is disgraced the next second, he will never hesitate for a moment. Don't even mention the entire city of Sailing, even an orphan in the slums is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more precious to him than the governor of Sailing, the heir of the Bernard family. Anson, forced to walk alongside the elven girl, didn't speak, but nodded awkwardly. He's such a hopeless fool who never thinks of himself, and never considers what would be more beneficial to him. Freya's voice trembled slightly, but her gaze towards Anson was cold and resolute. You must be very proud of yourself for willingly achieving your goal by using such a fool. Lord Anson Bach, absolutely not. Anson shuddered and denied it decisively. Oh, the elven girl narrowed her eyes. Really, absolutely. Anson looked up sharply, his gaze unwavering. I've tried to persuade him several times not to explain to those people, but he just wouldn't listen. He insisted on letting everyone know the truth. You know better than how stubborn he is, of course. Upholding one's beliefs and defending them to the death is the code of knighthood. The elven girl gave a soft snort, her cold gaze instantly replaced by boundless affection. How could someone like you, who has no integrity whatsoever and doesn't understand the meaning of chivalry, possibly sway his resolve? Yes, you're absolutely right, Anson readily admitted to Freya's sarcasm. Compared to Louis, who still retained a touch of naivete, the elven girl, having experienced court politics firsthand, was far more difficult to deal with. However, she only became sensitive when the young knight's vital interests were threatened. However, to some extent, it was thanks to Louis's honesty that the hundreds of thousands of people in the Salestown colony clearly understood their current situation and willingly followed us. Anson quickly changed the subject. Our enemy is stronger than ever before, but the Confederation hasn't fully realized this. There's still a nagging optimism, and many simply can't comprehend the terrifying power of the 150,000-strong army and the Church's hostility. These hundreds of thousands of Salestown immigrants might serve as a powerful boost, making them deeply understand that even victory on the battlefield cannot reverse the gap and disadvantage between the two sides. From this perspective, Louis's approach was actually the right decision. Brute force might increase cohesion and facilitate management, but honesty can dispel people's illusions and truly make them fight for their future and destiny. Louis Bernard is truly a gentle and remarkable knight. It's so reassuring to fight alongside him, as if suddenly overcome with emotion. Anson smiled and turned his head. To be his close friend, comrade in arms, and ally is truly a fortunate and honorable thing. With him here, we will definitely win this war. Meeting Anson's gaze, Freya, who had been silent, frowned. What's wrong? Sensing the elven girl's emotions, Anson smiled and asked, is there a problem? Nothing. Freya shook her head decisively, but seemed somewhat uncertain. I just suddenly remembered some strange things, not particularly strange, but they might not be accepted by the world, by the general public. The elven girl's gaze suddenly became somewhat evasive, and her words became hesitant. I know nothing about these things. I've only heard Talia Rune mention them a few times. It's, you and Louis, you two were just ordinary friends, right? Anson Bach, sorry for the late post. Chapter 825 Marshals are elected. On May 13, 102 AD, saintly calendar, A Confederate army of over 10,000 retreated from the wilderness to Grey Dove Castle, accompanied by tens of thousands of liberal colonists who refused to remain in the occupied territories and remained loyal to Louis Bernard. Even before their arrival, the army caused a sensation throughout the Confederacy. Of course, they were unaware of the glorious victory achieved by Anson and Lewis in their joint campaign, which resulted in a defeat of the Holy War Army. However, news of the earlier rout at the Wilderness and the complete annihilation of the painstakingly assembled 20,000-strong army had already spread throughout the Free Confederacy. The colonists, who had previously been full of confidence and self-satisfaction, were suddenly plunged into despair, shrouded in gloom. When the retreating liberal colonists arrived at Grey Dove Castle and spread the news of the fall of Sailing City, even the most ardent advocates of war, the ecumenical and the alliance of keepers of the faith, chose to remain silent. Despair began to spread among the people. If they couldn't even defeat the enemy's vanguard, what would happen if the main force landed in the New World? It would be better to surrender and at least have a decent burial. In a sense, this thinking was entirely correct, even a little too late. The current situation was such that even if the liberals committed mass suicide, the Church and Empire, having already exhausted countless resources and mobilized millions of people and materials, would not stop. The Holy War would never cease until the blade of exterminating heretics and infidels was soaked in blood. And worse was yet to come. Ludwig's landing in Sailing City was almost a month ago, and based on known intelligence and time calculations, the main force of the Holy War Army could appear on the coastline of the New World at any moment. From Grey Pigeon Castle to Slave Harbor, the entire Confederation was filled with an atmosphere of impending doom, and it was precisely because of this atmosphere that the various forces that had previously harbored various ulterior motives and intended to participate without contributing, finally began to reach a consensus. The enemy was incredibly powerful enough to wipe them out with a flick of their little finger, even to destroy the entire Confederation. 150,000 Holy War legions, such a massive force, such high-sounding slogans, only the annihilation of the entire Free Confederation, the extermination of all liberals, and the reduction of all 13 colonies to ruins could satisfy the appetites of the Empire and the Papacy. Having recognized the reality, the liberals and the vested interests of the various colonies, without waiting for Anson and Lewis to summon them, rushed to Grey Dove Castle to urgently convene the High Council to discuss countermeasures. The previously dragging out proposal from the General Staff was quickly passed, and the High Council even proactively sent messengers to Anson and Lewis, hoping they would arrive at Grey Dove Castle as soon as possible to begin the election of the Confederation Army Marshal. Amidst this atmosphere of unity and shared purpose, and amidst the widespread lamentation, the defeated Confederation Army finally arrived at Grey Dove Castle on May 15. Regarding the election of the Marshal of the Confederate Army, although according to regulations, at least 400 members of Parliament and representatives from all 13 colonies must be present for the proceedings to begin, the current situation no longer allows us to adhere to certain rigid procedures. In the Castle Hall of Grey Dove Fortress, Paulina Frey, as the leader of the High Council, stood on a makeshift platform, her face incredibly somber, mechanically reading her speech. Her voice wasn't loud, but even with the torrential rain outside, it resonated clearly and accurately in every corner of the deathly hall. Of course, even if they couldn't hear it clearly, it didn't matter. Almost everyone present knew the contents of the speech. An atmosphere of despair permeated the air, and the gloomy members of Parliament, besides listening attentively, had no other thoughts. Furthermore, Grey Dove Castle, as an inland bridgehead, was itself a highly fortified colony. The entire hall was encased in thick granite walls, making the space not only cramped but also extremely poorly lit. It was raining outside. Those in the damp, dark environment could barely breathe, let alone have any ideas. As the leader of the Supreme Council, I hereby formally announce the temporary exemption of all absent representatives and members of Parliament from voting. Those present will be responsible for electing the Marshal of the Confederate Army. Fighting off the fine beads of sweat on her body, Paulina said in a deep voice, according to the Supreme Council's charter, the Council will first nominate candidates, and then the Supreme Council will jointly elect them by secret ballot. The candidate receiving more than half or the most votes will become the Marshal of the Free Confederation. After careful deliberation by the Council, it has been decided to nominate Governor Anson Bach of East Dragonfjord and Sir Louis Bernard, Governor of Sailing City, as their representatives. The moment her words fell, all eyes in the room focused on the two men. Anson, sitting at the front of the crowd, remained unusually calm, holding Lisa, who was already fast asleep in his arms, and gently fanning her with his military cap. His confident demeanor suggested he had already foreseen the outcome. The girl, immersed in her dreams, looked completely at ease. A slight upturn at the corner of her mouth even caused drool to drip from her lips, soaking half of his trouser leg. The young knight, however, was not as relaxed as Anson. His tightly furrowed brows concealed countless worries, pain, hesitation, struggle, a complex mix of emotions swirled within him. In the corner of the hall, the elven girl watched his retreating figure with concern, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. She knew very well that this outwardly humble knight was actually extremely proud and quite fragile. Her comfort would not only fail to soothe him but would also be the final straw. Gentlemen, you are all representatives of the millions of people in the Free Confederation, bearing the mission of defending the Confederation's independence and fighting for equality and freedom. Polina's solemn voice rang out again. Now, please fulfill your duties and elect a leader for the Free Confederation who can uphold its dignity and safeguard freedom and equality. As her words fell, everyone present raised their heads in unison, held their breath, and solemnly gazed at the front of the hall. Soon, the speakers of Redan Bay and Lake Town carried a huge ballot box into the room, placing it heavily in the center of the hall, and began distributing ballots to the members of Parliament, except for the two candidates. These were small scrolls, about the length of a hand, which voters wrote the name of the candidate they wished to vote for, rolled up, and then deposited into the ballot box in order of seating. No one was allowed to leave the hall until the voting was completed and the results were officially announced. This was done not only to ensure the absolute fairness, impartiality, and transparency of the entire voting process, but more importantly, to build consensus within the Supreme Council. The effect was similar to Anson taking meeting minutes at every meeting. Since the marshal was elected by everyone and recognized by all, no one was allowed to refuse to obey the marshal's orders afterward, or to outwardly comply while inwardly resisting. Wait a minute, just as the voting was about to begin, Anson, holding Lisa in his arms, suddenly raised his right hand, his resolute voice ringing in everyone's ears. Before the formal vote, I have a few words I'd like to say to everyone. Would that be permissible, huh? Not only were the people present stunned, but even Polina on the podium was taken aback, as if something unexpected had happened, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Having experienced so much, she was no longer the girl who had fled Grey Dove Castle with her sister after her father's tragic death. After a brief moment of distraction, the girl quickly regained her composure and nodded slightly. Of course, it is your right to give an election speech as a candidate, and naturally, Sir Louis Bernard is the same. As she spoke, she glanced at the young knight beside her. Since Lord Anson Bach has proposed it first, please wait a moment. The High Council will ensure that both sides enjoy all rights fairly, without any bias. I don't need to, Louis said coldly, his eyes filled with a heavy sadness. Of course, I still thank you and the High Council for your fair attitude. Whatever the outcome, Louis Bernard is willing to accept it. With that, the young knight returned to his seat, as if nothing had happened. Polina, whose offer had been rejected outright, was not angry. She smiled and silently gave up the podium. Anson, who had handed the sleeping girl to the strange-looking Carl Bain, silently walked to the spot where she had just stood. Facing the solemn, serious, pessimistic, and desperate faces below the stage, Anson remained silent at first. He remained silent for a very long time, letting the deathly silence grow increasingly oppressive, letting the councillors who had been silently waiting for him to speak begin to look at each other and whisper among themselves. He seemed not to exist at all, or had become invisible, looking around at them, standing there without uttering a word. Until finally someone seemed unable to sit still any longer. The silent Anson suddenly raised his right hand, puffed out his chest, and took a deep breath. Then, did you hear that? I just took a very deep breath. A really deep breath. I feel damp, smelly, suffocated, extremely oppressive. Anson, expressionless, scanned the crowd, his raised right hand slowly extending his index finger. But am I dead? No. I will be in pain, uncomfortable, oppressive, and unwell, but I won't die from this deep breath after holding my breath for 2 minutes. On the contrary, if I didn't breathe at all, I would probably really lose my life. My heart is still beating, my blood can still flow, my life, my consciousness, all depend on this breath of air, even if it makes me feel extremely painful, but necessary, and without choice. Without it, I would surely die. When I left Sailing City, I made a decision that caused me immense pain, even though we hadn't lost to the Holy War's vanguard, and were even likely to win, I decided to negotiate with their commander to withdraw those still willing to fight for equality and freedom from Sailing City, handing over the Confederation's most valuable colony to the enemy. Many will hate me for this, they'll be angry, confused, but what would have happened if we hadn't done this? A mere vanguard could assemble an army of 20,000, 30 warships, including even an ironclad, what awaited Sailing City when the main Holy War force arrived? Destruction, without a trace, utter slaughter, scorched earth. We stood on the edge of this destruction. The slightest misstep would mean annihilation. A single mistake, even a seemingly correct decision, could drag us into the abyss. In such an environment, it's not incomprehensible that a person in pain and despair would try to resist it all, is it? Since every breath, every opening of the eyes, is so painful. Wouldn't it be less painful to simply close the eyes and hold the breath? Wrong. Anson slammed his scabbard on the floor with a bang, jolting the almost entranced crowd awake. Utterly wrong. The world we live in is one that shows no mercy to the weak, a dark world devoid of any ideals, a world where the powerful act with impunity. In this world, not to mention breathing, even living is painful, so hopeless. If that's the case, should we, who harbor ideals, choose not to breathe? Should we hide in corners where no one can see us, ready to give up our lives the moment we're discovered? Why, even if the air is filthy, stifling, and reeks of a strange stench, we must breathe deeply. Even if the price of living is heavy, humiliating, and helpless, we must live on tenaciously. At this moment, we are weak, but we are weak with hope and ideals. We cannot choose the air we breathe, but at least we can refuse to give up the moment the powerful have their eyes on us. As long as we live, it is a form of resistance, a way of telling everyone that the rules set by the strong are not necessarily followed, and the weak also have the right to choose their own path. Therefore, we must live. Live by any means necessary. No matter how uncomfortable, painful, or helpless we may feel, we must live. Now, I want you all to take deep breaths, like me, feeling the damp and foul air, letting it fill your bodies, letting that discomfort tell you that you are still alive, putting up a tenacious resistance against death. Anson slowly raised his hands. Entrust the will of freedom to the power that defends it. Offer your equal rights, and in doing so, defend the existence and continuation of the free Confederation. Let it become a torch, burning brightly on the land of the New World. Amidst thunderous applause, the vote on the Confederation Legion officially began. Excluding the Council, a total of 315 members of the Supreme Council were present, with no abstentions. Louis Bernard received 210 votes, and Anson Bach received 105. The Marshal of the New World Legion was officially born. Some readers actually wanted spoilers. Well, without giving away any spoilers, all I can say is that Roman and the Truth Society weren't lying. They really do have a trump card that can turn the tide. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.